up for the second month. They were supposed to be doing one video every month.
Yeah, I haven't followed along with that. Like I said, the second hangout was very stressed. You could tell it in his voice. And oh, we're live now. Okay,
Yeah,
we're
we're
talking
live on.
about Spetsnaz during the last hangout he had with Nico, and why maybe he isn't out there anymore. Since then he really hasn't done anything. So we were discussing that just in passing here because we were talking about how to get the Mgtow label out there and possibly commercial, primetime commercial or something like that. We hit on Spetsnaz, so everybody has their own ideas of what might have happened there, and I was just giving my opinion, which of course. Whoops. Okay, I need to
Well,
shut something down.
given the price, it would
That was
the
me.
amount of the money it would take to put the.
Well, hold on a minute, James. Joe needs to shut down his
Yeah,
YouTube feed.
I went to grab something to put on my shoulders because it's cold in here, and I pulled my speaker wire out.
Okay. I thought you had the other thing open again.
Yeah, that was me. I was echoing.
One of your favorite little jokes to pull on us.
Yeah.
So given the cost of the commercial, we've been discussing this for a while. Nothing obviously has been happening. That's more of a long-term project. I mean, it's gonna be expensive, we know. But supposedly, right, Mgtow likes to pride itself on the quality, which, as you guys know, I disagree. I believe that there is only 0.01% in the Mgtow quality people. But Mgtow likes to pride itself on the quality of the people who are Mgtow.
Yeah.
So supposedly, this should be no problem. I think it will take it will take a few years before, or somebody who eventually who can just kind of like an angel investor kind of thing. Do
Right,
this.
yeah. I can see if we can get an investor, say one of these, I'll just throw his name out, and it doesn't mean anything, like a Trump or someone like that.
No. I mean by angel investor, I mean one of us. Nobody in the company, they have nothing to gain. Nobody's gonna donate anything, especially not Trump or anybody like that.
Yeah. We got to look for funding elsewhere too for MGTOW, and that means we just pretty much have to lie about what it is sometimes. But that's how you get funding. You have to lie. You know that.
Yeah,
Well,
but
how
like I
about
said,
how about approaching some of these celebrities that have just gone through
Yeah.
getting their clocks cleaned out and everything, and giving it a little bit of time until the dust settles. You don't want to hit them right during their anger period. That they'll tell you to hit the bricks pretty quick.
Yeah.
But and somebody that has a little bit more status than, let's say, I have. I mean, I'm a fucking nobody, and these people would laugh at me. But somebody that's got a little bit more standing, if you will, in some type of a community. And I really don't know who to point to there.
now that's a great idea, I think.
Hmm.
And I think also it's wrong. We should not wait until the individual simmers down.
But
I think
yeah,
making this kind of approach
Yeah.
when he's right nice and angry, that's when it should be done.
Yeah. If
yeah,
somebody
but
wants
they're
to
not
throw
gonna.
$1 million at the problem, that would that would go a
Not
long way.
not if he's throwing about 10 million at his ex-wife.
Yeah. A million
Uh,
is chump
Well, if
change.
he's throwing 10 million at his ex-wife, he wouldn't care about throwing about 100 or 200K
Yeah.
if he's angry enough. That's the thing.
I mean,
Yeah.
you gotta also keep in mind who you're dealing with. Look, Paul McCartney wouldn't be a good prospect for that. Um, uh, he'll probably get married again. And even though we know what happened to him with the last one he had,
Right.
the one-legged
Right.
wonder there, I mean, she took, Jesus Christ, a shitload of money for being with a guy for what, a year and a half or something?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. I would have blown him for a year and a half to get that kind of money. Jesus Christ. I'm kidding, of course, but, uh, wow, wow, do they make out? And, approaching somebody like him is just beyond
Right. He's a
any
simp.
reality.
Yeah. He's a simp. Did you ever look at this celebrity divorce on TMZ?
Occasionally I have, but not
Yeah.
really heavy.
Oh. Oh God, there's the amount, the sheer vast amount of people that are getting divorced in Hollywood. I was looking at the Steve Levine, uh, just Steve Levitin's divorce, and they say it turns ugly. And then I started looking at like who is this guy? This guy is Elon Musk behind Telsa and PayPal. The guy behind PayPal is just getting a divorce, and it, this is his second divorce in a short. This guy's like, he looks to be maybe 30 years old, and and he's going to get hammered again for the second time, and it just goes on. Holly Berry's boyfriend getting another divorce, and it just goes on and on and on and on and on.
Well,
This
what bothers me is that these are supposed to be shrewd businessmen. I mean,
Yeah.
strictly from a contractual point of view,
Let me
a
put this up
marriage
here.
is just a terrible contract.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Let
you
me.
get nothing. It's like starting a company with somebody, and you make them sign a paper where basically the contract is they can leave the company that you two start together at any time, and you'll have to continue paying them, and
You
they can
get
take
fucked. Yeah.
most of the company with them. I mean, who would sign something like this?
Who would
Well, see,
sign
that's a point is that these people are very successful, and as a whole in their business and who they deal with, they're not losers. They don't consider themselves losers, and they think that they can win at everything, and they're above what happens to normal people
Yeah.
until this kind of thing happens, and they find out that they are not any different or any better and can't win the game
Yeah.
Yes, yes,
Can't
because
but
win.
they did not became winners and successful businessmen by signing such terrible contracts. They were
Right.
avoiding such
They were
terrible contracts.
signing
That's how
good
they became.
contracts. Yeah. Did you see this? Did you? It's got it up there now. This is what this woman wants from him: $2.4 million a month. Home.
oh
It's
jeez.
free. She's
For
fortunate.
what?
He's making $2.4 million a month. She wants the family home. She wants $11,000 a month in clothes, $12,000 a month in clothes, plus $100 in laundry bills. 10,000 for education, 7,000 for childcare. 2,000 for this is monthly. She wants 2,000 for beauty and grooming. She wants fucking $2,000 a month for beauty and grooming after the divorce. $1,300 for health and fitness, and $1,300 for pet care.
Wow.
Wow, it's
And
fucking
they say
unbelievable.
women don't have balls.
I mean, this is just your average Hollywood divorce. You don't think this guy wants to give? This guy would give if we could, just get with these guys and just kind of saturate them with a little mail and something. Say, hey, there is something, some place you can go to fight this, and it's called Mgtow. And no matter what you think about it, it's not what you think about it. And just keep with these guys and just keep. You know who else is? Who's that guy from Fox 8 right now? That Papa Bear they call him.
I don't know him.
It might save them money in the long run. For example, if
Yeah,
they just get divorced, he's looking at about 15 to 18 years of paying this kind of ridiculous sum.
right.
So,
It's
and if this kind of commercial gets out there with that kind of funding, he might actually save money in the long run, and that
right.
might be the motivating point for the individual.
Right. He's going to save money for not just him. Think about
And
every guy
his name doesn't
after
have
him.
his name does not have to be there, so he would still be
No,
legally protected.
no. But I mean, there's a lot of guys. There's businessmen every month, every day of the year that are very, very, very affluent and rich, and and have no idea MGTOW's out there to try to help them, and
Well,
they're
and
getting
here's the
tricked.
thing too. If we're talking about somebody putting their money into it, basically we would have to get them to put their money into whatever it is that we're talking about, such as a commercial
Right.
or whatever,
Right.
because basically they can't just hand the money over to somebody and say, "Oh, here you're the leader of MGTOW, if you will," or
Right.
you represent this." Then we
That's
become an organization. You see,
No.
that's the problem.
this is not how we would do it. The way we would do it is we would create already a package, the commercial,
Mm-hmm.
and approach them with that, and they would be the ones who would run it through their attorney, so that they stay anonymous. So they would be completely in control, and they
Yeah,
would
we could
not
run it
be
through
But wait a
the.
minute,
feeling
James.
their.
James, well, who is we, and who decides who we are, and who gets to have a say in doing what will be put out there? Will everybody
We
agree
we
with it?
is we is you the graybeards, not me.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah,
No,
but
we could start a 501k for not a 501k. Yeah, we could have a 401c, a 501c for $365, and then make say Warhorse James Messenger Shining
Yeah, but
uh, into the
uh,
board, and take 11 board members, and then we just vote on everything, and then it's out there in the public as a domain that's trustworthy. And then we say
no,
our
that's what
we
I'm saying. We do not need to do that because the graybeards would create the package, and you would not have to do this yourself. You would give it to the person who has the wealth, who's willing to do this, and then they would do it. You don't even need to form anything. See?
Oh yeah, yeah. If this person, this general person that was saying the funder comes in, we say, well, you're the ultimate vote here, and that's what the funder really is. He's the
But no.
ultimate.
This way, they would not even have to donate the money to be done through their attorney to protect their identity,
Right,
obviously.
right.
But
It would
they
be
would
all
be completely in
anonymous.
control. And this way, you
Yeah,
don't even have to form anything.
I've seen 501ks that had anonymous funders, and then but their vote was still, it came through their attorney, and it was still what they wanted in the mission statement. What the mission statement was implicitly, that was the rule of law. That was it, and so their vote was the top vote. But there's other ways we can do it too. Very undercover, very behind scenes. Just to provide a little modesty, a little modicum of modesty, and a little modicum of trust. And that's what we really wanted, because we've seen what happens when we start giving money to places that we can't trust or don't have. There's no accountability set up.
Right. So the way that we would approach is, the approach would be explaining that this would save them money or make them money more in the long run than the
Right.
amount they will lose if this is not done. But like I mentioned, we do not need any. They don't need to put the money into any kind of organization we put it. Create. Like I said, we don't need to create
Okay.
even an organization. We
Okay.
just create the video and then pass it on to them if they say they're willing to do this, and then they themselves, through their own attorney, run it. We would have we just pass on the video. This does not even require for us to create an organization for them to donate anything. We wouldn't even hold any money. So they have absolutely complete control. They would not have to even worry about being bamboozled or scammed. You
Right.
see?
Yeah. It's the trust issue that's always the issue.
Right. So you
Yeah.
just pretty much just give them the video and tell them, go ahead, run it. You have the money. This will save you money in the long run. We give them the pointers, sort of like when you're dealing with venture capitals or angel investors, you
Mhm.
provide them with a business plan. We
Yes.
outline in what we're giving them a video, and we explain to them also in a document, how this will save the money over the long term if they're, for example, be paying somebody alimony for the next, 18 or so years,
Right.
and how doing this will probably create some kind of change in the next 5 years, and they will save money in the long run
Right. Yeah,
and get their kids.
yeah, an idea like this, we can start giving a 5-year program for Mgtow and say, hey, this is what we want to accomplish then, and we're going after we're going after a lot of things here, and it makes us grow, and we're not just the guys that have been pushed down on the onion of YouTube here to the bottom ladder anymore. You know, feminists do this all the time. They write grants all the time. What there is no difference between what they do and what we do. It's men's rights. We have to just pose the program as men's health, and that's it. That's all we have to say is it's men's health. And oh God,
sorry about that, Joe. That's me talking.
yeah, that's my phone going
A
off
little.
too. Let me turn
Okay.
this thing down.
Yeah, you're getting notifications here.
Yeah.
I sent you something in the side chat of it too. So, but
Okay, I'll
don't
look at
read
it.
the shit out loud.
No, I won't. That's our private chat.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
guys know we chat all the time in the back room. And we do have the men's back room here where we do chat. It's like the hush hush wink wink room.
Yeah, yeah. That's our New World Order room.
The New World Order room. Yeah.
uh,
Yeah.
Is that where we plan the domination of the world, is it?
Yes,
yes,
that's where we
yes.
plan the domination of the entire free world, and the patriarchy is going to take over.
Uh-huh. If you were scared of the Freemasons, don't worry. They're nothing compared to us.
Oh God, no!
Oh,
We're giving
oh,
out free
cool.
beer and downtime. We're giving out men downtime, work off with pay, so men can just take off work with no pay forever, with full pay forever, and then we're going to enslave the rest of the world.
Yes, we're going to let the strong, independent women all work for us.
Yes, that's what they
I've
want.
got me doomed.
Yes, Mr.
The thing is,
Burns.
you cannot approach these people while at the same time having a whole bunch of Mgtow community screaming and yelling, doing these crazy, conspiracy theories, the truther theories, and keep
Yeah.
saying that the Jews own the media and so on. When you're actually trying to use the media and exactly trying to get these people to donate, you cannot have those people on board. You cannot allow them to, because they will contaminate it.
Right.
They
Yeah,
the
they
people
will.
do not want to compete.
Yeah,
You have to understand. So those truthers, those conspiracy theorists, those those racists and
NWO.
everything else, they cannot be allowed to, because they will screw this up. Nobody's going to want to deal or even approach this issue if they're present.
Yeah, we can't dominate the world if we're going to bring in all this other bullshit. We've got to dominate on one issue.
Right, yeah, and sometimes you have to cloak your issue and other issues. Suicide's a great issue for men. We don't have to say we're Mgtow and this is our issue, our Mgtow issue. We can say our issue is suicide, men's health. We could say our is chemical dependencies, and because it is a chemical dependency, whether they think it or not, we can say chemical dependency. We're not going to say it's on women. Mgtow Universe, you should have got your link a second ago in your little blue bar on top of your YouTube channel. Is that where the links come through when I send them out? Where's your link come through when I send it to you guys?
Let's see here. Not on G Plus, I don't think.
Was it on YouTube and the little bell?
No.
Well, you're not in a side chat on the Hangout, so it's got to be.
Yeah, where'd you click into the when I first invited you in? Where'd you click in? Where did it show up at?
In my G Plus page on the side there, where we go to the video calls. That's part of where I'm talking right now to Shining and.
Okay, so Mgtow Universe, you might have to open your G Plus page. Do you have your? I'm sure he has his on the right hand side. Click on your. Click on the little. Wow.
Joe, you might want to read. Get into where we got together here in this Hangout, and
the Google
on
Hangouts
the G+,
page.
Yeah, on the Google.
I might have to send him a window.
Shining's in there right now.
Yeah.
You got a bunch of ponies running around or something. No, people.
Yeah,
I don't know. Read that. Read some of the last few lines. So before you start. Yeah, we're not in the sidebar chat here. Sorry for all the guys listening to this. I know it gets confusing because we got like 3 different things going on here, and occasionally it sounds like we're talking gibberish, which I guess we are.
Yeah.
But
I'm trying to invite that.
It's all hush hush, secret agent type of stuff,
Yeah, I'm trying to invite him into the room. He's got to go to the room and then open up. It should
It's
have.
all top secret
It's
stuff.
all top
And,
secret stuff. Yeah, because we're trying to take over the world.
Yeah. We're like
haven't you seen the Simpsons bit where they've got the what is it, the rock thing, rock hammer room, where they're all standing up, and you've got the guy at the front of the room belting his his hammer, and all the guys standing around drinking and talking shit like I am now.
we're the nightmare of the special forces. Oh, jeez. I think my coffee's worn off from this morning.
Oh God. Yeah. Let me see if I can get it. I got his page in, and if I send him share this photo, you're in a circle with. Yeah, he doesn't have to have the app added, so I can't get him on that page. Where else? I can say, you know what? I'll have to trust him to not share the link, and I can copy and paste it and send it to his private chat. That's where we got in trouble that one day, huh?
I was just going to say that. I don't think that's a good idea. Not trying to throw any monkey wrench in the works, but I think that lesson came hard taught.
Yeah. When we got none in, and
we got a lot of wrong people and people we didn't know, and that came out of nowhere just to play games.
Yeah.
I think we can live without that.
Yeah.
I see Zeta down here. Hey, Zeta, why don't you come in? Tell us what you think about it.
Yeah, Zeta's in. I sent him a link too. Mgtow Universe says he promises he'll be good.
Well, it's not that. It's just putting the link out there in an area where it's going to be seen. That's what we're talking about, not him. And
right. Oh no. Yeah, I'm gonna send it in his private message right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's how you guys got me that first time, and I immediately deleted it as soon as I got in. As soon as I saw it.
Let's see. Here's the link. Here's the link.
Good time to get a beer. All right.
Yeah. So we could keep this chat going while I do this. There we go. He's got the link now. It'll come through in a minute on your bell. Hopefully, and then you'll have a personal private link to the Graybeards. Okay. Now I lost the other screen.
Well, I don't think I've ever talked to Mgtow Universe, so I wasn't about to give any link out.
Yeah, I talked to him on his page probably for a short period of time.
Okay.
But it would be nice to have him on so we can get a different opinion on things sometimes, you know?
Right. Well, we discussed this before that, if we didn't know who we're getting in, that it's best to stay out of it, which that's what I was doing, is basically staying out of it. So I'm not going one way or the other. So I don't know. Okay. And Eric Wingard, beer. That must have woke him up. He says beer.
Yeah, beer. That's what I was thinking. I had one this morning. I was drinking while I was doing this, and I don't drink a lot, but it gave me like an immediate one beer headache.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, you never get that, and then you get sort of a temperature. You're like, oh, I'm sort of warm, and I got a one beer headache. So I slept for the last hour there.
Yeah, that's why I figured you were late. I was almost willing to bet the farm on the fact that you went to sleep.
I went back because I woke up early and it's Sunday, and that's what you should be doing on a Sunday anyways, right? Is sleeping on the couch. Yeah. So I sent him that link. You can get it in his thing. And what were we were talking about funding, how we go about getting funding, or we can do personal funding here, all of us. If Mgtow gets behind us on this thing, we can show, we can do something that, there has to be trust. We have to do something where someone's overseeing. There's a group of overseeing.
It's $100K, $100,000 just to start off.
100K, were
That's
you just
gonna,
looking at that? You want to put it up on the, okay, you don't need to put it up on the screen, but,
that would,
100K.
yeah, it's just for us to start off, as War mentioned, $100,000. So self-funding it, like I said, we can, but I think it would have to wait until one of us is wealthy enough, I guess you can
Is
say.
financially,
Yeah.
financially. Okay, is that
Otherwise, an angel investor is needed.
Mgtow Universe? He came through on a Kenny.
Something is weird here with that hangout we had this morning. Because it keeps telling me I'm still on it, and I've left it.
Yeah, I left
What
that
the
too. I
heck?
closed that out. I had to leave that hangout, and it still says live right now.
Okay, now I deleted it. Okay, because I keep hearing uh I keep hearing notifications.
Yeah, and I ended that. We ended that in a proper way. So, how you doing, Amu?
Doing good. How about yourself?
Good, good. Is that another avatar you got there? I like that. What's he holding? The
That's
trophy?
that's Michael Jordan's I think third trophy.
Okay, that's the third trophy. Okay, okay. He's. Oh yeah, I seen that picture the other day on. They were talking about with LeBron about who's the guy in New York and everybody getting together, and they put that picture up there of him hugging that. That's his favorite one, I think.
Oh yeah, the super team.
Yeah, the super team. Yeah, they've been talking about building the super team up, and Carmelo and uh, who was it? Chris Paul,
Dwayne Wade and
Dwayne
LeBron.
Wade, and then LeBron. And I was like, oh man, that would be so bad for basketball.
It would. It would.
What would
Yeah.
be way worse if they lost?
I would. I mean, yeah, that would be terrible. I
Yeah,
mean,
because Cleveland's got a super team now, and they're like, maybe they might lose.
I would not consider Cleveland as a super team.
Yeah, they got LeBron and Love, and who else did they add to that?
I know you're a Cavs fan, so I'll let that
Yeah.
fly. But yeah,
Oh yeah.
they're not a super team.
I'm a Cleveland boy, born and raised in Cleveland, but it's about the closest thing we've seen to a super team for a while,
Yeah, that's
but
true.
they're just not playing well right now.
I mean, they're 30 games over 500. I mean,
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, and I don't think they care about the regular season. That's the thing.
right, right.
I got this phone off.
Let me go ahead and switch to my other profile so I can get off of this one.
Okay,
All right,
so
I'll
it's
be
good
right
to
back.
have you in. James just went out.
Okay, that's all right.
Okay. And this is the Sunday edition, the Easter edition of the Throwdown. I was going to do a 12-hour one, but I started too early and couldn't do it. I'm a weakling today. We did a 24-hour one once, and I did that, but today I'm just a weakling.
That was Christmas, wasn't it?
Christmas, yeah. I was thinking about the 12-hour. Just keep it going for 12 hours today, but whew, that's a lot of work, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And unless a lot of people come in and out, it's hard to keep it going.
Yeah, it's really hard to keep it going.
I mean, we had a good head of steam this morning,
Yeah,
but
we did. We could have went for 6, 7 hours this morning. We did go for 4.
really,
It
holy
was
cow.
shocking. I went for an hour before, and then you guys kind of came in, and we went for that was 4. It was just a nicely flowing conversation we had this morning. So what do we want to do as a topic today? Where do we want to start this thing? James wanted, but he left. James was doing, funding and how we're going to get Mgtow into the public eye without the mainstream hammering us. And that, we know what it's going to be. It's going to be money. It's always money. You're not going to be taken seriously unless you put together that money and pay them.
Well, it almost would have to be somebody that the mainstream adores, that they won't attack. You know, and realistically, they'll attack anybody if they go against their narrative. And right now, I mean, you know, what really surprises me is idiot news stations like Fox. You know, I mean, to me, Fox has always been a fucking joke. But you know, as far
there's a really bad echo here.
Shut down your feed on the YouTube side of it.
And it's not me. I haven't got mine on.
Okay, let me unplug and plug back in. See if that'll help.
I'm on a headset, so I know it's not me.
Yeah, I have headphones also.
Yeah, I'm on a headset myself. Is that better?
Well, is it better? Or do you still have a
I don't hear
echo?
any echoing.
I wasn't hearing an
so-
echo either. It was just Paul.
Yeah, I didn't either, but it
I
happens
just
in here
blame it on the
sometimes.
alcohol. It must be just me, but yeah, I'm getting an echo. Yeah, I'll blame it on the alcohol.
You're drinking too much?
Yeah, it's like 2 o'clock in the morning for you, isn't it?
1:45 in the morning.
Quarter to
Yeah,
one.
1:45.
Quarter
It's all
to
good.
one.
I work tomorrow. It's all good.
Still good. He's got to go to work. Or you got tomorrow off or no?
Yeah, public holiday. It's Easter, so it's all good.
Oh, it's all good. No work. Yeah, you can stay up as long. You're a big boy. You can stay up as late as you want, and we got no women telling us you got to go to bed.
Well, I could tell me to go to bed as long as I can spank them on the way through.
Yeah.
Most women want to kick you out of the bedroom anyway, so you know, a lot of men are used to sleeping on the couch.
Yeah, I spent my days on the couch. I think the last 2 years of the release, I slept on the couch and in all alone. That was great.
Here's a question for you guys. I don't know whether this is true or not, but how many of you guys actually slept on the couch for your own reasons, not from being kicked out? Because I
did.
found that I did.
I did.
And my brother did.
Yeah, I've never been kicked out of the bedroom, so you know, that besides falling asleep a little bit in the recliner, and you know, my wife did that too back then, but I don't think I've ever been told to hit the doghouse, even though I'm sure there were times that you know, she might have liked to say that, but I never heard that and never had to do it. So, yeah.
Yeah, I've even gone as far as cutting off sex. I mean, I think I went 6 months once, and because she did something abhorrent, so I was like, nope, no sex, and that's it, and I'll sleep on the couch until you get it, and.
Oh, Joe, using sex as a weapon.
I use sex as a weapon, yeah.
There's a quality for you.
Yeah, it's like, okay, men can play these same games women play. I said there's nothing wrong with cutting it off and saying no, we're not going to do that until you get some ideas that you need to get about our relationship or this thing on Earth, and with her it was extreme laziness and not wanting to work and stuff like that, and wanting to yell all the time. So I said, okay, no, we don't need to do that. I know I'm in a marriage and I'm stuck in a marriage and by a state contract, but there's things you can do in your life to where you just you put that aside, sleeping on the couch, not having sex. You can hold back the money too. Pay all the bills and give her a fucking $20 allowance.
Women really do hate it when a man can say no to sex, because that is their only real weapon.
Right.
In the house. If they say no to sex, they think it devastates you. But hearing it from a man where, my wife was rather passive. So, like I said, she was quite active. And there were times when I was just too goddamn tired, and or things were going on in life that were just messing with my head where I couldn't function amorously, if you will. And she was like, God, I thought you guys wanted it all the time, and it's like, no, that's a fallacy. I don't know where they get this from. We can live without it too, and there are times when we just don't feel like it. Especially if they're being cunts. But
yeah, just get yourself under control, man. Sex is, that's what we say all the time. We see these guys running around where all they have is sex on their mind, and the first part of being a Mgtow is, stop the shaming, stop the blaming, get yourself under control. And that's what we want to see out of these men is once you take control in a relationship like that, if you are in a relationship, you have control then, and that sex, that power that they wield over us, that's the only way they can control us. And when I see these guys simping and white knighting and doing all the mangining and everything, the only control the woman's got is through sex. And he's telling so much about himself, that about his manhood, about his masculinity, that he cannot turn that off for 1 second, and a period of time to get control back in that relationship.
Yeah, it is repulsive behavior for a man.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Anytime you see a man simping and he's
that's
like,
such weakness. It shows such weakness. God.
Now you were talking about Nico, and Nico has to have it. He just has to go do that. No, I've never had to have that in my life. It was never a thing that I just had. I was going to go rape if I didn't have it. No, that's a fallacy. I most of my life, when it first started, it was overwhelming. But most of my life, I've had perfect control over that. There's a period of time when you're a boy, when you're a child, and you're 12 years old, and you get your first, Woody. You're like, oh God, and you're overwhelmed with those, with all that's happening. But that should be put away quite quickly.
Yeah, and the fallacies abound of what I think people don't understand is that most men that are very alpha, let's say, in real life and everything, are usually the ones that want to be submissive in the bedroom. And the opposite is true for men that want to be very alpha in the bedroom and very controlling and overpowering, are very insecure men in real life. They might put on a hell of an act, but and I'm not talking submissive as being a total dog, or floor mat or anything like that, or controlling as being a whip wielding hooded guy or whatever. I'm just talking, there's certain guys that, when I do it, I got to be on top, and no bitch is going to get on top of me, and this and that, and these are the people that are generally in real life very insecure.
Yeah.
And I noticed that with people. You brought up Nico, and he does have that constant need to be in charge.
Constant. Oh yeah. Yeah.
So
testosterone.
It's telling. It's very telling.
Yeah, it is. When you guys are sort of saying about the it's you become I found that it becomes a battle of wills when you start playing those type. I'm not going to do this or do that. Like my ex did silence treatment for 3 days.
Yeah.
And silent treatment, psychologically, according to the psychological bots, basically is that what they say is they're trying to annihilate you.
Yeah.
And you do feel like that way. They're basically ignoring you. You're not there, so you don't exist.
Yeah. If my wife would have shut up for 3 days, I would have been happy.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. Well, it gets so it's if you're used to sort of them talking to you, all of a sudden they're treating you like you're non-existent. They're actually trying to annihilate you. Anyway, I basically chilled and said, right, you've done this for 3 days. Fuck you. I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna carry it on.
Yeah, it
and I'll
usually has
let
the
her go for a
opposite
week
effect
to
with
give
men,
her a
doesn't it?
taste of her own medicine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But in saying that, if you're in a relationship and you're doing I'm doing the using sex as a weapon or using something as a weapon to teach. Obviously, there's some way you need to reprimand your partner if she's going over the top, or vice versa. But if you're doing that, that's a control thing. Basically, both of you are fighting over control, and you don't realize it's going on, but you're fighting over control of the relationship, and that's not a partnership, it's a fight over control.
Yeah, that kind of goes two ways with women. Like you said, when they do the silent treatment thing, it has the opposite effect on men. Men go, okay, we'll do this, and with sex, it, it wasn't about it was about control. I don't know. It was about adjustive behavior and
Yeah, but
something
you were
like
trying to
a child.
punish, you were punishing her.
Yeah, they're children, and we know they're children, and sometimes you have to adjust their behavior, but you have no other control. You have no you have no other means of adjusting that behavior outside of a few things, and it's money, it's sex, and it's and you can't yell at them, you can't physically abuse them. I mean, you have two things that you're either money or sex, and
Yeah, well, I'll put this here, Joe. Right, I said to
yeah,
my ex that
they want to take
she
that
was
away
not
from you
putting
too.
out often enough. Right, she wasn't putting out often enough for me. Right, so
Yeah,
I turned around to her and said, if you don't start putting out more often, I'm going to start looking elsewhere.
right.
Now,
That's now
obviously, a woman is going to feel exactly the same way.
right. Now that's another tool men have, and they have to realize too. You don't have to have sex. In this day and age, who you have sex with is your business, even if you are married. And women like to pull that a lot now. That was the first impulse of that the empowerment with feminism. They says, okay, and men took that the wrong way. They're like, oh God, they started wimping and simping, but men, you can do that too. I always say, whatever these women apply, there you can apply too in your life, and you don't have to pay attention to no metaphysical God laws that says you have to have sex with this person. You can have sex with anybody you want. It's your business. Uh, and women will internalize that much more. As soon as you say, no, I don't want to have sex to him, and you know what she says to herself? What's wrong with me?
Well, I think they get pissed that they don't have a weapon to use against you at
Right.
that point. And it's not, and I hate to say it, it's not all women that do that. Um, you know, women just like men on occasion don't feel like it. Now, I've never been withheld sex. I mean, that may sound crazy, but my first marriage, the girlfriends I've had, and my second marriage, I've never been withheld sex where it was a lesson to me or a payback to me. And I don't think I've ever done it for that degree either. But um, it's usually been mutual that, look, there are things going on in life, and right now we just don't feel like it, or one or the other just says, look, I really don't feel like it. And
Right.
at that point, the other person has to live with that. They have to,
Yeah.
as they say, respect that. It's not meant as a payback. It's not meant as anything more than, hey, look, I've had a rough day. I
Right.
got into an argument with this cunt of a boss I work for or whatever. And, the last thing I want to do now is feel emotionally vulnerable and open myself up to a session of making love to the woman I care about, right? And I'm sure they go through that too. So, but not all women, most women think of sex more as an obligation to keep things flowing the way they want to keep them flowing.
Yeah. See now, if a woman's in a relationship, sometimes they are in a relationship for money and hypergamy, and they are in a relation for that. They can wield sex as a very powerful tool. Then, most
Correct.
reasonable, logical people, when I got together with my wife, it was a mutual agreement that I found her very attractive and she found me very attractive. And she found me pleasant to be around. I found her pleasant to be around. There wasn't nothing that wasn't mutual about that relationship. But we have silly people running around that are just getting into relationships now for sexual reasons, and then that wears off. And
Yeah, the old adage of you do need to be friends too. You
yeah,
know, not and very close friends. That that has a lot more weight.
that has a
And
lot more weight. Yeah, if you hold back sex in that relationship, it's not like there's a difference in those kind of relationships, isn't there? There's a if you if there's a problem in that relationship, she's still the most attractive person to you that you could have found on this planet, and you're still the most attractive person because I didn't settle for Swiss, I didn't settle for cheese on that,
right.
I found the most. It pisses me off when I hear someone say I made the wrong decision because I didn't make a wrong decision. Uh, it was I found the person that was the most attractive person in the world to me, and that's what it was. And when you do these things, these little battles in a relationship, uh, it's not like she internalizes that very much when you do that. Oh God, he doesn't find me attractive anymore. And for a normal person that was just having a one night stand and accidentally got married and that shit, uh, that happens all the time. But for a relationship where you got skin in the game and where you invested into it, uh, there's a different there's a different paradigm there, isn't there? I always
Yeah,
thought there's a different sort of thing
definitely a
there.
different paradigm. There are other factors that come into
There's
play
other factors that come into play.
besides sex and just physical. I mean, my wife, the last one I had, was very, very gorgeous when she was younger, before she got sick. And but she wasn't perfect. She wouldn't be on the cover of a magazine, or she didn't have the flat belly or anything. She wasn't overweight, but it's subjective opinion. But there was
Yeah,
so
that's all
much more
subjective.
going on in the relationship than
Right.
just the physical, and because the other things were so good at the time that you overlook the little flaws. Of course, overlooking big flaws is harder to do. And I think a lot of people get involved in a sexual relationship for physical reasons only. And
Yeah.
then as the chemicals wear off in your brain, you start to focus on those inadequacies that
Yeah.
you overlooked to begin with. And now you actually have a disdain for that other person. And I think women do that as well.
Women do that as well.
Uh,
That's not a very that's not a very equally yoked. Uh, what's that analogy about an equally yoked cart? When you get into when we get into these relationships, when we did, it was with full belief that this was the person. Uh,
oh, yeah, of course. you know,
it was, it wasn't. We had the rug pulled out from us by feminism at a certain time, and feminists are very shallow people. The people that think that too, they're very shallow. They have no intention of going into a marriage with someone with that kind of with that kind of passion or resolve. It's usually about money. It's usually about status, looks, and all that.
well,
Uh,
Joe, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but when we say feminist, I think it
yeah,
goes way,
yeah,
way beyond just
yeah.
the
It does.
feminist. It goes
Right.
into the
It
normal
is a
woman.
convenient title, isn't it? We use for
Well,
them.
yeah, but I think it's overstating the fact that women now, the younger they are, and the more they're out in society around each other of all ages, have become increasingly conceited,
Yeah,
entitled, narcissistic. Their true female nature has gone on steroids. It's just gone over the top.
True female. And
And
it's what we're really
they're not
talking
even
about.
feminists. They're not feminists,
They're
but
not
they've come to
feminists.
grips
We're talking
with
about females, and we're not
right.
allowed to say females in a group because we get hammered about that.
Oh, I could care less. Let the hammer come.
Yeah, if somebody wants to poon me, the first thing they're going to call out on me is say, "Oh, Joe hates all females." It's like he thinks all women. So I just kind of glaze over that by using the feminist term, and it is a very confusing thing there.
Yeah, when you say feminist, I think of that fat broad, that ugly one, Anita Sarkeesian, and Lacey Green. All
compared to my ex.
I know. I should have given a trigger warning before naming anything, but that's what I think about with feminists. But I talk more about women as a whole out there in society and their attitudes.
Yeah, women as a whole, their attitudes, the general social concept, the construct that's been put together now for women, and what they're taught is very close to what feminism was in the 80s and 90s. That's what they think the world is now. And
as you guys know, that when there's a breakup, there's money and prizes in it for women, and guys lose. Now, so why would any woman who sees a big pile of money at the end of the rainbow want to stick in a relationship when she can dump that guy and move on to the next one and do the same thing over and over again? And that was the law here. It was the law in the 70s where a woman could hook up with a guy for as little as 6 months and take half of his stuff.
Yeah.
And move on.
Traversable, you know who we should talk about? We should talk about Russell Wilson and Sierra.
Russell Wilson is that the newest divorce?
No, he's
Russell Wilson. Yeah, from Seattle.
Correct.
Yeah, he went through it twice, didn't he?
I think he got divorced once, but he just engaged to Sierra. And he bought her 2 rings. Of course, they're both expensive. She, in her 20s, went from rapper to rapper. She got a kid. Yeah. And he comes from a 2-parent household, and of course, he got taught by his father. This whole. I'm assuming, I don't know for certain, this whole simp idea. You see a woman, you take care of her, provide and protect, so on and so forth. Mm-hmm. Of course, Facebook is on fire because 2 to 5 years from now, and they're not. He doesn't want to do a prenup either. He's publicly stated there's no prenup because he doesn't want to invite any negative energy. So of course, Russell Wilson can have any woman he wants. He chooses the used up chick that has a kid.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's weird.
Ashley Mean Wilson, is it? No, that's the old wife. He just went through a divorce.
I believe so, yeah.
And he got hammered in that divorce. It was a large $20 million settlement or something for his ex, and he's out simping. So these alphas, they simp at a larger rate sometimes, don't they?
Right.
Anyone who's gone through that sort of shit, and if they're really close to the person they've been with, they're going to be extremely vulnerable, and parasites, whether it be male or female, will be on the hunt for that type of prey.
Yeah. Now, who's that linebacker down there in Houston? Now we talk about another alpha male, and he's almost
J.J. Watts.
J.J. Watts. Now he's come out and publicly says what Mgtow would say. He says, "I don't think I'm having a hard time finding a woman that holds up to my my standards." He said, "I'm not dating right now because every woman I meet is just trash." Pretty much. He won't say it that way. But he's come out in the last 2 years. I think I did a video on him that he's taken a very Mgtow stance on it. I think all NFL players and all men that are going to make that kind of money, all professional athletes, should be taught in a little Mgtow.
But I mean, if you're in the 1% of men earning potential,
Yeah.
your best bet is to just not be in a relationship at all.
Right.
Because how can you trust a woman when you've made a name for yourself? You don't know. And of course, the system that we live in, I don't know what country you all are in, but in the States, the system has made it impossible for men to trust women.
Right. Yeah. You know what the average length of a marriage after the NFL is?
I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's like 5 years, 2 to 5 years, or something
Two
like that.
years.
2 years,
If
yeah.
if you got married while you were an NFL player making all that big bucks and you retire from the NFL, probably usually around 34, 35 years old, your marriage will last 2 years after that. And that's been the stats are up on on Google if you want to Google it, and I think that's almost 98%.
Yeah.
90. That's such a telltale number of hypergamous, how women think. And in those relationships, those women were in it for one thing.
Yeah, but
Right.
when you've got big bucks like that coming in, that's what they're looking at. I think somebody I think it was Howard Dare put a video out, or somebody put a video out. Why are women still fucking the guy who did Playboy? He's 80
Oh,
years old.
yeah.
20-year-olds are fucking him. So why are they after him? It's the money.
It's
That's
the
what
money.
they're
Can you
after.
can you
And it
blame them
doesn't.
though? I mean, if think about this, what if we had any one of us had that caliber of pussy coming at us all the time? You know, I mean, how do you resist that after a while? It goes to your head. You got to think you're somebody special. I mean, you've got the best looking broads willing to do just about anything, right?
My 20-year-old self, I agree with you. My 30-year-old self, hell no, because I'm not impressed by good looks anymore.
That's with me too. I can in my let me see. When I was my second last girlfriend, she was very, very beautiful, and I turned like 42 years old at that time. She was actually gorgeous. She was perfect body, perfect personality, bubbly, perfect, and everything. And I couldn't sleep with her. I just like there was no way I could sleep with her. And as good looking as she was, there was something in my head that said nah, she's not the one. And
Inferiority complex? You thought she was too hot for you or something?
no, it was like this is generally it was like I know what she looks like, but maybe I know what people tell me she looks like, and I know what society says she looks like and everything, but to me she wasn't that girl. And she just didn't look that good to me. Uh, and she looked good, but something inside my brain said, no, no, this is not the one. So, like you were saying, looks they'd stop mattering after a while
Right.
with men, and more mature men are looking for more mature things.
Right. Right. Let me ask you all some question, because I believe women are children also, but y'all was talking about women as being
Yeah.
friends, or girlfriends being friends. If we accept that women, not all women of course, but most women act like children, or as I read on the meme on Facebook, women are the most responsible children, can they really be our friends?
Well, I meant that when I said friends, they also need to be your friend in a marital relationship.
Yeah.
Okay, and look, I'm 60 years old, so I'm probably the oldest fart in here. But marriage was a little bit better of a deal than it is nowadays by far, even though back then it was still iffy, at best, and we knew it then too. But there are more uh, boxes to check off in a marriage other than
Oh yeah.
just looks,
Yeah.
sexual.
There's a lot of
You have to have a friendship going, and that means having interests that are the same, even musical interests. All the little things that down the road will drive you stark raving mad. If she likes disco and you like rock, in the long run, you're not going to get along. And this is what I meant as an overall picture. I'm not talking about just having a chick for a friend and being very platonic with her and thinking that you've got a real, like a brotherly type friend.
Yeah, but that's important.
No, that's not going to work. You know, I'm
I
talking
always,
in a relationship setting.
yeah, I always thought that was important that criteria for being my friend for male and female now are the same thing. I want to know you got my back. As if I'm picking a dude friend that I want to hang around with, I want to know a couple things. You're going to buy the next round after I bought a round, and that's just it's an analogy. But I want to know that you got my back and I got your back, and if there's a business relationship involved with that, I want to be able to trust. And I put the same criteria I have for male friends on females now.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about. I just don't think most women can measure up to that.
They can't measure up to that. Yeah, I want to know if you move into the next one of these rooms here as a male, as a dude, you got your buddy. He says, "I need a place to stay." You say, "Okay, you can have this room back here." But guess what comes with that room? There's some responsibilities. You get half the cable bill, you get half the telephone bill, you get half the electric and half the gas bill, and some rent that needs to be figured out here, right?
Right.
That's what you would tell a buddy. Why can't we do that with women?
Good luck with that.
Because vagina.
Vagina.
We can.
Yeah.
We can, but the thing is that they can turn on you quicker than a snake.
They will turn, and the government enables that.
Right. Nowadays, it's even worse. I mean, my first wife, if I got into a bar fight and she was there, and I was, 2 against 1 or whatever,
yeah,
she would have a pull cue in her hand, whacking the fuck out of somebody. Okay, so she had my back, if you will. But at the end of everything, all right, she ran off with another guy. So, this is where you say, okay, well, she had my back. She was a good woman for a certain amount of time.
For a certain amount of time.
Yes,
because we all know that, and we've all went through it. Most of that we all know that them things end, and they will turn on a dime. And that day that you come home and get that cold hug is probably the day you should start just packing your bags up and saying, "No, it's fucking over."
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, this is where the guy with the Nawalt, that redneck guy, that was talking. Yeah, his woman is a Nawalt for now. And
right now, yeah.
Right. For right now, in the situation he's in, she's a Nawalt for now. Wait a while, and that snake will bite you, and this is what we're saying is, and this is why I think guys that are going back into that, getting into a relationship, they think that they're secure, and because she's in the Nawalt now, that it will remain that way, and they become less vigilant, they let their guard down, and then they wonder why they get fucked. So this is why I keep saying it's best not to play the game, period.
Yep.
Don't go into it whatsoever.
I'll tell you guys something. My ex, the reason why she left me, this is what she told me, she left me because, in her own words, I don't need you anymore. That's what she said to me. I don't need you anymore.
I told you exactly what you meant to her. She was being honest.
Yeah, but this is after 16 years together.
Yeah.
So?
Yeah.
I was just told that I was not needed anymore.
To women, it don't matter how much time you put in.
That's it. It's basically, I was, like I said to her at the time, I didn't have the gravity of it, but I said to her at the time, that's the difference between me and you. I was with you because I wanted to be with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tell guys that all the time. I mean, men are at different stages in their life. It usually depends on age. I tell men, don't get married. And if you want to be in a relationship, think hard. If you are going to play the marriage game, go outside the damn country. Do not get married in this country.
I'm sorry, but female nature is female nature. I don't care what color, brand, or anything they are.
I understand. Because it's hypergamy exists in Brazil also, but it's just a lot cheaper. So if you're going to pay, get it as cheap as you can.
I mean, it's not only paying financially, but emotionally. Come on, men put their heart out there and they put it on the line, and it gets ripped out of their chest, and that's the kind of price that I don't want to see men have to pay. I wouldn't want to put myself through it again. And this is all part of it. So, and look, women all over the world. The old saying is, women expect a man to change, and men expect the woman to stay the same from when they get together.
Right.
And this is where the problem lays, because women change completely, and
yes, they
men
do.
basically stay the same. And this is, women are always trying to do the mothering thing, if you will, trying to
Warhorse,
teach you better.
I've got to pick a bone there with you. I don't
Go ahead.
necessarily think that women stay the same.
No, they
if they're
change.
staying the
No,
same,
they change.
they change themselves as well. So obviously guys want them to stay as they were.
That's what he
They
said.
Right,
don't
that's
just
what I
change
said.
physically.
That's what Paul,
Yeah.
that's
Okay,
what I
sorry.
said. I said
Yeah.
women
It's the alcohol.
women want men
To
to
change.
change,
Right.
and men want women to stay the same.
And both
And they
parties are
don't.
ultimately disappointed.
Right.
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
you're
Okay.
making my point, if you will. But that's
Yeah.
what I said. So
Isn't that an Einstein quote?
I don't know. It's somebody
I've
wiser
read
than
that
me
somewhere.
said it. But
Yeah.
it's the truth, So, ultimately everybody is disappointed, like Kenny says. Um, this is what makes us, again, not equals. That going back to Joe's feminist, they want equality. It's bullshit. There is no equality. It doesn't exist.
No.
Nope.
Not in any which way, shape, or form. I don't care how. Legally, it should exist, but even legally, it doesn't. We know that. By how women go to jail and the courts deal with them. So legally, it doesn't even exist. Only when they wanted to, for pay or whatever, and then they want superiority in that case. But as far as everything else in life goes, there's no equality. There's no such thing. We're sexually dimorphic race or creatures, So no, it's not going to go down that road. And because of those differences, is we do resent each other the longer we're together with somebody.
I agree with that.
Well, in a sense, I think the resentment comes from the fact that men are physically, mentally, just about in every way, shape and form better than their partner. And they resent their men because they are better. Turd Fling Monkey has it right in that regard.
Yes, as a
For
general rule, yes.
So because women aren't willing to take that on board, the whole of society has twisted itself into a pretzel in order to accommodate that fucked up mindset.
Right, and then you add to it the old saying of familiarity breeds contempt. And that's not only a female-male relationship. If you look at your family, if you're willing to lash out at somebody, it can be your own brother, your father, whatever, because you're familiar with these people and you're very close to them. So lashing out at these people is a lot easier than lashing out at a stranger, for some crazy reason. And I think men and women do that equally. And in a relationship, when you're on top of each other all the time, you know what buttons to push. And when those buttons get pushed, well, it's a nuclear wasteland afterwards, because once they're pushed, and it escalates. So this is where we end up with the familiarity paradigm, which we're talking about now.
Right. Yeah.
Half the trouble is that people are not taught this. This sort of, to me, this sort of stuff is well known by, we know this. No, I'm in my mid-40s, late 40s, and I know this. So how is it that people older than us don't know this and have not been making this general knowledge to everybody else and actually making laws in regards to this, to me, it comes across so much as this is intentional.
It's intentional.
They know this is going on.
Yeah.
They know what the results are going to be, and they're carrying this on to create a situation that is a divide between the sexes.
Right. If you want to control, what's the only group that you have to control in your society? There's only one group that can take over the government. So if you want to control that group, how would you do that?
Well, it's easy when they're being raised by single mothers.
Yeah, you would control the women in their lives, or and control the mating in their lives, and that controls them essentially.
But what has changed though? Because like if we go back 100 years ago, you know, where chivalry and everything else like that, it's the same thing. Men were taught to be a real man, you should provide and protect, and you know, God and country and fight wars and stuff like that. As to where today is still provide and protect.
Right.
Yeah, it's just a single mother, not a two-parent household. The result is exactly the same though.
Right. It's a sexual cryptis. Females, we're just getting around to knowing our human spirit and knowing what females are in general, and they're sexually cryptic. And what that means is they believe that the community is supposed to provide for them. And when you talk about, we went through the age of romanticism and the age of Victorianism and all that stuff, and we've seen that at that time women needed to be taken care of, because a woman out in the countryside with no farm, she was just going to die. So there was no government back there. There was no egalitarian system back there taking care of her. But what we have now is more of the real thing, more to cater to human nature, and it's more catered to female nature, knowing that females are sexual cryptic, and they believe that the whole community should take care of them.
Joe, this kind of goes back to the biological imperative of a sexually dimorphic species,
right,
which men are stronger physically, and
yes,
you know, are the tribal instincts of protecting the tribe and the women in the tribe, because they're capable of producing offspring. They're the ones that were in charge of raising the children, taking care of the teepee or the hut, whatever the hell it was, and men went out, hunted, and they protected from other tribes trying to overthrow. So this is something ingrained in us so deeply, this protection thing, that you have to fight your instincts if you see a woman getting hurt, not to do something.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, most men don't mind providing in that egalitarian manners. Well, what we're talking about is taxes here. We all pay our taxes, and that goes into the egalitarian system of support and a backdrop for people that fall under this that fall into the poverty zone. And that's fine. I believe in that 100%. But what we have here is a system that has a backdrop pre-put in. When you get that 30-40% taken out of your pay every week, and then you get a divorce, and then they want another 30%, that's double hitting on the same egalitarian sexual cryptis system. So what we need to do is get rid of marriage altogether in this system. And as soon as men start realizing that that what we need to do is get rid of the marriage, have the good system set up where there's you take care of the children, you take care of the mother, and forget about all that baby mama bullshit, and forget about the deadbeat dad bullshit, and then the system will work. But we have people that are tapping off of that system and stealing from that system.
I kind of think that the bathwater and the baby are out the drain now. It's too far gone to get this back.
Yeah.
Society relies on it. You would have mass starvations. You would have. I mean,
you can't get rid of the system that you have set up.
It would be unbelievable.
Yeah, you cannot get rid of this. So the logical thing to do within this system is go more into it. But you got to relieve these men from from the shame, and you got to and that's all Mgtow is saying. Mgtow is the natural evolution. We just have to explain it to them.
Correct.
There is no shame. You can't be taking another 30% from the male and then him living in a fucking tent on the side of the road. He's already paid into the egalitarian system, the same as everybody else should. And then we get rid of the marriage system, and that will save us trillions, billions and billions of dollars just getting rid of the marriage system. We get rid of the system of we can't get rid of the system of support that we have, but we can lessen it and make it a sign-on. You go to your local library and then you just make yourself through a few screens and you ask for assistance. You don't need a highly paid $70,000 a social worker and a boss above that at $70,000 and a boss above her at $100,000 to take care of one fucking client. That's where the money's getting drawn off this system. We're employing too many people in this system when it should just be a free, caring system of egalitarianism that takes care of the women, and fuck the marriage thing.
Well, see, this is why I think this Trump guy is doing so well now, because that is what he's talking about with the wasteful spending in government and everything. And he's hitting on it, and people, I think, are seeing that and coming from the same point of view you are, but they don't know it quite why. They just know it's wasteful, but they can't pinpoint it like you just did accurately.
Yeah, Mgtow
is the pinpoint it as much as you like. This whole setup is intentional. A lot of these jobs are just there to keep people in work and keep them busy.
Yeah,
let's face it.
Yeah,
I've dealt with child support. They were trying to screw me over, so I ripped into them. The woman wouldn't talk to me again because I was right and because I was ripping into her, and it was bouncing around in her own self-conscience that she was screwing over her ex, that what the system was doing was not right.
Yeah,
but the whole thing is set up to keep people busy. It's not there to keep people busy doing productive things.
Right.
Like, helping other people. They're not helping other people. They're fucking over other people.
They're fucking over other people.
So where is the productive part in that? The people working there are getting screwed because there's people like me who are, at the time, angry as fuck talking to these people. And of course they're angry because they're getting screwed.
They're getting screwed, right.
Then they're having to deal with the person who's been screwed over, and they're going to be angry. So they're having to deal with angry people. Then themselves are getting screwed over because they're getting mind-fucked by all these angry people coming at them all the time.
Right. I walked into that place.
That's been put there just to keep them employed and keep them busy.
Keep them employed. Yeah. I walked into that place one day, and one of the male social workers was fucking crying. He was fucking crying in the corner. He's like, I can't do this no more. I can't do this. They're under extreme stress. They're pitting they're pitting one of the citizens against another citizen is what they're doing. There's no reason for it. Your answer for this thing, when you go down there, should be, I've already paid 30% into the system. So where is that money gone that I paid into it? I'm not paying another 30% into the same system. That's a double hit. That's why the Americans threw the T into the C.
But they have to. They have to.
They have to by law. That's where the laws haven't adjusted themselves to the egalitarian system that they believe in. The laws need to adjust themselves.
What country you're in, right?
Yeah.
In order to keep the system financed, they have to keep sucking it dry.
Right.
And this is why Trump is popular, because he's not pointing at exactly the right, individual things, but he's pointing at the things that people are pissed off about. And maybe he's just being a showman. I don't know.
And like Orwell said, you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. All you do is there's nothing in this system that you can't do at your local library in a self-serve system. There's nothing. You put a computer, or you can go on a computer at your house. Everybody has a computer. If you need assistance as a female and you got kids, you type in healthandhumanservices.org, boom, hit that, go to the first page, send them your information that you need to some little worker down in some office that runs it through a printing machine and copies it and sends it back to you, and then you can move on to the second page. You know those systems. It's a system of screens. All you have to do is make it through 4 screens, and then you get that check, and then you get your house, your payment taken care of. There's no reason to have humans in those situations making fucking $70,000-$80,000. That's where the waste is.
Well, Traversable here, like I had a girlfriend after my ex, and she was doing that. It was all computer based, mostly computer based. You hardly ever had to go into. She had to report through the computer. She hardly ever had to actually go into the department.
Why are those people there? Why are there 2.2 million employees for Health and Human Services, and why is Health and Services in this country, in my country, costing us $2.2 trillion when the payout to the recipients is only $898 billion? That means there's a $1.2 trillion waste going on there with people that are just employing themselves, greedy fucks that are just employing themselves through the system.
Well, they don't necessarily think, they don't realise they're being used no different from anybody else.
Right.
This is the whole thing. They don't realise they're being used.
They don't realise they're a part of a bigger scheme by the government to keep the government big.
That's it. So you've got, you've got, to me, now I put this to my MP, my Member of Parliament here, they know exactly what it costs to raise a child.
Yeah.
They know, because they're having to pay for they're having to pay for orphans, they're having to pay for kids who are put into care, state care. So they know what it costs. So for me, bump that number up a little bit and split it down the guts, then each partner gets to pay that amount. But if they did that, they wouldn't have all those people having to fight, make sure that people are forking out more than they should be. Lawmen are in general. They wouldn't have all the courts running as much as they would. So you'd be wiping out thousands of jobs, even in Australia, which has only got about 22 million people in it. So he'd be wiping out thousands of jobs. There'd be probably millions. So you put all those people out of work because all of a sudden there's no work for them. A lot of this stuff is just to keep people in work. And you've got productive people who are actually doing something, creating something of value, because your government workers aren't creating anything. All they're doing,
it's like their jobs.
Well, it's not so much. They're still under stress. So I don't want to say it's a lot of them air jobs that are easy to do, but they're still under massive amounts of stress.
Well, that's
the thing is, the tax pool is like, I don't know. Warhorse is a mechanic. He's producing something, right?
Yeah, he's making a product.
As an electrician, you're producing something.
Right, there's a product.
Straight shooter, electrician, producing something. Me as a plumber, producing something. We pay into the system.
We're double paying, yeah. When you get a divorce,
so we pay in.
You're already paying into the egalitarian system from every man does. Every man's paying in already. Why are they double? The question has always been to me is, why are you double hitting on the people that are using the system?
Here you go. I'll explain it. I'll tell you that. The people in the government don't produce anything.
They don't
pay tax. Their tax that they pay, and I'll put that pay in inverted commas, is just money that they have got from a pool out of the government that goes back into the same pool. So they're not actually paying any real tax. So they have to hit the people that are creating something real twice as hard.
Yeah, and that's where the slave system. That's why we call it a system of slavery, because it is a system of slavery. Because you have one class of people that are just, well, I always call it lighter than air work, that are not really paying into the system because they got government jobs, and then you got a class of people that are paying double into the system. It's like, oh no, I don't support a system that supports slavery. No.
Well, we've got, the socialist system is, I think, I can't remember who was, one of the guys put it out there. Socialist systems keep building and building and building, as in governments keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger, right? So eventually there's just so many people sucking off the system that there's not enough people actually producing something of worth that the system collapses. Now this is where the West is, and I mean all of the West is at the moment.
Right, yeah. When we talk about recipients of welfare, we're talking about corporate welfare, and we're talking about, who the biggest recipients of welfare in our country are? Judges. Yeah, divorce judges.
Well, it would just be judges. It'd be anything that's government, anything that's government funded.
Yeah, once you start thinking about it that way, you start going, oh no, these people aren't producing nothing, and they're just they're
what about the military?
It's a casteism. It's a system of casteism then.
But isn't the military part of that? It's the whole military industrial complex. That is part of the system. They only get paid by the government. So that's all been sucked out of the people producing something.
Yeah, that used to come out of tariffs.
All the government.
Yeah, that used to come off. The military used to be funded by tariffs and trade. Now they're tapping into the social egalitarian system to support your military, and that's where they're crossing the line.
Well, they're doing it everywhere. It doesn't matter where it is. It's still a tax.
Guys, I don't know if you noticed, but Black Gnostic has joined us.
Yeah, Eli's joined
us. And welcome to you, sir. And I'm hoping he had some input for this. He's been very quiet here for a while
now.
Hello.
He's getting his mic in order.
Eli? Oh, okay. I just wanted to point it out that he is in here.
Yeah,
and he was waiting to come in from the other chat, so I couldn't get the link to him. He's obviously not on G Plus or whatever, but Shining.
You gotta fix that. You gotta.
Yeah. Shining got it for us.
Yeah.
Good old Shining.
Yeah, good old Shining. Yeah, when I put your name in, I know the other account and that one comes up, but I can't. I don't know if you look at that account sometimes. I can't get Black Gnostic Speaks account in there, and it doesn't come up as a
good account. Yeah, it doesn't recognize it at all. I tried it with his and the main one, and it didn't recognize it at all. So yeah, he needs to fix that. And I think he's working on his mic. I see it going on and off, but we can't hear him.
I get that all the time. My mic just I unplug it, plug it back in. Let me go up to settings and see if the settings is recognizing your mic. That's the little gear up there, I think.
Can you hear me?
Yes, there you go. Google was censoring you there for a second. How you doing, Eli?
Oh, what happened?
He dropped out again.
No. Damn, I know he's been in here before, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's just Google. They're
Skype.
There it goes.
He crackled in there.
Yeah, it just kind of went in and out for a second.
Yeah. Maybe he'll sort it out.
Yeah.
These are some of the.
You might have to restart your computer too. That's always
I found just restarting the link.
Yeah.
To the Hangout usually does it with me. But Yeah, every computer is different, I think.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So let's move on from the what women. Well, how we got from that into the egalitarian thing, and back and from that to it's just natural for them to believe that way, and why the system doesn't. The system, it's not that socially we're not up to date on these things. We are socially, very aware of these things, but the legal system and the system that they think they're up to date, they are very behind times. They're living in the 1800s right now, where they need to update on the way the legal system.
Can
Uh,
you guys hear me?
oh yeah, there you go.
There you
Okay.
go.
All right.
Got
Yeah, I
it
wanted.
worked out.
Yeah, I wanted to say something about the economic system because it really ties into the Industrial Revolution and also what's
Yes,
coming up, which is the fourth Industrial Revolution. Like before the Industrial Revolution, everybody worked. Everybody worked because everybody had to work or they didn't eat. Everybody starved. So every
right.
person from that was older than 3 years old had to do something because that's what kept everybody fed and kept the whole economy working. But when the machines came in, what did it do? It separated human labor from human production,
Hmm.
and that has advanced. And countries do not know what to do with that. So they have been for 200 years. They have been playing with um, how Caesar had the same problem when his machines came in. What do I do with the people that are working the land if they don't have jobs? And this was 2,000 years ago with simple machines. So that thing about what do you do with the human people that you need to actually provide an economy, and the machines are taking their jobs.
Right.
What do
Yeah.
you do with them? Do you let them starve?
Yeah.
You
That's
send them into favelas or shanty towns like they do in third world countries? Where you're going to have unrest. So modern societies have been struggling with that,
Yeah, I
and
think we just stop chasing our alms, and you provide housing, you provide food, and you let people live. Uh, there's a certain portion of our society that wants to they like those McCarthyisms, the deadbeat dad, the baby mamas,
yeah,
yeah, they like that because they think they're worth more than these other people. Uh, no, we got to develop housing becomes
yeah.
you know, you get your housing, you get your electric, you get your gas, everything you need, and there's not a necess there's no there's it's not necessary that everybody works anymore. How you start rating that, uh, men always want to go to work, and
Yeah.
that's if we made it more comfortable where men weren't turned into slaves, I would go to work every day and be happy because that's what I do. you know. Uh,
Right, but with the advent of machinery, we've become a more leisure
yeah,
usage society, and where the economy gets bolstered is through that leisure.
yeah.
But and that in turn provides jobs again, which become mechanized. It's a dog chasing its own tail here.
Yeah, it basically is. And then what they tried to do, because after because of my particular you know uh, class, which is African Americans, I
Hmm.
went back and I looked at the Monahan report and looked at what they were trying to do in the '60s. Now,
Hmm.
what they tried to do in the '60s was, after the Depression, they started passing these what they call socialist laws because basically the way capitalism was going. Um, the vulture capitalists were basically sucking all the money out of the
Right.
country, out of from taking all the machines, and the vulture capitalists were taking all the money out of the system, and basically the regular folks, it basically the second time, were getting ready to tear the system up. So the thing is, they brought in more socialism to basically keep people happy until they can get them back to work. But what happened is that they also offered this kind of stuff to the women. And like I said, once you give a woman something, women
Yeah.
don't go backwards in lifestyle. They want more and more and more and more. So basically, what they actually found out is that women will not have children if they're not paid for.
Oh yeah.
So,
Yeah.
To bolster, because so to bolster women having children to basically support the population, what they started to do and start passing laws before 1937, no woman could get welfare or assistance or any kind of thing from the government unless she was a widow or she was an orphan. And then after the Depression, um, Roosevelt changed that to where if she could prove that she was abandoned,
Yeah.
she could get aid to families with dependent children. That's where AFDC came from. That was in 1937. That's where the out of wedlock rate started to take off for the black families, because a woman could get, as long as she could prove that she was married at least once, no matter how many children she had, she could claim that she was abandoned, and then she could receive welfare. And then in the 60s, they found out that the birth rate was dropping again. So what they did was, even with an out of wedlock, what they passed, they changed the laws again to where even if you weren't married, you were never married. As long as you had a child, you were subject to assistance. And now they started paying women for having children out of wedlock, and that boomed, and they couldn't afford it anymore. So they say, okay, we can't, as a government, the taxpayers can't afford this anymore. We have to find out another scheme. So that's when the child support came in.
Yeah, that
They
was
said, we're gonna find, and basically you got to find a greater sucker, right?
No fault
And
divorce.
that's about the same time that we went off the gold standard.
Oh
Because
yeah,
it couldn't support the system anymore. It couldn't support it.
The gold standard is a good book to understand the gold standard and what it was about, especially the American gold standard. Is a book called Gold, Dollars, and Power. It's about a 200, maybe 300-page book.
Okay.
And what he did, he was a professor out of economist professor out of the University of Texas. And what he did was he studied the Bretton Woods system from start to finish, and he went through it step by step, why it was started, how it was started, and all the little machinations that was going around, and why we actually went off the gold standard. We were actually forced off the gold standard by France.
I didn't know that.
If Charles de Gaulle, France had a habit, if they can't do forcing countries off the gold standard for economic advantage. If they couldn't compete with you economically, they tried to use the gold standard, force you off the gold standard, because they did that with Germany twice. And
Eli,
yes,
I just
yes,
wanted
sir.
to drop in there.
Mm-hmm.
The stuff I've read about the US dropping off the gold standards was because of the overprinting of money to fund the Vietnam War.
That's
They
what I
printed more
heard.
money than it was the gold standard. So I don't. Well, is there any way you could actually point us at something that could verify what you're saying?
Oh yeah. It's I'm trying to remember the name of the author, because he wrote a book, and the book was so. Basically, the book is suppressed because they don't want anybody to know about it, because he was a professor. He wrote this book, and right after the book, he wasn't allowed to speak, and the Council of Foreign Relations just gave him a seat. They gave him a position because they didn't want him to talk about it, because the book was so accurate. Because right after the 2008 crisis, I needed to learn about the Bretton Woods system, and I found that book, and that book goes from soup to nuts about about everything you wanted to know about the Bretton Woods system and American on the gold standard. Because the
Well,
Bretton Woods
correct me if
Well,
I'm wrong, but wasn't Nixon the one that took us off the gold standard?
Nixon was the United States was actually forced off the gold standard, and there's a guy that wrote a book. I'm trying to remember the name of the book. He was an economist out of the University of Missouri, Kansas City, and he was actually hired to see what the repercussions were if they actually went off the gold standard. And he wrote a paper, and basically what he was saying is that the United States, because of its blue water navy and and the NATO in Europe, because they had all the forces in NATO in Europe, and the only thing that kept the Germans, the English, and the French from fighting is because there was NATO, and plus the NATO kept the Russians off the Germans behind, because the Russians killed about 25 million of their population, and they wanted revenge. So the only thing keeping uh, the Russians off the USSR off of Germany's behind was the United States. So
But they
basically,
were still, wait a minute, Germany was still, East Germany was still controlled by the Russians or under their thumb.
okay, okay. Okay, if you guys got time, I can explain it to you why that happened, because I also investigated that. Okay, if you want to know about East Germany, real quick, I'll take about 2 minutes
Yeah.
to tell you about East Germany, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
cool.
huh? Go ahead. Okay, you guys want me to tell you about it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Prussia is East Germany. Okay, Prussia is the country that formed Germany as a country, because I can't remember his name. The Kaiser that brought them together. I'm trying to remember.
Kaiser Wilhelm.
Yeah, not Wilhelm, but I'm talking about his undersecretary. What was his name? They named a boat after him. I'm dropping names because I know so many of them.
Jeez. I'm a German, so I should know this.
You should know that because
I know, and I do, but I can't spit it
but
out.
he said that Germany would be brought together by iron and blood. So basically, he started a war against the Austria. He defeated them. He started a war against France. He defeated them. And basically, that's what those wars formed Germany as a country. But they started to they also started to attack the rest of Europe as a power.
Oh, you're going way back.
Yeah.
To Friedrich, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Friedrich.
Yeah.
It was Kaiser Friedrich.
Wow.
Wow.
I'm trying to remember his name, but there's the chancellor that brought them together. I can't remember his name, but they named a boat after him. But he fought he started the wars that brought Germany together.
Bismarck?
But that was Prussia, and basically Germany fought the French 3 times. They fought them in the French-American War, and then they fought them in World War I, and they fought them in World War II.
Oh,
So
Bismarck.
Yeah, Bismarck.
Okay, thanks, Howard.
Otto van Bismarck, yeah.
Yeah. So basically, Germany fought 3 wars against France, and they were if they allowed them to stay together, they might fight a 4th. So what England did is when Germany was defeated the 2nd time, what they did was they cut Prussia away from the rest of the Germans. They wanted to keep Germany, the German people, but they wanted to get rid of the head. They cut off the head of the snake, which was Prussia. So they named that East Germany, and they gave them to their enemies, which was Russia.
Right.
So
But
why
that's after World War II. That was a concession.
after World War II. And
that was a concession because the Western Germany was the American, or the
Exactly.
Western.
Europe took West, and they figured that the Russia would do in the Prussians, because the Prussians had basically started wars against them too. So they gave Prussia or East Germany to their enemies. And there's a quote that I have someplace in my notes. I can't pull it up now, where he said where he made that special quote about the evil that was coming out of Prussia, and that's why they cut off East Germany. If you notice, the East German lines cut right across where Prussia is supposed to be, and that's why East Germany went to Russia. But that's a quick story.
Okay.
Yeah, they really didn't have a choice, though, either.
No, they didn't.
Because the Russians went into Berlin, and they were actually the ones that took it down, going into it and overcoming it. So they agreed, all the alliances agreed that, hey, you get this side, we get this side. And England ran Western Germany for the longest time to begin with. It wasn't the Americans that actually ran it. It was the English that ran the Western Germany front, and the Russians ran East Germany with their communist input. So that's when the wall was actually built.
And this is the and this is really funny. This is something that's kind of inside baseball that very few people actually know. because the Prussians came in and ran East Germany and kept East Germany from basically causing a problem. With the fall of the with the collapse of the USR, it was written into that one of the agreements that East Germany and West Germany would have to be reunited for them to sign off on the agreement for perestroika
Okay.
in 1989. But that's an aside. But the thing is that um, uh, uh, with the gold standard, with the particular gold standard, see, there was always the case of whether uh, uh, we keep troops into Europe to help basically peacekeeping troops into Europe because it was costing us a lot of money, and then we were basically fighting police actions all over the world. Vietnam was one, and then the biggest thing that actually forced us back where we couldn't afford it is the Great Society. The Great Society was really expensive, and you can't keep outside troops that are very expensive in Europe, and basically those dollars are going over there, and France especially was trying to reclaim those dollars for gold. There's only so much gold, and France was taking the money that it took to house the troops on European soil and reclaiming dollars, and that would it had the United States went down to about from 100% in 1950 when the Bretton Woods actually was implemented, and was down to like 25% by the time of 1970. So after 1971, they had a committee and they said, okay, we're gonna stop that. In other words, you can't take dollars and reclaim gold anymore. Said, but if you wanna not use the dollars anymore, we can do it. We'll just pull out our troops, we'll pull out our boats, and you guys basically handle the rest of the world for yourself. We won't use our big ass military to basically police the world. You guys are going to have to build your own militaries, build your own function, and you guys are going to have to police the rest of the world yourself. We're going back in, and we're going to take care of our society. And basically, the world blinked. That's how come we're on this non-gold system all the way around the world, and the dollar system has basically been around for what 45 years, and nobody's really said anything until basically Chinese came up. But that's the short end. But it's saying the book "Gold, Dollars, and Power" basically tells you all about that and all the different things that they tried, because they tried different things. They tried to use uranium instead of gold. They tried special drawing rights. Yeah, special drawing rights, basically to get a basket of currencies as the the official currency around the world, and basically all those things didn't work. So the United States says we're just going to go off the gold standard, and you guys are going to just have to figure it out for yourselves, because we're not going to run your economic system anymore. And the thing is, you can't build an economic system and tear it down. Otherwise, you're going to have a collapse in global trade. And that's why they blinked.
That's what's happening, though.
Yeah.
Sort of what you've sort of said is that the US has basically put a rod up its own back and said, well, you conform to what's going on here. We have to drop the dollar standard, but we're fucking ourselves in order to do that. Now, the stuff I've been reading online and the stuff that's out there within the US itself, the US is currently $19 trillion in debt.
More than that.
That's just the government.
Yeah.
Right. Their projections of their forward debt is something like 200 trillion. It's just
at least
astronomical amounts. Right. So, and they're still talking about the special drawing rights. They're different mobs are talking about trying to collapse the actual US dollar. And creating a world dollar, or a world currency, which they're talking about to be the SDR. I'm not saying you're wrong in anything you've said, because I'm just going on stuff that I've been sort of looking at online in regards to the financial side of things, because it's just something I'm interested in. But they're basically talking about. No, there's people that have been saying for the last about 10, 15 years that in 20 years, which is probably 2020, that the US is going to become a third world country because it's been set up to go that way. All the infrastructure, all the industry is being shipped offshore. All the good jobs are being shipped offshore. And there's, obviously they've still got their tech. The US has still got their tech, which they're still pretty good at. But even that's been beginning to be shipped offshore. All the other stuff is all the manufacturing of their iPhones and all that stuff is being shipped offshore. There's not going to be much left actually in the US. The powers that be apparently, now this is all conjecture, are going to fuck over the US, crush the middle class entirely, which they're slowly doing, and just fuck off and leave all the people to starve to death. Now these are the guys, these guys are trying to sell gold, so they're pushing this narrative that the world's going to end and all this sort of bullshit, which is bullshit. People will not starve, but you can sort of see that in a sense that it's going that way. You can't have a country adding $1 trillion of debt to their to their country every single year. It took them, up until about 2007. It took about, there was about, I think it was about $8 trillion in debt.
Mm-hmm.
You've added another over 10 to it in 7 years. Now that's just building and it's multiplying.
Mm-hmm.
That can't keep going on. So there's either some plan going on that's encouraging this, or
well, Paul, here's the thing.
Mm.
China already tried that by devaluing their currency quite some years back, and they wanted to become the dominant currency in the world. And the U.S. dollar has fallen, but the time will come where the U.S. will devalue itself, its dollar as well. And they're not going to go off the top of the rung. They're just not. I don't care how much they're in debt. Right now, the fact that we are off the gold currency and printing money at will, they're going to continue to sweep it under the rug. And at this point, it's nothing more than numbers. It's not real anymore.
No, it's not real.
Yeah, it's not. It's not. And this is what, a lot of these guys playing this game are saying, well, we've shipped all this currency offshore, and a lot of this is going to all flow back and create inflation in the US. Now, I'm not in the US, but I'm thinking to myself, well, hang on, they created this out of nothing. Why can't they destroy it from into nothing?
Well, inflation is actually what they want. But the thing is, what we're having is the opposite. We're having deflation.
Well,
that's way more destructive.
Sure of that. I'm not really sure of that, and I'm not sure that deflation is actually destructive. When you look at like computers, there's a gold guy who talks about this. You look at computers, they get cheaper, stuff gets cheaper. How is that destructive for the consumer? If you're able to go out and because of China's been and the sort of third world countries are producing clothing really cheap. Like when I was young, 20, 30 years ago, a pair of jeans would cost me, Levi's were, I don't know, $20.
Mm-hmm.
No, this is Australian dollars I'm talking about. So $20. Now I can, you're looking at 30 years, but I can still get a pretty good pair of jeans for about $15, $20.
Mm-hmm.
But what we're being paid is a hell of a lot more than what we're being paid back then.
Right.
People were probably getting in about $90 a week, whereas the average person probably here getting $1,000 a week.
Yeah.
Well, this would be before taxes. So maybe they're taking 600 home.
Well, it's a cat and mouse game. It really is a cat and mouse game.
It is.
Look, last year there was no cost of living increase in the government for any type of spending or what have you. But once the new year rolled around, once that quarter was over and the government deemed it that there was no cost of living increase, everything went up in price as far as buying it. Okay, so next year there'll be a cost of living increase. This is a cat and mouse game. It's going to
Will there
continue.
though?
Well, there's a very good reason. There's a very good reason for inflation, and there's a reason it's set that the perfect amount of inflation is 3%, because that is how much your population increases every year. And the thing is, if you don't have 3% inflation, you don't have demand, and you don't have places for that population to go and find a job. That's the reason that the banking system allows inflation to increase 3% every year. Where
Well,
if you think
it's
you can
not.
look it up,
The reason,
you can look it up.
the
You
there
can look
is
it up.
inflation. There is inflation due to that.
Hmm.
But if you don't have inflation, ongoing inflation, like
Mhm.
if you're borrowing, and it doesn't matter. It seems like every single country. It doesn't matter which one you go to. Even here, we're in 450 billion or something stupid
Yeah.
in debt, right? So
Hmm.
you borrow $450 billion, and in your
Hmm.
case, in the US case, 19 trillion, right? And
Hmm.
you've got 0% interest. If you are able to add 2% interest into the future, all right?
Right.
All of a sudden, you might be paying that 19 trillion plus 2%.
Yeah.
But you're only paying, you're paying plus the interest, but you're not paying the actual 19 trillion. You're only paying, at the end of the day, maybe 7 trillion. And this is why they encourage inflation.
Well,
Is
that's
to
what the
make
Fed is.
so
That's
they
what the
have a
Fed.
bunch of
That's what the Fed is all about in this country, and that's why we bitch about it, because we're not paying off anything other than interest. But
Yeah.
it's all just numbers. It's not a reality.
It's not a reality. But the thing is, that's part of the reason that after World War II they went to a quasi gold system under Keynes, because this is the way a gold system actually worked in the old days. Okay, if you wanted, if the only way that your economy could actually grow under a gold system is you acquire more gold. So in other words, if you had a population increase and your economy can't grow, then you have a lot of young men that are without work. So the thing
Yeah.
is, if you can't acquire more gold and allow your economy to grow, what you need to do is go take somebody else's stuff,
Right,
Well,
right.
which
hang
is
on.
war.
No, no,
Yes,
no, no,
that's
no.
true.
That doesn't work like that. It
Okay.
doesn't work like that. If
I
you've
wanted
got the
to.
work there, right,
Mm-hmm.
it would actually, it would cause deflation in a sense, because if your population increases by 2%,
Mm-hmm.
and you've still got the same amount of gold, okay, maybe you're able to mine 2%, but
Mm-hmm.
say you can't mine anything in that year,
Right.
right? That would create deflation, because you'd have to spread that same amount of wealth that the
It
country's
would
got.
actually cause inflation, because you have
Yeah,
less
we're
dollars.
we're
You actually
working
cause, yeah.
down on that right now. You got to look at it this way. There's a false perception about this $18.4 trillion that
Oh, it's a
the
lie.
U.S.
Yeah.
owe. Yeah, because the rest of the world owes the U.S. $15.3 trillion. Now our budget is $3.9 trillion. That leaves us on a surplus end.
But
Right,
the
Once
thing,
you,
and you also have to take it all in aggregate, because look at the population of the Earth as a whole is what, close to 7.5 billion people on this Earth.
Mhm.
So you've got to look at the whole, and this is why the global economy has taken off to such a degree
right.
that you've got to look
So
at
you
the
start looking at the
pluses and
global
minuses
thing,
and add
and
them all up.
the United States actually got everything covered quite nicely because they have a pretty much almost about a $900 billion surplus right now, and that's the surplus money that goes into Social Security and stuff, which exactly matches the amount of Social Security pays out. So when you start,
But
yeah, the
first of all,
economics is
why
right.
is it rising? That
What's
doesn't
that?
make any sense. Why is the country's debt rising?
Well,
Uh,
because what's owed to
you
us is
you
money.
have 94 million. You have 94 million people that aren't working. That's why the debt is rising. You have to you basically you're supporting almost 100 million people
Yeah, I
with
Yeah,
on
realise
that's
some
chump
that.
some
change. You got to
simple terms.
understand that's chump change for the United States. It only cost us 890 some billion dollars to take care of every person that's out of work and unemployed and in poverty in the United States. That's just chump change.
Yeah.
Well, that's not even including your counterparty claims that's done by your banking system. It's
Yeah,
yeah. What I'm
yeah.
saying
We
is,
don't even know what the banking system is worth, really, when you
well,
start
no,
thinking about it.
they're not going to tell you because the thing is that even every economic system is a system of trust.
Right.
So in other words, if you don't have a system of trust to trade, Joe, you know that one. You
Yeah.
know that because you're probably in a state that you're in a state that's local, and even with barter, you
Mhm.
have to trust the other person uh, who gives you money or gives you something that's good, that you can actually trade that for something else that you need. It's a
Yeah.
system of trust.
Yeah.
If that dollar, that
Trust
little
me,
piece, yeah,
if that trust system was being violated, the
right.
system would have collapsed already. For all we know, that system can be worth up towards to 24, 25 billion trillion dollars.
and
Uh,
and
and they're
that's
sitting there
that's
laughing
what
at us arguing about it.
Nixon. Well, the thing is Nixon. It's poorly understood, but Nixon actually did what they thought they had to do at the time. Which, when you look at it, what they were facing, it you would have done exactly the same
Yeah,
thing.
yeah, yeah.
I mean, because that's the way I work when I analyze, anything political, economic. I try to put myself in the shoes of the people that are actually making the choices.
Yeah,
I say,
yeah, that's what I
what
was
would,
looking into Brazil this week, and
mm,
Brazil was a good example of, and I just love it that a female president is taking a hit on that one. But you can look at the whole system very clearly
mm,
if you start looking at Brazil and their major product is sugar and gasoline and everything, and how that failed and everything, and you look at the Forbes reports on that, and it's like something's not quite right here.
yeah, oh, yeah. Well, it failed. It's basically a domino effect. United States people aren't really working like they used to, so they can't buy the products from China. China's not producing
That's
because
because they're on a comparative advantage, and that's where I say they're wrong for being on it because they got an ultimate advantage.
Wait a minute, wait a minute, guys. The companies are moving out right now out of China, and they're
yeah.
going to other third world countries like Vietnam, and
No,
they're going
If you
into
haven't
third
noticed,
world countries because China is
it's more
also
get more
growing
expensive.
so quickly
right?
now,
If you
and
haven't noticed,
people are
they're moving
demanding
back to
more
the United
money.
States now too.
Oh yeah, but one, because China steals technology, and two, that you have to, sooner or later, you're going to have to put your citizens back to work, because that ultimately will drive your economy. You can't have this many people out of work and have half your
But
adult population out of work.
okay, that's what we sort of started off at the beginning,
What's that?
whereas
Yeah,
there's
I was waiting for it to
we're
work
talking
back.
about the Western side countries where they basically got too many people in jobs that are
Right.
just bullshit jobs that are
Yeah.
putting people under stress, and they're just waste of time. So
It's a waste of time.
they're not actually producing anything.
Yeah. Well,
And
they
it
could.
comes back to there's too many people, and I've seen videos on this where they're talking about that, here, where it's big mining here,
Mm-hmm.
and Rio Tinto, which is a fairly big mining company here, have got people apparently working in the city capital, driving the trucks thousands of kilometres away down in a mine pit. They're doing it in the city. They go to work in the city. They drive their trucks in the city
Yeah,
by remote control,
Yeah.
and the diggers and all that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So eventually there's just far too many people and not enough work. And
Yeah.
that seems to be going, that's what you were sort of going towards, as
Right.
in that happening worldwide. It's sort of happening in China. I'm hearing that there's something like 15 million miners going to be coal miners about to be put out of work.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have to adjust our system for that, and that's why I said that you can't change the egalitarian system, and as much as the right on Mgtow talk about, it's the egalitarian. This is the system we're dealing with now, and my idea is, okay, we have to move forward into this, and men have to move forward into this. We have to relinquish marriage.
Yep.
And get rid of marriage, because that's the holdup. That's
it's dead. It's dying anyway. It's dying
anyway.
Marriage is the problem.
Marriage is the problem.
It's the government involvement in marriage.
Government
never used to be in there. There used to be an agreement between the two people.
Mm-hmm.
They were going to spend their lives together, and they had vows together under the church. The government wasn't involved. When the government
doesn't need to be involved in this anymore. Let these things play out in a tournament system of mating, and the egalitarian system takes care of the mamas and the children's, and every person in the society puts in their 30% that we're already paying, and we don't complain about baby daddies and baby mamas more, and that's a more perfect system.
That was a crappy system for men also, though.
Well, the thing is, so I was looking at the Jawa tribe of Andanese, the little island that's off the way out in the middle of the Indian Ocean. They said it was basically been untouched for like 30,000 years.
Yeah.
And they have a marriage system. They have a marriage system. And the thing is, it's an assigned marriage system where you assign a man to a woman so that you can facilitate the birth of children. That's what marriage is about. But the thing is, if you don't have children in the system, or you don't want children produced anymore, or to a lesser level, which a lot of women don't even have children anymore, there's really no need for marriage, because marriage is just there to facilitate children. So the thing is,
right,
once you don't have to produce human labor anymore, which is the Industrial Revolution started to find that out. You can see the rifts in marriage. So society has no reason to keep to put a man and a woman together.
Absolutely no reason for it to be around.
Either we go back to arranged marriages the way it should be, and force a man and a woman to stay together, so where it's fair for the woman and it's fair for the man. Then we should just eliminate the system altogether.
Well, we're already seeing a lot more common law enforced marriages.
Yeah,
they're still enforcing that.
They're still trying to go by old patriarchal laws. That's what they're still trying to. It takes a while for that to work itself out of the system. We're still trying to have a cultural form that was born back in the agrarian age, or even before that, and we're still trying to enforce that system. So even though men, don't see a value in it anymore because they're not getting anything out of it, they keep trying to chase men and force them into a marriage, like the common law. Basically, child support is a marriage. Basically, if you have a kid, go ahead.
We constantly try to tell people that cohabitation is not a realistic option.
No, it's not. No, we have to relieve the people of that burden of shame.
Yeah,
that's the smallest part and the biggest issue. It's like, all we have to do is stop calling them baby mama, stop calling them deadbeat dad, and just use the egalitarian system we have now, and then everybody goes to work, everybody starts getting along, and you just go mate. Mating is who you pick and who she picks and everything. That's that.
Yeah. But women won't have children unless they're paid for, and that's what they found out.
They will be getting paid for it. They'll be getting paid by the egalitarian system. There's be no stress, no pressure in their life if we just let this thing go a little.
So it's more like the Swedish model.
Yeah, more like the Swedish model. That's the only people that want to hold this system together is, like Mate was saying, is the people that are tapping off of it and doing the lighter than air jobs that are tapping out of the system right now, and that's where our funding is being lost. That's where we're seeing our $3.3 trillion deficit here.
Well, in a sense, Traversable. Okay, it comes back to jobs again.
Mm-hmm.
There are only so many real productive jobs out there, and that's half the problem. And they're having
that's a system of shaming in itself too. Yeah,
he was saying there's only so many productive jobs out there.
Mhm.
So they're having to basically shoehorn people into shit jobs that aren't real jobs
Right.
real
in
jobs,
order
right?
to
Just
keep,
relieve those real.
keep
Yeah.
people
See,
busy. It's
that's
just to
the
keep people
system.
busy.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the system machine. I mean, you don't have to work if you don't want to, and or you don't if you're more qualified, and it's a system of merit. The people that should be doing the jobs are the people that have earned the merit and are more qualified for the.
Right.
But there's a system of shaming that says if you don't do this, then you're not as good, and then that's when we get we got to lose that too, and
Well, to me, ultimately, to me, you've got all these people, and I don't care whether male, female, and all this argument going on.
Yeah.
You've got all this brain power, which is being shoehorned into shit positions where they could actually be building on that intellect, building it higher and higher and higher,
Right.
rather than actually being pushed into a job where they're forcing somebody to do some sort of bullshit
Forcing
child
that,
support or whatever, having people fighting against each other in a court, where they could be using that actual intellect to produce something. I can't get why they're doing this.
yeah,
You know,
that's the big thing.
not necessarily, you don't necessarily, like I said,
think
they've got the money to pay for this already because they're
Yeah,
already
they
paying
got the
these
money,
people to do
yeah.
fuck all. So why
It's a
aren't
product
they
of the
using their
political
intellect?
duality. Isn't it a product of the political duality? As long as we
Well,
have two political parties arguing against each other, they're always going to need an enemy.
it's capitalist control because the thing is, if they release all the technology and allow people to actually take the tech that the society produces and produce for themselves in say in small little worker co-ops where
Yeah,
local people produce whatever they're going to produce and they sell
right.
it
Co-ops are
whatever
important.
marketplace because they have the tools. But then the people at the top won't be able to make these large
Yeah,
financial gains anymore. So the thing
right.
is,
They're not going to have that swimming
they'll
pool,
they'll have
the
yeah.
Olympic-sized swimming pool in the $2 million house.
Or
They're going to have to live like everybody else.
or the private jets and all the
Yeah,
stuff that they have, except for very rare people. So the thing, so basically, that's what they're coming to as they've been trying to hold this technology back, but they're seeing that this system isn't working right now. So basically, they're going to have to do what they didn't want to do 20 years ago, which is release this technology and let people uh, uh, figure it out for themselves. Okay, here's the tech. We're going to give you. This is what they're planning, right? This is what they're talking about. That's why. Remember, I posted the fourth industrial revolution, talking about them talking about
right.
it in Davos earlier this year.
Yeah,
This is what they're talking about. In other words, this is the plan that they have for Western countries. Technology's got to the point that we can't really hold it back anymore, and our system of capitalism isn't working the way it's breaking down. So what we're going to have to do. Uh, we can't provide jobs for anybody anymore. So basically, what we're going to do is we're going to release the technology. We're going to let robots do their thing for the big industries. We're going to pay every citizen a
a
basic income,
standard range. Yeah,
whether you work
Bernie
or not.
Sanders idea.
Yeah, whether you work or not, because the machines are basically taking your jobs, and there's nothing you can do about
Right,
it.
you
So
can't
we
do
have to.
about it. Yeah.
Yeah, so we're gonna give you basic income. So if you have enough brain power and enough moxie to figure out how you can earn more money and fit into the
Right.
economy, here's a technology. You go use it. You go figure it out. You cut out your niche, and
Yeah.
that's basically where it's going. Because at this point, you can't continue to have this many people idle. And
Right.
then bringing the technology, you're going to have even more people idle because the thing is, it's not going to stop. You can shoehorn people into, like he was saying, shoehorn people into useless jobs if you
Right.
want to, but
That's just
eventually that's going to play out too.
yeah. They're not making product. That's why I like Bernie Sanders. I think his ideas about a minimum living wage would settle a lot of things, and it would push MGTOW. A lot of people don't see the beauty of that because
Hmm.
okay, now you got a minimum living wage. You don't need child support. You don't need this big corporate
Exactly.
judging system. You don't need
Exactly.
all that stuff. It's just paper coming out, a check coming out, or going straight. It's not even a check. It's just going straight into your bank account now, and
Why do
that
you need a
cuts.
check?
Yeah,
Why
you
do
don't
you
need a
need
check. Yeah,
you
You
really
that's
could
going
do
to
what
cut.
you're doing in the army type thing, and not necessarily, be given a card
yeah
where you
yeah.
are able to get so much food or whatever you want to, whatever you need, but you've got a certain number of credits or whatever it may be.
Yeah,
Right.
that's what
But
it just it sells it.
I'm reading articles where they're saying that 60% of current jobs will be wiped out within 20 years
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But
No,
because
this
computers will
also
do it.
brings in natural selection, and we do
Right.
need a depopulation of the planet. It
Well,
can't
how's that going
sustain
to happen?
this
Yeah,
growth. It
we
can't.
can't let the retards keep mating.
Warhorse,
Jesus.
Warhorse,
actually, Warhorse, you actually could
yeah.
in my other circle, my think tank, you actually can sustain the growth, and we outlined ways you actually could with the technology that you have. The
Wow,
biggest,
but we've doubled the world's population
I
since
I
1970.
I I, I,
Doubled the
I
world's
know.
population.
Well, I'm saying I can give you the scenario that we came up with and see if you guys what you guys think about it and see if it's workable. Okay. The biggest thing is the biggest thing about sustaining the population is what food and water, right?
Right.
And
Housing.
Joe, you're basically an engineer. The biggest impediment to basically food is water and land. Okay,
Right.
and the thing is you have a certain amount of arable land, and the reason you only have a certain amount of arable land because you can't get the water that you need and the form
Right.
that you need to the
Okay.
land that's useless, right?
Yes.
But you have the technology to cheaply desalinize water. Okay,
Hmm.
if you have enough energy, you can cheaply desalinize water, and you can transport that water to wherever you need it. So basically, what we were talking about, because I'm a Pan African, and we were talking about how could you support Africa and how you can support a bigger population in Africa. So our plan is to take water technology, which it already exists, take the energy technology that already exists.
Right.
You take the Saharan land that basically been a desert for like
You
3,000
can
years.
terraform it. Yeah.
You terraform it. You basically because the planet is covered with what 2/3 of water, maybe
Yeah.
even more. 3/4 water so you have water. The thing is you don't have it in the form that you need it. You don't have it in the place that you need it. You depend on the sun to pick it up, basically ionize it and drop it someplace
But
that's usable. But the thing is, if you bypass that step with technology, you take the ocean water, desalinize it, and you pump it into the desert,
Into the atmosphere.
into the well, you don't not in the atmosphere. You directly pump it into the Sahara Desert. You
Yes.
build artificial lakes and whatever it is, and
oh,
you pump that water, and basically you terraform uh, um, the Sahara Desert. If you terraform the Sahara Desert, you can basically support at least 1.5 billion people.
Oh yeah.
With
My
with
idea with
wait a
that is
minute,
you
Eli.
pump it
Eli,
into the
I see a
atmosphere.
huge problem with this
what's
because
that?
you're presuming or assuming that the planet is going to cooperate with this,
You don't
and
have
that the
to.
natural balance of this planet, which is a violent planet that we live on,
Right.
or how you put it, is going to accommodate this type of terraforming or utilization of natural resources. This is never going to work out. I don't care.
Why? Oh,
This,
okay.
this is,
Okay. What's your thought? Give me your thought.
it it is a futuristic, uh, optimistic outlook of what can be done.
Mm-hmm.
Hypothetically, it can never happen by
Okay.
itself. Look at how much
That's
we
what they said
rely
about the
on our
modern climate
oceans,
system.
and
Okay.
look at what's happening to our oceans just due to pollution and the rise in temperature. Now, look, I don't care how the rise in temperature is coming about, but it
Okay.
is coming about. And even
Okay.
1 degree in the oceans, now you start pulling that water out, putting
Right.
into these dry deserts and
Right.
everything.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
you have to
Uh,
equally
there are
But
take the
but
so
but but
salt
many.
out
but
too. You
but,
can't
but,
throw the salt back in the ocean because you're oversalinating then, and
but,
that'll
but,
have
but, but, but but
effects.
the thing is, if you pump it into a hot region, say like the Sahara Desert, you pump it in there, you terraform it. What's going to happen? The water's going to rise, right? You know, the water's going to rise, and it's going to fall back and rainfall back into the ocean. It's gonna recycle itself. It's not a closed system.
Yes.
But it's not, yes, and it'll evaporate more than
Yeah,
likely quicker because you're not gonna get one up on nature. We think that we can,
we already
but
have. We already
This,
have.
We've
We already
already
have.
we've crossed that bridge
We
already.
crossed that bridge already. Yeah, we
and
already
look
have.
at how much land we have where the ground is no longer fertile
Well, the
because it's
thing,
been over farmed. You
because
know,
because the thing is, it's been over farmed, but I'm saying is you have technology now that can eliminate those problems, and you know the technology is going to advance faster than the problems are actually going to surface. I'm saying this is just a simple solution. It's just water and land. And the thing is, are you reclaiming land that is not being used? That water is going to evaporate and return back into the system. You know, technology is going to go faster than the problems that right now than it can create. And the second thing about overpopulation, the simplest way to prevent overpopulation and depopulate the world is basically give men birth control. If you give men birth control, that will cut the population in a quarter in about 20 years.
I think taking the balance out of nature by removing water from the oceans itself and thinking about tectonic plate shift in itself and the pressure of the water itself on those plates.
Yeah.
You're looking at a huge.
Not really,
But it
because
doesn't change.
the glaciers have done it already. You know, the world is still here, and when the glaciers were built up, and it covered like half of North America and a quarter of Europe, it took a lot of water out of the oceans and desalinized it and put it into ice. Now,
but we weren't alive during those times.
Oh yes, we were.
Warhorse.
Yeah.
No,
Your argument about the population being too high. Now, every population expansion in the world has always come with an increase in technology.
Right.
Right. So, and
but
most of the
population is actually falling now.
Yeah.
But how much of this technology? How much of this technology is really useful?
Yeah, but listen.
That's the point.
Just let me finish, okay?
Okay,
let me finish.
Go ahead.
So, as Western technology has reached sort of where it is now, populations are naturally starting to fall. All the population growth currently is in the so-called third world, right? So eventually, and it's already been projected that eventually they'll get to our sort of technology base, and it will start to decline naturally as it is in the West.
Yeah.
So it will only reach a certain level. Now, currently, obviously, in the third world, they've already only got so many resources. The West is not shipping massive amounts of food to these nations. They are self-supporting in a large degree. So to turn around and say, well, the world can't support this, it can and it is currently.
Wait a minute.
Let him finish, and then we'll let you talk. Go ahead, finish.
It does balance its way out. Okay, you sort of get famines, and say in Africa reasonably often.
Right.
And that does wipe out big chunks of population, and that can happen anywhere in the world. Okay, so it is a natural balance, as you say, but with technology, people are able to survive a bit longer, and if something happens in, say, Africa, or it has happened in the US where they get a dry patch for a couple of years, they're able to support that worldwide to keep those people alive until things settle down and the climate comes back again for them to re-support themselves again. But if the conditions are not there, like we're just animals, if the conditions are not there for increases in population, it won't happen. And the only reason why we've been able to have increases in population is technology.
Right. Okay, go ahead, Warhorse.
Right, and the point is that what technology creates, we are unprepared to deal with, because we don't have a countermeasure for what is unknown of what is created by the technology now.
Chaos.
and therefore, what happens after we utilize this technology to do what it is that we think we're doing, and it doesn't work out that way? Now we don't have the technology to do this. Okay, there are certain things we were exporting. Food out of the U.S., a lot of everything else. Now we're importing beef from China. I mean, okay, thank God China's got beef, which is lacking to say the least, but okay, we've got it here, we can eat it. But we are ill prepared to have our technology be that dependable. And we don't have a countermeasure to foresee what's going to happen with this technology and deal with it, because we don't have the technology to deal with that.
I agree with that.
This is a really bad situation that we're in, and we're relying too heavily on technology instead of the natural course of action that we should be taking, because we're too damn used to this entire deal of having everything handed to us in our homes through technology. It doesn't work that way with the rest of the planet. We're still guided by natural law.
I know what you're saying.
Go ahead.
But technology comes. The thing is, the technology has to be there first for the population to grow.
Right.
It doesn't go the other way around.
No, it doesn't.
The population can't expand massively without the technology or the means to increase food and water production in the first place.
Right.
And it already has. That's why people are starving to death.
I'm saying that the world is a global thing.
It's the exact opposite, Warhorse. It's the exact opposite. People were starving to death much more before the Industrial Revolution than after. You know that by the increasing population. If you don't have enough food, you get this big increase in population. It's not possible.
And that's what nature intended for it to do. To be self-checking. There needs to be checks and balances. I don't see.
We left nature back. We left nature behind a long time ago. And the thing is, it's not a matter of if. It's not a matter of what can we do. It's a matter of it's going to be done anyway. When the West had it, they could, you could always suppress it a little bit. You can always hold it back. But the thing is, now that it is spread because of the global economy, it's spread to every place else. Now they're seeing if we don't clone human beings, China's going to clone human beings, or Brazil's going to clone human beings. So the thing is, we got to basically we have to be in on the game. To
what ends? To what ends?
The thing is, we don't know. And the thing is, once that ball got rolling down the hill, it's going to roll down the hill. You can't, it's like a landslide. It's going to happen. It's just picked up speed. At this point, you can't stop it. So the thing is, it's like you were in a drag. You used to race drag cars, right? Once you hit that pedal, you're in it until that chute came out, right?
No, not realistically. You had control of the car.
You have control of the car.
Yeah. You can, to a certain degree,
to a certain degree, yeah. But the thing is, you're on that track, and the thing is, you're on that track, and that's that you're going somewhere, and that's technology, and it's got to the point that you have such force behind you right now. Just like in a dragster, you get such force behind you. If you slam on the brakes, what you're going to do? You're going to flip, right?
Well, so you're saying the entire planet is committed to this course of action.
Yeah, they just said that. That's why and I'm going to do more stuff on it, because I think as Mgtows we need to know. I posted a little bit of it, but I think I'm going to post more of it about the Fourth Industrial Revolution, because they're already experimenting with driverless buses, right?
Right.
They have Detroit, because I have a buddy that's an engineer for Ford. And they're going gun-ho on driverless cars. And if you think about it, if you look what's happening with Uber and Lyft were not designed for human beings to actually drive those cars. It was just an interim step. Uber and Lyft were designed for driverless cars. So you're going to replace, in about, I would say 10 years, you're going to replace every taxi in the United States with a driverless car. So how many people are you going to put out of work? You're going to replace, like my boy said in Australia, you're going to have driverless trucks, they're already in the United States. Is already Nevada has already licensed driverless trucks, and basically you can have one guy in a lead truck, and he can basically remotely control 5 or 6 trucks behind him. So how many truckers are you going to replace? And we're not even talking about the Obamacare and changing the medical the medical economy, because you're going to replace a lot of nurses, a lot of technicians, a lot of doctors with computers and with testing equipment and nanobots and a whole bunch of stuff. You're going to change. You're going to put a lot of people out of work. We're not even talking about artificial intelligence.
I think that's a great thing, though. Get rid of the dumb jobs. People have to be smarter, or they'll be weeded out of existence. I mean, it's been the same way since the Industrial Revolution. I mean,
correct.
True. As a software engineer, if the day when artificial intelligence replaced scientists, that's the end, pretty much. Because I consider scientists and engineers to be at the top of the food chain, in my opinion.
Right.
So you're talking about truckers and the coal miners. Okay, fine. They just have to learn new skills to adapt with the situation. And if they don't adapt, they die. That's how it's always been.
But the thing is, if they adapt and they die, you don't have an economy. There's a balance between having an economy and having a society, or replacing everybody with machines, and you have a society of machines that do nothing. What do you?
But that'll be naturally balancing, though, Eli.
Well, the thing is, we hope so. I mean, I hope so. You hope so. Everybody hopes so. But the thing is, they don't know. But the thing is, that's why they've held it back for 20 years. Because I've been hearing about this stuff
I've
for
seen
20 years.
Tech come into my plant where I used to work, and we had let's give an example of this. And we had say 10 welders, and they were welding plows. Is what they're welding, plows for snow removal. And we had this section in the plant, and what we did is we wanted to put automatic welders in. So my job as the electrician there was to get the PLCs together, start building the automatic welders, and do that. Everybody was screaming, "Oh God, technology is putting us out of work." But what we found with that is, for every one of those machines, we needed a feeder still, and we needed a mover. We needed someone to fix those machines. So we actually enlarged the maintenance department by 4 men at that point.
To the maintenance department.
Yeah, the maintenance, because the machines need to be highly maintenance now.
Yeah.
So we took the guys that were welding, we made them into the maintenances, and it all worked out very nicely. So technology is nice and everything, but and it's great for the production of the parts. But technology needs to be fed too. You still need the maintenance men to fix
for now.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's not only the question of can we do it, but should we do it? And that's a theological, or not theological, but hypothetical question that needs to be answered every time we go forward with technology.
Right.
Is yes, we can do it. All right, fine. But should we do it?
Absolutely.
There's always the question. But the thing is, that's how come everybody should go back and look at the World Economic Forum, because it's always interesting, and look at it every year, because this is where 6,000 of the 1% actually come together and actually discuss. Well, the 1% of the 1% come together and they discuss all these economic problems and what they're going to do with the population. And Joe Biden Joe Biden actually was there at the Economic Forum. And I think I put the clip up where he gave a speech, an opening speech, and he talked about the Fourth Industrial Revolution and the middle class, and how it's going to hollow out the middle class, and how it's going to replace a lot of people's jobs, and what are we going to do with these folks? And the technology eventually will replace these people. And the thing is, what they wanted to do was implement this stuff very slowly so people could adapt to it and the population could adapt to it. But now
you're going to have to adapt to it, and that's the problem.
But now it's going to come so fast. How can you adapt to it? You can't basically change the whole industry in 10 years, wipe out a whole industry in 10 years, and have people adapt to it. It's not possible.
Well, people just have to adapt to that.
Jobs.
Well, that's where the basic income comes in. You got to keep them alive to actually do that. Otherwise, you're going to get a big Luddite a big Luddite movement where you're going to start people smashing technology and basically breaking down what you're trying to build. So
But
if
that
you
won't
want to,
solve the problem, though. That will not solve the problem. I understand what you're talking about. People are going to react violently, but that will not solve their problem. In software engineering, I don't know how many programmers we have here, but from programming from the 50s was a lot harder than what it is today. So you
Right.
have these layers called abstractions. So what Traversable is talking about, where they had the automatic welders, yeah, that problem has been solved, but it creates new problems where he was talking about where his core employees before was the welders. Now they're doing maintenance. Okay, now that problem will be solved later
That's
on.
Right.
intelligence. You got
And
to have
then
training
right,
programs.
exactly, and then they will be forced to be smarter to do those new jobs. So one way or another, technology is going to get, because otherwise, if we're asking ourselves, should we utilize this technology, we might as well just go back into the cave and not worry about anything.
Yeah,
I
we're
mean,
going to do it. We're going to do it. We're going. Well, they're not talking about stopping it. But the thing is, they were talking about slowing it down. But the thing is, the economic system, the global economic system, as it sits, is going to crash if we don't do something. And this is basically their emergency brake. In other words, you know, the economic system is basically on life support, and the only way we can actually solve this particular problem is release all this technology and see where it goes, because that's the only way out, because the system is going to be dead anyway. So you might as well take the brakes off, get on that ride and see where it goes, and hope for the best at the end. So there's going to be there's a lot of technology that you're going to see this year. A lot of artificial intelligence that they've been holding back, a lot of medical advances that they've been holding back. Like I said, the driverless cars have been here forever. They've been holding that back. Driverless buses, all that stuff is going to be released within the next I would say the next 5 years.
We've
And
already seen this, haven't we?
we haven't seen anything like this.
Well,
Nothing
we've seen
like
it
this.
with Ma Bell. We've seen this with the breakup of Ma Bell and how that created the media outlets, and it created a bigger thing. And
But it was
they were
controlled.
yeah, they were holding back the technology. Ma Bell was holding back the technology.
Right.
As soon as
Kodak
you
did it.
broke up,
Yeah. Kodak
you know,
did it with
Kodak
cameras.
did it with the cameras, yeah.
Mhm.
And then now we have how many camera it seems to grow from there. From Ma Bell, which is AT&T, now we have Sprint, we have wireless, we have all sorts of. It was a good thing. It just needed to adapt.
Yeah,
But it's
people
still
just have to
controlled.
get with the times.
But it's still,
Yeah.
but it's still, but the thing is, the thing is, because because I started tracking this stuff back in 1993. When I was doing commodities, and they were talking about this, and they've been retarding the advance of this technology to slow it down so that people could actually adapt to it. But what they're doing now is they're taking the restrictor plates off of it.
Yeah,
So
at a certain point you have to,
they don't have a choice. The thing is, now we've already you can see how it's affected the culture. People have been running as fast as they can to keep up with the changes of the environment. And
yeah, it's an insatiable hunger that people have for technology, and they don't care about the ramifications of what might happen due to it. To me, that's a problem.
It is a problem.
It's moving too fast.
Absolutely, it's moving too fast. Then people can keep up with it. That's what's driving people crazy. But the thing is, what if if you look at Kurtz's, I think I put this up in Mgtow, one of my culture videos, where you're going to get the singularity, and that's what they're pointing to. What happens? Nobody knows what's going to happen when you reach the technological singularity. Nobody knows what's going to happen.
There'll be no more dumb jobs. You have to be smart to do them.
Well, the thing is, there won't be any more dumb jobs. What do you do with the dumb people that can't do them?
They either get with the times, or off they go. I'm serious. I mean, I don't feel sorry for people who don't invest in themselves.
But the thing is, they off they go. People are not going to go quietly. It's not going to happen.
It's not something you can predict. If I marry a doctor and I'm an engineer, there's no security saying my child's going to be an intelligent person.
No, but you could teach your child to invest in themselves and lead them down that direction.
And there's always going to be work, even if they let's take sex bots. Sex bots will lower the birth rate by billions actually, but there's going to be someone that's going to need to build those. There's going to be someone that's going to need to maintain those.
Engineers,
and,
right?
Why?
Engineers, and you're going to have some guy that needs to put on fingers. They're going to be putting
Why?
on.
Why,
That's-
Transbert?
No, you
They're
don't.
all-
Yeah, machines already do that. They build them.
Yeah,
You're not going to build them 100%. That's
No, they can. No, sure. Trust me, they can. I mean,
because
your software
durable goods break. Everything's durable. You got to remember, we live on a plateau that everything's durable and has.
but
your software
why
engineer
do
can
they
tell
need
you
a person to repair it? Why do they need a person to repair it? Why can't they have a machine repair it?
Because who's going to repair that machine? Now we're going down.
Oh,
that
so
Because
engineer.
they have
You
a
did-
machine
you-
repairing that.
You're down from 100 people to one person.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Not really, because things. It's like I gave my analogy. It's like a rod pushed into a. It's going to wear down. Everything wears down. Everything breaks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but the thing is,
I've been an electrician for God, and I see these things, these beautiful things. They bring in PLCs in these harsh environments and say this is going to be the next thing that's going to last forever, and it never lasts forever.
Right.
But one day it will. When that day comes, one day it will.
I disagree that it'll last forever, but it'll be cheaper to just replace it instead of fix it.
Yeah.
And a machine will do that, and then there'll be an engineer to fix the machine.
Yeah. But what happened?
If it needed a machine they'll just have machines fixing machines.
And then, but those machines still need to be fixed.
Talking
Also.
about
Still
doing
need
that
to be
now.
fixed, right?
Remember, Joe. Remember, Joe, when you first started as an electrician.
Yeah.
You basically everything. It had discrete parts, and you had to solder, and you had to hardwire stuff and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And now, and 20 years later, you're basically a part puller. You find a known. You test out the part, see what bad part it is. You take that part out.
Yeah, I
swap
put more
part in.
parts in.
In other words, now you're doing less work than you did 20 years ago.
I don't know. Most of my job in industrial was walking around with a screwdriver tightening up screws because of vibration.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. It's what I'm talking about, Joe. What I'm saying is now you have robots that can actually have robots, and they've tested it that you can actually have a robot actually do that job for you because their dexterity is good to the point where they actually can lift, they can recognize, they have the finger dexterity to actually tighten parts. Basically you in 10 years you can have a workerless factory and don't have to have
I wish I
any
could find
human
a screw that could stay at 22 pounds. I would just really because that would make me just
well,
so happy.
you eliminate the screw.
Yeah.
what Black Gnostic is talking about is levels of abstraction. Over time, when technology advancing, there's less things that you would have to know to utilize that same technology. For instance,
the other end, it would be if we can just come with this egalitarian system that doesn't put these social pressures on people, then we eliminate the problem of where all the jobs go. Stop worrying about the other people, the others. Everybody's worried about what the others are getting for free, and that's where the problem is, and that's the shame-based society that we live in.
Yeah,
that's what we have to solve, and that's a very solvable problem. That's just it's the easiest problem we got.
Well, it's socialism on steroids, and we're taught not to like that, but that's what the thing is. That is. Socialism is always
a norm. When that becomes a norm, and people normally start, interacting in their houses, and I don't go to work, and this is what I do, and I'm just a member of the society, and that becomes a norm, everything will start working out better.
Well, the thing is, we don't know because it's never happened.
It's never happened.
What's it going to do to us culturally? What is it going to do to the families? What is it going to do to the human beings if they don't have what they call "quote unquote" meaningful work or meaningful purpose? How do you raise the children? What do you do with the people like you and me that have been doing it their whole lives and now they don't have that? How do we retrain them? How do we culturalize them? Those are the things that can't be answered until it happens.
Yeah.
Guys, I see that this technology is going to affect white-collar workers a lot more than blue-collar.
Well, both. It's coming up from both ends.
A lot more on the white-collar end because too many people have gone into tech and staying clean, into offices, doing paperwork, shuffling, sitting in cubicles,
Right.
Whereas, take my, job as a mechanic, an auto mechanic. You're
Mhm.
not going to have machines maintaining and repairing all these different cars and everything else out on the road. And yet
Yeah, you
the
will.
automotive.
Yeah, you
Wait a
will.
minute. Wait a minute.
Let him
No,
finish. Let him
right
finish.
now, right now, they are headhunting for mechanics to go to work for the main companies, Ford, Chevy, and Chrysler. All this.
Mhm.
They can't find people that will take these fields because everybody has gone into computer,
Right.
this, that, and the other, which
Mhm.
those will be easily done by machines. These people that didn't want to get dirty, didn't want to learn a trade, the physical work that takes thought and dexterity and everything else, they're
Mhm.
never going to get a machine to do these type of jobs because they are too limited in their, uh, um, you know,
Well, that's true. That's true.
Wars.
But the thing is, the thing is,
Yeah.
it's not changing. It's not changing the old technology. It's building new technology that doesn't need it, and that's what they're doing.
Wars. One day there will be a robot that will render mechanics obsolete. It may not. It
no.
may not be next year. It may not be 10 years. But
Oh
one
yeah,
day it will, because it would be
Well,
it will be profitable to cut mechanics out. It will be cheaper,
yeah.
one way or another.
They
It's
already.
They will have to build a vehicle to accommodate
Yeah,
the maintenance robot.
yeah.
Okay,
That's what
that
they're doing. That's what
that
they're.
is something that's never going to happen across the board with all these
I,
factories.
I,
And
They're just
they
too
and
diversified.
I can tell you, Warhorse. I talked to my buddy that's an engineer. They're already doing it.
in the
They're already
early
on the board.
19 in the early 1980s, people said computers would never be able to play music. Look at us now.
Yeah. And the thing is, if you build the battery technology and there are basically electric cars that run on that running on pistons, you basically have a drone. You basically if you don't have to fix anything. You just pull that part out, which a robot can easily do, and put another part in. A robot can easily do it. If a robot can build the car, a robot can fix the car.
If a robot could do surgery, why can't it fix a car?
Because it would have to be standardized
Yeah,
across the board.
Which
that's
is
easy
very
to do.
easy. That's very easy to
Easy
do.
to do.
Easy.
people aren't standardized. People aren't standardized. Your anatomy isn't standardized. It's still, it's fairly standardized, but no two people are the same.
Well, but they're
They have
operated. The machines are operated. The computer is operated by a doctor's supervision guiding the machine, because you can't let it go at it by
You've got
itself.
it there.
There's no
You've got
way.
it
Not
right
yet.
there.
War, I
That's
think
where
that,
the
you're
jobs will
going
be.
one at a time, one at a time, one at a time.
Yeah.
War, I think
I'm
that's
saying that's where the jobs will be, because there will still be somebody who has
Yeah,
to be
always gonna be somebody.
on
Yeah,
top of that. That's
yeah.
where the jobs will be, but you'll have to have the most intellectual minds overseeing that, and that's where people will
Exactly.
have to do much more schooling than they are now.
Exactly.
War,
Okay,
but I think you're
I'll
ignoring the
agree with
part
all
where
of this if
they're intelligent.
if AI gets to where we are now. All right,
They don't have to be.
Huh?
and
They don't have to be. They don't have to be because you being a mechanic, you being a human being is far more complex than you being a mechanic.
That's true. Yes.
Your brain running your body is far more complex than what you do as a mechanic. You being a mechanic is just a byproduct of your brain.
It's an
It's not.
algorithm.
It's an
It's an
algorithm in your
algorithm that
brain.
can be taught to a computer program to do for
Yeah,
you.
a machine can't not be taught to think and run a human body just yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. But the thing is, if they can play chess, they can actually fix the car. The thing is,
all
and
right,
if they can't fix the car, they can change the car so that the machine can fix it. So the thing is,
they're gonna have to go into a much broader range. In other words, let's say a car comes in that's
mhm,
1 year old and a car comes in 20 years old.
right,
Let's say it's the same model or whatever. Okay.
right,
Now, knowing that the bolts are rusted or whatever,
yeah,
and this is the type of approach you take to this, a machine would have to think ahead and know that this is an older car. This is the approach I need to take now, instead of just going dogmatically after the same approach for the 1 year old car as it would for the 20-year-old car.
yeah. But the thing,
This is
Yeah. The thing is that they still have specialists like you. They still have
Well, that's
specialists.
what I'm saying. The
Well,
blue collar.
but they don't need that many of them. That's the whole thing. It's not,
Now it's
if you
it'll go down. It won't happen overnight. It'll
no,
go down little and little and little over time. And in
but it's
50 years, they won't. There may or may not be any mechanics remaining.
I think there will always be specialists. Like there's still people that build violins. Make violins. There's still people that there's still people that create music. There's still people that build that create specialized circuits from old parts and stuff like to come up with novel ideas. There's still going to be farmers that grow food, but the thing is, there's going to be less and less and less of them. That's what happened in the industrial revolution, well, the agricultural revolution and the industrial revolution. Before 200 years ago, you had 250 years ago, you had basically 90% of your population was rural, working on farms. When the industrial revolution and the agricultural revolution, the second agricultural revolution happened, all of a sudden it has drifted down from 90%, and now it's 3%. So the thing is, you're always going to have that 1 or 2 or 3% of people that are experts, like Warhorse, that are going to still be around. The old masters are going to still be around. The trade is still going to be around. The thing is, you're not going to have thousands and thousands of hundreds of thousands of mechanics. Right now, really, you don't have hundreds and thousands of mechanics anymore because cars are a lot more efficient. They break down a lot less, and you don't need as many of them. So and that's how come you have that imbalance where there's not enough money to train a whole bunch of people to be auto mechanics, but you still need a certain amount of them, so that there's an imbalance. So you lose a lot more of them, and then you have to say, okay, we don't have enough, so we need to go back and retrain a certain amount of mechanics. You have that when that imbalance gets filled, then you don't need any more, but you're going to have less
Exactly.
and less and less of them. Yeah.
And specialists will have to get smarter. And
Yeah.
and a simple example, like I'm a music producer. I
Mhm.
think I'm pretty good at it. I've never touched an instrument in my entire life, and I don't know how to sing, but I can make music
Yeah.
because the
Well, that's
technology has enabled anyone with a $200 laptop.
Right.
I've seen 3 and 4 year olds do this on YouTube to make music.
Yeah.
You
but
don't
you
have
have
to
to
go
be
to.
a
You don't have to.
visionary.
Well, you
You
have to
have
have
to
some.
be
You have to have some kind of
visionary.
talent.
But you
And
don't
I don't
have to
think
learn
any
music theory
machine,
though. You
right?
don't
But
have
and no
One at a time.
machine is going to be a visionary.
We
They
don't know
can't
that.
envision the future.
We don't.
Boy,
We don't know
I
that.
just
We
don't
don't.
see that. Like I said,
We,
AI would have to come so
What
far
is
to equal us.
the thing is, not really. The thing, they're like 80% of the way there. Any software engineer will tell you they're not at zero. They're like 80% of the way there. And some people will say 90%, but it's that last. But as you get closer and closer and closer to that 100%, it gets harder to attain, and that's the problem that they're having. They said they're about 80 or 85% of the way there. But the thing is, as they get closer and closer to the 100%, it gets harder and harder to actually get there. It's
if
it's
if the mind is just electrical impulses, I don't see why we can't virtualize that digitally.
because they can't prove that it's electrical impulses. It's something else, and I believe it's something else. I believe that intelligence and mind is actually a hologram, and actually your brain and just like in a computer, you know you have a hard drive, which is your brain, and basically for the programs we got to start it up, and you have to have a virtual operating system.
Long-term memory is hard drive. Short-term memory is the RAM.
Is the RAM, and the programs run in real time. So the thing is when you're alive and you're asleep, and you start everything up, you wake up, the brain forms like a hologram, and that's where your intelligence lies. And the thing is, so in other words, if you cut out, the whole body works as an electrical system, and it projects, it projects an aura, and your intelligence and your mind exist in that aura. So it basically, that's how come you can't have a brain transplant and have somebody thinking the same way, because you basically are taking the system out.
It's a mystery today. I don't think it'll be a mystery 20 years from now.
Yeah,
That's just my
I,
opinion.
I, I think I think it's going to be a lot harder to solve than people think. I think they're going to get closer and closer and closer, but they may never solve it. It's like we in physics, you got closer and closer and closer to the nature of the universe. The closer you get, the closer you look at it, the more of a mystery it becomes. And I think the mind, the human mind, is going to be that. You're going to have to you're going to have to be able to find a way to replicate the system and transfer it. I don't think you're going to be able to actually duplicate it. So in
Do
other
we
words,
really? Do we really need to create an artificial intelligence to think like a human to replace humans, though? Could it be
no,
like on a level like a teenager or a preteen or a child? Like,
no, you
Well,
don't.
I
No.
Will
mean,
artificial intelligence ever have any imagination?
Well, the thing is, you still have humans. If you have artificial intelligence, you have artificial intelligence. You have a bunch of machines. What is the purpose of the machines existing? Is to serve humans. Without humans, there's nothing to serve. There's no purpose for the machine to exist. At least right now.
That brings us full circle.
Yeah. So
Where
the
we're
thing is,
still necessary.
yeah. Well, the thing is, we create them. We create machines and artificial intelligence to do what? Serve us and serve our purpose as human beings.
well, an imagination is
Right.
just creating something new. I mean, you can do brute force algorithms to just do random things and see what comes out good and what is junk.
Yeah.
And
Who determines what is good and what's junk?
good question.
Human beings do. In
That's
other
true.
words, if something comes out, okay, say you can create music on your lap, from a computer, any kind of way you want. Then who determines whether that music is good or bad or worthwhile? It's human beings and the human consumers. You can come out with what you think is the most perfect opus that you've ever created, and you put it out in the market, and people think it's junk.
Right.
People determine what's good and bad, and human beings, machines are there to serve us. And the thing is, how will it serve us, and what will it unleash as far as our culture? Nobody knows what that is. But the thing is that we're already skiing down that hill, and we picked up momentum, and there's no way to push that stuff back up the hill, in my opinion.
AI will replace. I would say
We
AI
don't
will
know.
replace us all eventually,
Well,
but I
that
mean, it's just
what did that
they
do? Go
they
ahead.
already created a robot that's doing scientific research. While yes, it is a fixed algorithm to where it can only do what it's uh, programmed to do,
Yeah.
but what it's programmed to do can and most likely will produce random results, or what we would consider random results, and
And,
will
and,
create
and,
something new.
basically, what Kurzweil found out is that you basically, to make a decision, you have about 5 or 6 different systems that make choices between it, and then when the idea that this best bubbles to the top, and that's the one that you act on, and if you link, that's why the internet is so important. Yeah, you might have one AI that can only do one thing, but it's linked to thousands of other AIs that do thousands of different things. When you link them all together, guess what? They become a greater intelligence.
Right.
So, but the thing is, right now they still can't replace humans, and the thing is, it's not feasible to replace humans because there's no need for machines
Well,
to be around
humans are
if
going
you
to
replace them. Yeah.
humans are going to replace themselves. If you think about the grand scheme of the universe, aren't we just AI that are replacing our own selves?
Well, Joe, you're the philosopher. Tell me.
Yeah,
You
who's to
more
say?
the philosopher. Tell me, because I don't
Yeah,
know.
we started out as seashelling animals, and then we moved up to little furry animals, and we replaced the next version of ourselves. We replaced the next version of ourselves, and the next version of ourselves, and
Yeah.
over this, and
Yeah.
we were marsupials at one time, and now we have this version. Isn't this version as replaceable as the next version?
Well, the thing is, in my opinion, we should start, in other words, instead of using all this money and using all this intellect to actually kill people and take people's stuff, we should use that money, use that intellect to create more available things that people can live decent lives. Most people don't need all the stuff that they have. That's what they find out. People just want to live decent lives, and we have
Yeah,
more than enough technology, basically, to live decent lives.
yeah.
Who
But,
decides that though?
huh?
Yeah.
Well,
Who decides that?
Who's
Who,
good?
well,
Yeah.
well. The thing is, under a profit-driven model, you need winners and losers.
Of course.
And the thing is, when that model actually breaks down, because now you have way more losers than you have winners. And what happens when that goes down? Your system is not going to survive when you have way more losers than winners. You're going to have to start allowing people to live decent lives. And if you have the technology, and eventually the technology will bubble down. to where they won't need the people at the top to do things
I
anymore.
agree with that. I do think technology will become advanced enough, have enough abstractions, and it'll be cheap enough to where we no longer need the government. Whether that's 50 years or
Hopefully.
1,000 years from now,
Well,
I don't know.
you always need a government, but the thing is, how big of a government do you what form is it in? Because
Local
a tribe,
neighborhood, maybe, or
well,
a
a tribe,
house.
like say, you look at the Jawa tribe. There was only 400 people, but there's a chief and a council that determines what wife marries what husband. You always have a government. It's just a matter of what that government does. That's just
It
the way
comes
human works.
it comes down to being minimalistic
Right.
and still having and continuing with a good life, and that's relatively easy to do.
Right.
But because people are being told all the time that it's not enough, that they
Right.
need more, keeping up with the Joneses, if you will.
Yeah.
Right.
And this realistically is just a philosophical discussion.
Right.
Reality is that tomorrow, next week, next month, next year, or next decade are going to be completely different than what we're talking about here.
Right.
You never foresee the future the way it actually happens.
But we can say with reasonable confidence that we will be more technologically advanced in 10 years.
In 5 years. In 5 years.
Yeah, of course, in 5 years too. Yeah, of course.
But basically, what most people need is food, water, and a toilet. Which is the basic need. You got shelter, food, water, toilet, and a few clothes to throw on. That's basically all you need to live a decent life.
I'm sure
And the
there's
rest-
some 1%ers that would disagree with you.
Well, I mean, we're talking about decent. We're not talking about extravagant.
Well, decent is subjective, to be honest.
Well,
if
you're
you-
talking about supporting life. In
Right.
other words, to
I'm
continue
not.
to
I'm
live.
not. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just thinking about. I'm just playing devil's advocate.
If you play devil's advocate, the thing is, we're talking about a basic, decent life. We're not talking about what society puts on about wants. Okay, if you want a flat screen TV, you want a 4-bedroom house with air conditioning and high speed internet and cell phone and a closet full of clothes and stuff like that. Those are wants. But to live a basic, decent life, and Warhorse does a very good job on his channel talking about how do you live a basic, decent life. He's not extravagant.
24-hour, 24/7 blowjobs.
What
24/7 what? What is that? 24/7 blowjobs.
Well, basically,
Yeah, 24/7 blowjobs.
basically, you get what do they call that thing? You get a fleshlight and and some porn. You got a 24/7 blowjob.
Well, that's coming apparently. We're going to have these things with the camera bits and all that sort of thing. We put on
Yeah.
and all the accessories on our computers.
Yeah.
24/7 blowjobs. It's all good.
Well, if your
Guys,
your body can stand a 24/7 blowjob.
Go rub one out and come back. You'll leave that train of thought. Okay?
But that's what a lot of Mgtow actually promote. Because we as far as men, we're taught to chase. Well, basically, we're taught to chase this stuff for women because it's
Right.
women that desire more and more and more and more.
Right.
The basic guy, you give him one bedroom. You give him a place, a workroom where he can do his stuff. You give him a couple of hot meals and a little entertainment, and he's good. He doesn't need.
Right.
He doesn't
Amen.
need. He doesn't
He used to
need
leave his house.
a 5-bedroom house, man, with a huge den and a place to entertain. He doesn't care about that. If he wants to entertain himself, he'll meet his buddies at the bar or the park or something like that. That's outdoors.
Right.
Women need that nest to in the 5 bedroom so that they can show off, or the big car. Most guys, and me included, if I get a car that starts, stops, and
Yep.
and doesn't and runs,
Yep.
the rest of that stuff I really don't care about.
Yep.
Exactly.
And
David
if you
Chappelle. David
Yeah.
Chappelle said it best when he said, "If he could fuck a woman in a cardboard box, he would never buy a house."
Exactly, but that's the essence of maleness, and that's what Mgtow promotes. Let's get back to maleness. If you want that stuff, it's okay. But the thing is, you don't need all that stuff to be happy as a man, and that's what Mgtow promotes. That's why I like Mgtow. That's why I like people like Warhorse. That's why it attracted me to him, because he's living. He's an older guy. He's my age. He's really content with his life. You know, he gets on his motorcycle if he wants to ride. If he needs to do something, to go out and he'll fix the car. He gets him a couple of hot meals. He has a small house, and he's content. He doesn't need fancy clothes. He doesn't need fancy trips. He doesn't need to have a
To
date
turn
every
up,
other night.
to pretty
Yeah,
much to turn up.
yeah.
I'm blushing over here.
Well, what I'm saying, that's what drew me to you, Warhorse, because this is a dude that shows you how men can live. How men should, how basically the essence of how men really are inside. A lot of guys get look at the videos and look at the women and look at the stuff, and they get blinded by the bling, as I call it. But basically, if you look at them,
They get blinded by big boobs and fat asses. You know that.
yeah,
Come on now.
yeah, because they know the bling attracts women. But if you look at it,
Right.
what do guys basically do in their spare time? They get them a hot meal. They sit on the Xbox or they sit on the PlayStation. They play games, and they go out with and hang out with their buddies. They don't do a whole lot of fancy stuff. They don't go to
Right.
fancy restaurants and stuff like that. They'll get a burger at the local burger joint, get them fries, or if are into health food, they'll go to the store and get them some health food, and they're good.
And look, let me interject here because you're kind of fluffing my skirt up here, but and I thank you, but and that's what I do try to show, is how to live kind of minimalist without sacrificing anything and enjoying that life. I like nothing better for me, and everybody has their own thing, but going out there, getting on the bike, going out to get a burger, or going out to the bar and having a few wings, a beer, talking to some people, going home to a nice quiet house that's clean. It's very suited to me. My dog that loves me, and just sitting here and looking out at my yard, and all this type of thing. I can't emphasize enough how much that gives you peace inside.
Mhm.
And so many guys are looking and looking and looking, and they don't listen to that type of information. And they don't want to put up with it because they constantly pushed into an arena of keeping up with the Joneses or trying to look better or trying to do something that they really aren't, and they don't need it.
Right.
This, I'm not pontificating to people, and this is why I don't come up with the long lectures of Mgtow and why and how it affects you and women and blah blah blah. I just put a video out there of what I'm actually doing. Now, it takes somebody with a little bit of insight to see what I'm trying to put out there, and once you're over the rage, you should be looking towards that. And this Timothy Blades guy that came in, he's another one. He's doing his own thing in a different way, but he's putting it out there, and people need to pick up on this. The men do, of how to live this lifestyle that isn't going to bankrupt you. It isn't going to hurt the. I mean, God, it's so much to put into one little thing that what people think they need or have to have isn't reality.
It isn't. And the biggest problem, especially with young guys, and I tell them all the time, I said, first of all, you got to learn how to control your dick, because that's going to get you in way more trouble than anything else. If you let it do the thinking for you, you're gonna spend a whole lot of money. You're gonna have a whole lot of heartache and have a whole lot of trouble. I said once you learn to control it, be a master of it, and it's not easy, especially for young guys. I always tell them it's not easy to do that for young guys. Mgtow life is not easy for young guys.
Gnostic.
Go ahead.
Now, Gnostic, imagine your 20-year-old self hearing that. Would you listen to it? Because I know I wouldn't. I wouldn't either. I was trying to fuck every chick that was attractive.
Actually, my 20-year-old self, the way I was raised and the way I observed women, I was really selective about women that I let into my life, because I knew it was expensive. I know because I had sisters how much trouble they can actually cause. I was really in my neighborhood. I was raised in my city, in my neighborhood. In the black neighborhood, you have to be careful of the women you let in your life.
Oh yeah.
because you don't because women lie, women steal, and women can get you killed. So you have to be really selective about who you let in your life. So I was always selective about who I went with, who I. In fact, most women didn't even get to come home to me until after like the fourth or fifth date, because I was not gonna let you in my house unless I knew who you were. If I haven't known most women, if I haven't known you for at least 3 months, you can't come to my house because I don't trust you.
Yeah.
I don't trust
It's
women.
a,
I never, and I would tell any guy that if you're out there dating and whatnot, uh, the way I was trained by older men, is that you have what they call a farm system, just like in baseball. Okay, you have women that you meet. They're in the farm club, and you want to get to know them and observe them and who they really are before you bring them up to the big leagues. And you keep a farm system. So in other words, if I'm dating, I have a chick that I'm dating for 90 days, or seeing, interacting. I'm not necessarily dating. I'm talking to her on the phone. I might go by and visit her. I might have a date with her every once in a while for 6 months, so I can see what kind of person she is in my farm team. And then I move her up to the big leagues, and she becomes a date. And I have another woman in the pipeline that's in the farm system. So the thing is, it gives me time to evaluate each woman and who she is and select the good ones. Because if you're just out there willy-nilly dating, man, you're gonna get in trouble. You spend a lot of money, and you're gonna mine a lot of people. And if you screw enough women, you figure out that 90% of women can't screw. The sex is not good with 90% of women. You're just basically your ego stroking yourself. But if
That's
you
true.
and
That's
so,
true.
and basically the way I learned in my 30s, if you're good at if you know how to perform sex, and I go by I tell guys I go by the 90-10 ratio. In other words, 90% of sex is for the woman. The 10% I get the 10% finder's fee. So basically everything I gear to as far as sex is basically using sex as reversing the game, using sex to control that woman. So
Hmm.
my game is 90%, and I tell her 90% of this is for you. I'm only getting 10%. So the thing is, if you don't want to have sex with me, that's your problem. I go find, I'm skilled enough. I'm gonna go out and find another woman that wants that 90%. And that way
Yep.
you control. And Warhorse can tell you because he's been around. If you flip the game and you control that woman with sex, and she can be controlled with sex, you have a lot less problems. So the
Oh
thing is,
yeah.
if you're young and you're going to be a MGTOW, do the game right. Don't just go out there willy nilly and bang a whole bunch of chicks. Think about the game. Think about the woman that you want. It's like buy, it's like you don't want to drive, spend your time buying a bunch of cars. You want to get the car that's right for you, that's cost effective for you, that's going to make you happy. So you have to do the same thing with women. She's a resource. She's not a reason for being. She's just a resource, just like anything else. And if you learn how to skillfully use that resource, then you can, as a young man, you can make it work. And the way to not to make it work is go willy nilly and banging every chick. You take a select amount of chicks that fits you. You learn those chicks well. It's like hunting. You learn that particular grade of chick well, and basically you learn how to hunt the way you can pull that kind of chick every single time because you're skilled enough. You don't want a different variety, a whole bunch of variety of chicks, because pimps don't work that way. Pimps, if you look at the way pimps work, they dress, their whole manner, what they have is to pull hoes. They don't want regular chicks. They dress a certain way to they turn off regular chicks because they're looking for that select group that's going to go to work for them. And you want to be that same way. You want to find out what kind of woman you like and what kind of woman that you want to hunt, because they're slightly different, and you specialize in that woman. And if you specialize in that woman, they come from grade 1 to grade 10. And if you learn how to specialize in that grade of woman, then you can pull the 1 and you can pull a 10. You're going to pull all those attractive scales in between. You can pull a 10 if you specialize in the way her mind works. You
yeah,
can,
if you
because
know
all my
thyself.
life, yeah, I specialize in one type of woman, and basically and that's the way her mind works. So I didn't have to pull the 3, 4s, and 5s. I could pull the 6, 7s, and 8s because I'm specializing. I might get a 5 every now and then, but I'm gonna get a 6, 7, and 8. I'm serious. I don't tell this a lot, but I was engaged back damn 30 years ago, and she was the spitting image of Pam Grier. She was built like her. She looked like her. She was just a little bit darker than she was, but she was the same height. She was the same build. She had the same breast size. In fact, she has the most amazing breast that I've ever seen in my life, still to this day. But she was a spitting image of Pam Grier, and she would be she would like to be a 9, an 8, or a 9.
Okay.
And the thing is, but I specialize in pulling just that type of woman. And if you I don't know how old you are. How old are you?
I'm 31.
You're 31.
I've seen
Okay.
Foxy Brown. I know.
Pam Grier. What I'm saying is, even you, because you're right in between, and you should be actually chasing. If you're still out there dating, I don't know if you are.
No, dating is played out for me.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, or whether you have a stable. I don't know what level of Mgtow you actually are.
I don't know about the levels. I'm
you are. You're not at the. Are you at the monk stage?
Well, no, I'm not at the monk stage because I go to Brazil every now and then. But
okay.
Yeah, okay. I don't play that game in this country.
No. But what I'm saying is, for young guys that are stuck, that's what I would tell them. This is what you do. This is how you do it, and and I even give them books that they actually read. Okay, if you follow this course, you'll be able to sustain yourself without giving up resources. A whole bunch of resources. I've done that many times where the chick thinks she looks like she's going to get resources. You pull that game, she winds up with very little. They're actually upset, but they can't that they don't get anything out of me. but that's a whole nother story. That's a whole nother story.
My counterpoint to that would be if women are just a resource for sex, then just invest $100 in the back page.
Well, the thing is, they should be more than just a resource for sex. And I believe I believe in letting a woman friend zone you. If you have to interact with them, because a woman will do a lot more for you if you don't screw her. And Warhorse will probably tell you, a woman will do a lot more for you if you never have sex with her than she will if you do have sex with her. Once you have sex with her, you're not getting anything. It's like the old taxi theory. Once that meter goes down, you have to start paying. But if you
look, it's called counterintelligence.
Yes.
If you want to talk about spies, you utilize your assets to the maximum.
Yeah.
And that's the only place you're going to go. That's where you go.
Yeah.
If you're in a sexual relationship, and a good one at that, then you make sure she feels like she comes first and blah, blah, blah. You don't get off before her unless you blow it or whatever. You make her feel this way, and she'll make you feel the way you want. Look, I'm not giving advice on how to take care of a woman, because that's the last thing I want to do. But the reality of it is, if you're going to do it, that's how you do it.
That's how you do it.
You're not going to get out there and you're going to be selfish and say, look at me, I'm a big macho man.
No.
I'm just going to take her, fuck her, and that's it, and she can piss off. Yeah, well, you're just inviting disaster at that
Exactly.
point.
Yeah.
This is not brain surgery, and women are not mysterious.
No.
Get over that right away. They're very easily figured out.
Yep, and that's the whole thing. And if you can avoid them, it's better. If you can avoid them, if you keep them away from an intimate relationship, your life will be a lot better. That's what I had to learn later on in the years.
Exactly.
I'm a lot happier without having an intimate relationship with a woman, because they bring a whole lot of problems.
So I said earlier on the show that the system makes it impossible to trust women. Would you agree with that?
Well, because the system allows them an advantage that they take advantage of. So basically, if you can't, the environment is there for women to take advantage of you, and they don't have the morals not to. Where men used to have the morals. Okay,
Increasingly so.
Yeah, they're selfish creatures, but by necessity, they're selfish creatures, biologically. So the thing is, if you allow selfish creatures and narcissistic creatures to basically get whatever they want, what are they going to do? They're going to take more and more and more. They're insatiable. So basically, the system has failed. That's why the arranged marriages were were the norm for 60,000 years. The society has to control this, and now society has let that female nature run wild, and is basically destroying the whole fabric of the culture.
Well, bottom line is that even if you're married and
Hmm.
everything is good, you need to be on top of your game
Yep.
all the time. You
And
need
it's
to have
almost.
your head about you, and this is where guys lose it. They feel
Hmm.
comfortable about shit, and
Hmm.
then they get blindsided.
Yeah.
It happened to me, when I
Yeah.
was younger, and I learned through it. So a lot of times when I do come out here on the Hangouts and I start telling people this, it's not because this is how I think I see things. It's because this is what I've gone through, and I know it works this way.
Yeah.
And most guys my age that have been through the mill can attest to that. This is not a fantasy. This is reality.
It's reality.
And
Yep.
whether it makes women look bad or not, no, this is just the way it is. Okay, we're not trying to make them look bad, but we're pointing out that this is what you're dealing with.
Yeah.
If you're not on your game, don't get into the game, and it's
Exactly.
that simple. And by the
Yeah.
way, guys, my headset is dying, and I've got some shit to do, so I am leaving. And this has been a good talk today.
Yes, it has.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was.
Especially the black community. 80% of marriages die in the black
Oh my
community, which
God, the
is.
black community. Oh my
Yeah,
God.
I was astounded. I said I thought that the marriage rate is 50%, and only because white folks divorce rate is only about 40%, and they're the majority. But in the black community, 80% of the marriage is divorce, which it was astounding. My jaw dropped when I saw that. I said, "My goodness, 80%."
Do you know what the main cause was? Money?
Uh, Uh, well, money. Well, not necessarily money. It's um, basically,
Women not being
basically.
happy anymore?
Basically, it's hard to keep women happy, and especially the black community is basically a matriarchal society, matriarchal culture,
Yes, it is.
Right.
and in Africa, you don't get to decide whether you get a divorce or not. Basically, you're arranged marriage, and in a matriarchal society, the marriages are arranged. You don't pick your wife, you don't pick your husband, and you cannot divorce because without the family's permission. In other words, unless it's something really bad going down and two families get together and decide that you can split, you cannot split. You have to stay married to that man, and he has to stay married to you. So you don't have any choice about it. But when you give women choice, especially black women in a matriarchal society,
Yeah.
and who they are, uh, the only reason they're staying with you is because they can't do any better. If the government allows them to take your money and do better by themselves, they're going to do that.
Yep.
They're going to do that, and that's basically the bottom line. And that is something that's particular to our subculture as far as black people.
Yeah, and people love to point to grandma and grandpa that's been together, 40, 50, 60 years. I
Hmm.
always tell people, grandma stayed with grandpa because she couldn't do any better.
Exactly.
If your grandmother and grandpa met today, they would not be together 60 years from now.
No.
So, and
They
I
might.
always think about like the stories, like the stories that they don't tell you. What percentage of those are shotgun weddings,
Hmm.
or what about the time grandma, popped off against grandpa and he slapped the shit out of her, she didn't do it again. Grandma's not going to tell her grandkids that story. It's like all
Right.
of those things that, I think it's evil that parents and don't tell their kids like the good side and bad side when it comes to marriage and relationships.
Right.
They only tell you the good side and hope for the best. I think that's evil.
Yeah. Yeah. We always filter it. We make it seem like it's happier than it was.
Yeah.
And that's that's what. Have you ever read the Monahan report?
I've heard of it. I have not read it.
It's the Negro. It's called the Negro family. But read the Monahan report, and they go through the policies that they put in, and the policies that we're going to put in, and why they were going to put them in. Because there's a lot of policies that were put in under socialism, American socialism, basically the New Deal and FDR, that didn't work for Black American culture. It worked. It worked because it was there to solve American culture in general. And our culture, black culture, was a particular case because of our particular set of circumstances. So what they try to do is reduce poverty and bring the families back together. But the thing is, since our culture, we have a matriarchal culture, and it's kind of counter to what what the dominant culture is. It actually made it worse. So in other words, marriage rates for black folks were actually higher than the marriage rates for white folks, and the out of wedlock rate was pretty close. But when they start kicking in the social programs starting in 1937, I think it was 1937.
1954, yeah.
Well, no, 37. It was the AFDC, and it was also it was a marriage law that they put in 1930. I have to go back and look it up. In fact, I'll do a
Property, yeah,
video.
the property laws.
Oh, no, it's something particular. It had something to do with the Depression. I can't remember the name of the law,
Okay.
but I'll go back and I might post it so that everybody can see it. What I'm saying is, it reduced poverty and it enhanced marriage in white families. But the thing is, it made it worse for black families. And the same thing with welfare. It initially it reduced it made white men and white women get married more, but it did the opposite.
Yeah, we
for
can see the graphs on that.
yeah, for black families, and
Five.
yeah,
The
but
divorce rate.
divorce rate, and whereas no fault divorce is actually worse for white men
Oh yes.
than it was for black men.
Yeah, that's what woke us up in 1972.
In 1970, and then they changed, and then really when they changed the laws about what he called out of wedlock birth, but it was called illegitimate birth because it was a woman had a baby out of wedlock and they didn't get married. You didn't get nothing for her. Basically you're out on your own. The government didn't help you. The families didn't help you. If you made the mistake, they were it. So they changed all that. When they changed that in the 70s, and they brought in birth control and abortion in the 1970s, and that was a Republican that brought it in. That was George Bush that pushed that through.
Why did they change that? Where they couldn't have any out of wedlock births to get welfare. Why did they change that?
Because of one, it was the birth control, and secondly it was the sexual revolution of the 60s. Because women were used to be at home and in small communities, right?
Right.
So when you brought more women into the workplace, and you had a sexual revolution where men and women came in more in contact with each other. You had more sex. You had more sex. The out of wedlock rate went up. It was already going up with black people. It started going up in white women. So the thing is, if the out of wedlock rate started going up in white women, then you had a problem. You have a lot of destitute children, and had a lot of destitute women. So what you needed to do is to qualify these women, you had to change the law. So you changed the law by getting rid of illegitimacy and
it was a
actually
new social contract with a bipartisan contract that was written into having sex, that was written into having a child. So there's the state uses it as a contractual law.
It's a contractual law. So basically, initially it was to give support, basically solving a problem that they have, to give support to children that had women that had children out of wedlock, to give them support. And then when they found out they couldn't afford that because the problem was going too much, that's when the child support started to kick in.
Yeah, they couldn't raise a nation full of single mothers. Yeah,
they couldn't afford to do it. So the thing is, they had to go to the next greater fool, which was men. So,
right.
So it's so constantly they've been at first it was just a basic support for children, and when it kept growing it kept growing, they start charging men more and more and more and more. So instead of a basic rate of like in Sweden, there's a basic rate that women get a month for a child, and that's the way it used to be in the 70s and basically the early 80s until they changed the law. And then they started hitting men with portions of their income, and that's when it went crazy.
That was Bill Clinton that put that in. Why started garnishing?
It started in the. Help me out, Joe. It started in the 80s or was it in the 90s?
I know about this. It was the 93 Women Violence Against Women Act that it came into the the modern system that we have now started, but it was 1990 when they started writing that, and it may have been a little bit in 19. I know the corporation that did that. Not, it came from actually it came from Ohio. It was called Ohio Works Laws,
Okay.
and then it was Health and Human Service laws that were Michigan picked it up, and then Ohio started implementing it, and then from there everybody started buying this program. And that was the new contract we have now, and the new contract of Health and Human Services we have now. It wasn't actually Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton was the president during that time,
Right.
but it was the Republican Congress at that time wanted to do the deadbeat dads and baby mamas and hold them more responsible. And what they wanted was to reduce to the 3 years that you can get now, that can be extended to 5 years on welfare.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the Republicans thought they were being tricky with that, and wrote that in. But that plan was originally wrote by the Christian Church and some businessmen actually that were looking to sell the program, but it was hijacked by feminism again. Like everything gets hijacked by feminism, and it's actually not a lot like it was written. I actually know one of the girls that worked on that program. Three of the girls that worked on that program. And it's not a lot like it was, but it was during the Clinton years. Well, you remember the Newt Gingrich gang at that time. They're horrible. They're just horrible people, and they wanted to cap the welfare because they're saying welfare mamas, baby mamas, welfare mamas, and that was their answer. But look how this thing has turned against them now, because now what they pre-planned, it was going to reduce these poverty rates and welfare mama rates and deadbeat dad rates, but now it's like you said, 80% in the black community and 40% now in 40 or 50% now in the white community, and it's had the effect.
Had the opposite effect. Yeah, because now because you gave women direct access to resources, a man's resources. Yeah.
They got a new daddy. They just became the new daddy, and they didn't realize that they were going to be the government was going to be government daddy.
Yep. It made the problem a lot worse, and it made society a lot more miserable. And that's what basically that's what drove, because if men didn't mind as long as it was reasonable. You got a couple kids, you paying $200-300 a month. Okay, we can deal with that. But when it became a percentage of your income, that's when it started biting into people's wallets.
Well, that's what we were talking about earlier. Now the taxes have increased, up to 42% is the average taxes that you're going to pay all in all in this thing, and that doesn't even include road taxes and stuff like that, and gasoline taxes and all that you're paying. But now 30% on top of that only leaves you with 30% of your pay. That's unreasonable. You can't put a house over your head. You can maintain basic utilities with that for the average guy. And we're not talking, everybody talks around here, you hear the PUAs do this all the time. Everybody's a big businessman. Everybody's this rich cat. Everybody's this winner. No, the average guy, 80% of us around here are average Joes like me that live in a very modest house, that live on a very modest income. It's just unreasonable. The government looks at that like we all make what they make, that $120,000 base pay.
No, they know the average, the medium wage is about what, $35,000.
$35,000. That's about it. If you're lucky, you got one of these high tech jobs, and you're making $17 to $27 an hour, But the average person that I know in my neighborhood they don't even make that. I think if you look at the average income in most American neighborhoods, and you can do that very easily on Wiki, you get the average incomes. It generally in Miami and those areas. It's $54,000. $54,000 ain't shit.
No. I'm in Los Angeles.
70% of that, yeah.
54,000 in Miami.
50, you know, you could a big city like New York, Miami, Los Angeles, or San Francisco, man.
Most of
You know,
Miami is run down, man. Like what people see on TV about Miami, they always see like South
Yeah,
Beach
they
and
see
stuff.
the oh
That's
yeah,
like
the
a very
beautiful
small.
buildings,
Yeah, exactly. That's like a
the $2
small
million
piece.
houses by the shore.
Exactly. Most of Miami is run down. I love going
Yeah,
down there to play poker, but I mean, there's a lot of ghettos. I've never seen so many interconnected ghettos in my entire life till I went down to Miami.
yeah,
But
oh
yeah.
yeah.
In Los Angeles, man, $50,000 is not gonna get you anything,
yeah, in
man.
LA, yeah, no,
They ain't gonna
nothing.
get you
No.
anything. Yeah. By the way, Los Angeles is what? How many? They got like 90,000 people, homeless people living uh, in that 10 square miles.
Oh yeah, well yeah, yeah.
Oh
Well,
God.
well, you know, it seems like a lot until you figure that you know the city of Los Angeles got 10 million people.
Yeah,
So
yeah. So
so
it's not really a lot, but it
yeah.
is like a
Yeah, well,
huge
yeah,
number.
it's a huge number, you know, and basically what they do, yeah, and there's actually more of them. They try to spread them out, and
Yeah,
basically what they're trying to do is they're trying to push them out of the city proper, you know, out of the city
yeah.
limits.
They're doing that in Cleveland too. They bust them out, or they go have the
Right.
mass pickup during. Well, you can't let them sit out in a Cleveland winter because you're just gonna fucking die.
Yeah.
Uh, I would say some people would agree with that. Oh, just let them die. But no, they round them up and they put them in. There's a housing complex that's actually huge, and they hide it from the view of the public.
Hmm.
It's for all the in the winter they pick them up, they put them into, they classify them as mental health
Yeah.
facilities, but they put them in there, and it's a huge project, and it's
Yeah.
it's
It-
when you walk around Cleveland, you're not going to see no bums, because of that. Mike White started that, and
okay.
oh God, years and years ago. I'm actually a good friend with Mike White.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, you know, they the people that they talk about letting, you know, the the bums die and stuff like
Yeah.
that.
Oh,
You
that's crazy.
yeah, well, yeah. Well, the thing is, if you want to go, if you want to see that, you go to Russia. That's what they do.
Yeah, that's what they do
And
there.
if you want a hostile and you want a hostile population like you have in Russia, you start doing that kind of stuff, and
Mm.
you will quickly get a hostile
Yeah,
population.
and that's socialism in general. That's the way they think there. But wow.
Well, there would, you know, the thing is that um, like the difference between Western socialism and communism has a lot to do with the culture that it comes from. If you come from a authoritarian culture like China or Russia, you're going
Yeah,
to get that hardcore communism because basically you had the same thing when the czars were in charge.
yeah,
It's no different. You know, you had that brutal top-down authoritarian culture that was, you know, that had been around for, you know, 1,500 years, and all they did was change basically an economic system. In fact, they're not even communists anymore. You
oh
know,
no, they're not even
they're
communists.
not
Yeah,
communists. But the thing is, even though they're not communists and they changed basically to a capitalist society, oligarchical society, it still runs the same way. In other words, you
yeah,
can't tell the difference between the communist USSR and the capitalistic Russia because there isn't any difference. They're still the same people.
yeah,
It's,
yes. I've been working in homeless projects for, oh God, a little over 15 years now.
hmm
Uh, in the area, and people in America have a really bad view of the homeless, and I do the we do the GIPR on them, and we do the intake on them and everything, and I get to see their educations, and I get to see what brought them there, and then we talk, and and we have long talks about what, how they got here and everything. And what I see with most of these men have college degrees, and I tell the story all the time. I got them with two one day. One guy was a dentist,
hmm
and one guy was an engineer.
hmm
And it's like, I'm like, man, how these guys are just, these are guys that just, they're broken men. They've given up on life in
hmm
general because they don't like what they see in society.
mm
There's I think some people that are not there, because of bad situations or whatever. I think some people enjoy not having that responsibility of bills. Because there was a homeboy of
Yeah,
mine in Daytona on City Island. He had bought his laptop. He would sit out in City Island Library all day and have his little external hard drive there, and he was happy as hell. He didn't need much.
yeah,
He didn't care
yeah,
about paying bills. He wasn't stressed out. He had a little job at a fast food restaurant, and that's all he needed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, the point of empathy
Basic,
gets into these
basic
guys.
lifestyle.
And
Right.
we used to pick this guy up all the time. It was just like it seemed like monthly, and then we get him in, and then go back to the same place, and there he was sitting in a sleeping bag, very comfortably listening to his radio, and that's all he
Right.
wanted to do. And then
Right.
the police would make us pick him up, and it was like I got to know him by name and everything. And every time I put him in a house, I'd put him in charge of the house because he was very good at it, and then he would just disappear a couple of months later.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question. Do you all think, because we were talking about decent living before,
Mm-hmm.
if someone, let's say single mom with
Yeah.
kids living in the projects, common
Mhm.
scenario, of course, they're getting their decent living. They have a roof over their head. They're getting
Yeah.
food. They're getting water, and they got food stamps. What if, and they have their decent living and they're comfortable? What's their incentive to do better?
They're comfortable. Some people don't. That's the whole thing. What is better?
Well, more. I mean, a bigger house. Well, basically putting themselves in a position to be a productive member of society, paying taxes, stuff like that, instead of sucking off the welfare system.
For
Because
women,
all of their needs, their basic needs are getting met.
all their basic needs. For women, it's hypergamy that rules. They keep on running. It's the Red Queen. They keep on running. They keep on running. They're always running, looking for the next best thing. With men, a house, some food, like Eli was saying before, man, he'd settle in and be fine.
Yeah. Well, for guys, I think it's a little different for men than women. Women just want a comfortable nest, and if they get a comfortable nest to their satisfaction, they won't do anything because that's the way they're trained. Men, I think men as a species, as a sex, they basically need something to do.
They need, instead of a house with a garage, they need a garage with a house with a room.
With a room, and if you find what's interesting to that guy, whether it's taking apart a radio or building a computer, writing a computer program, sawing something, if he finds something to do with his hands, that's what he'll do. He'll find something to do. Go ahead.
Let me play devil's advocate here.
Okay.
Let's say if the government was willing to give men what single moms have,
basic income.
Considering that men are satisfied with the minimum, in my opinion, the average male, what's his incentive to getting out of the projects? If it's not women.
The only reason that projects are bad is because of the violence.
The violence, right?
Yeah. The thing is, nobody would talk about how bad the projects were if the projects weren't bad. If the projects were a nice place to live, and the children were kept, the buildings were kept up and maintenance, and the kids were well fed and cared for, nobody would even think twice about the projects. The only reason we care about the projects is because the violence that comes out of it.
Right.
Other than that, what's wrong with the projects?
Yeah, and the violence
I'm not
is
saying
systemic
anything.
from desire, isn't it? From the desire to move
The
up.
desire, yeah.
Well, I'm not saying anything's wrong with the project. Well, there's a lot of things wrong with the projects, but what I'm asking is, if men were put in the same position that women were in, and if they were, let's say hypothetically, Mgtow, they don't give a shit about getting more. Who's gonna what would be the incentive to get out?
Well, the thing is, it's not a matter of getting out. The matter is having something to do, because men are naturally restless. Right. I think most men are naturally restless like that. They have to have something to do, and if you don't find something for they found that out back in the 1860s, 1850s, 1860s, that girls were happy. Girls were happy if they had a roof over their head and they had a little spot where they could eat and whatnot. Girls were actually happy. And they were fine, but boys were always restless. They needed something to do because of the energy. They had to be doing something. That's why I want to keep young men working, is because if you don't keep them working and active and doing something, then they're going to find other things to do.
They're storming the castle.
Well, they're going to
taking apart the microwave.
Yeah. The thing is, if they'll form gangs, they'll form boy gangs, which is natural, because if you look in In hunter-gatherer societies, the boys naturally form hunting packs. That's natural for them to do. They'll go revert back to that. They'll form hunting packs,
Right.
and they
That's
can
the
cause trouble.
father. Their desire for the father image and
Yeah.
to have
Well,
that
the male bonding. The
yeah.
thing is that men. It's not just a single father. You know, the thing is, men and boys naturally form packs like that. Just
Yeah.
as male animals, they form packs. Because that's the defensive mechanism that I think biologically human beings grow up. You can't one human male. One human being cannot survive on its own. They have to form a pack to survive. They have to form a group. And males do that. If they're going to go hunting, they don't go out by themselves. They form a group. They go out hunting and gathering for safety. So biologically, we are geared to form groups together. And if you don't find, and found out, if you don't find something for young males to do, they're going to find other things to do. So the thing is,
Right.
males, you have to find something for them. The girls aren't not that big of a problem. They're happy sitting at home. They're happy if you give them enough food or give them enough
Yeah.
clothes, to give them enough shelter. They're fine. But males are restless. They have to find
Yeah.
something to do.
Turd Flinging Monkey just went over this with the video games and the video programming. We see it
Right.
a lot in young boys.
Yeah.
That's a great outlet for them because it gives them something to defeat.
Right.
And
Right.
they defeat the game or they defeat some guy on online, that he doesn't know that's 1,000 miles away. That's just as good as the tournament mating system.
Right. Yeah.
Of course, it's shame because it's not giving any attention to women.
And right, it's shameful because the women aren't getting anything out, and they are in some general sense.
Yeah, tournament mating is just a small part.
Yeah.
Men and human beings are much more cooperative than they are
Men are, yeah.
than they are anything else. And
Really?
men, yes. Oh,
Oh,
well,
heck yeah.
we wouldn't have a civilization if human beings weren't cooperative.
Well, when
If
it's
you
time
put
when it's
four
come
guys
to
in a
building,
garage-
yeah, when
no,
it comes to building something, yeah, men will get together. But you're talking about
no,
when it comes to women.
No, men. Even when it comes down to, even when it comes down to women or going out looking for women, men don't do it by themselves. They do it in groups.
The wingman. Yeah.
Men naturally form bonds together. They naturally form bonds together. In a native society, they separate the boys and the girls, and they let them form their own groups. And so
Right.
men can be taught by men because they're gonna form natural male bonds anyway. And that's the problem with boys nowadays. They're brought up by women, they're taught by women, and they're raised by women. And when they get older, they're lost because that natural urge to form male bonds they don't know how to do because they've never been
They don't know
taught.
how to do the
And
yeah,
that's
they
and,
don't do the
and
tournament. They don't.
it,
Males sort too.
yeah.
We're going to sort the weakest member of the group out.
Yeah.
I agree with that. Yeah,
And
Yeah.
that happens
Or,
quick.
or bring him up. A lot of
Yeah,
times
or
you don't
bring
sort
him
him out.
up,
You
yeah.
bring you take the weakest member of the group and you
the alpha will bring him up. The
will bring him
alpha's-
up.
Yeah. And
Yeah. If you look
so-
at Mgtow is just that. It's just Mgtow more than anything else, and why it's grown so fast is men seeking out each other and having a conversation and forming a bond.
Yeah,
And in my opinion, that's the strength of Mgtow.
That's what
It's a
we do the
natural
best,
inclination for men to seek male wisdom and male bonding, and it forms the fact where older guys like me and Joe can actually and Warhorse can actually relate what we've gone through and relate it to guys like you that are in their 30s or in their 20s and 30s. Look, this is how women are because we've been through it for 45 years. We've gone through a whole bunch of women. We've walked over all the landmines, and we're drawing you a map. You can't walk here. You can't walk here. This is what you avoid. And if you walk this way, this is the way you should do it. And so in other words, you can plan out. Okay, I still want to date. So you go to a Mgtow, says, okay, Warhorse, Black Gnostic, how did you date? Or Joe, how did you date? How did that work out for you? Okay, this is what I did, and this is what happened to me, and this is what I wouldn't do again. So if you want to get married, or you want to date, or you want to do this, these are the things to avoid. I'm not telling you that you can't. I'm saying if you can avoid it, you shouldn't. But if you're gonna do it, this is the way you should do it. And if you want to walk away from women, this is how we did it. This is how you should do it. So basically, we're a lot of old guys like me and Joe. We're not. We've already been through it, you know, and we're at the stage of our life we can basically walk away from women and not be bothered, and it won't bother us. But the thing is, we're here to relate what we know, you know, down to the young guys because
Right.
Yeah, some of
I'm
it's pretty
because
harsh too. Yeah, I
huh?
mean, some of
Yeah.
it's pretty harsh for them.
Oh,
They don't.
well, it has to be harsh
Yeah.
because it's serious stuff. You know, if we play around with it and we don't tell the horror stories, they're gonna say, "Oh, that wasn't so bad." And you walk in it, they walk into it, and they get blown. They step on that landmine and say, "How come you didn't tell me?"
Oh, yeah, because you didn't
Yeah.
tell me. Yeah.
How come you didn't tell me? You know, how come you didn't tell me that she's gonna put a hole in the condom, or she lied about taking her birth control pills? You know.
Yeah, she wasn't
Or
pregnant when she told me she was pregnant.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh,
or we did tell you, and you decided to roll the dice anyways.
well, yeah. Well, then as a man, you have to take ownership of that.
Right.
Okay, you were told.
Right.
You know, and a lot of guys that aren't Mgtow anymore, they go back and forth. They find that out. Okay, well, I didn't think you guys were telling the truth, so I'm gonna wade back in because I went out and dated and did something, and found out that you guys were exactly right and you were telling the truth, and it doesn't work. It doesn't work like I thought it did. So I'm gonna wade back in and keep getting the information. And that's we're not, you know, we're not saying that we're saints, and most of us guys, especially the older guys,
Oh no, I know I'm
we
not.
we didn't we, no, we didn't walk that path. You know, when we wish that we had guys like this to tell us, and a lot of times we wouldn't have walked that path if we had known.
Right. You know,
I know I wouldn't have. I
we
don't know
would.
about you, Joe.
Oh yeah, we would have did it a different way,
But yeah,
definitely,
oh yeah,
and protected our wealth more, and you know, saved and did a lot of things that they told us to do. And you know, what do you think of the PUA message? Uh, I know how easy women aren't hard to figure out. Like Laura's saying, like you
Well,
say, it's not hard to figure out how to do that.
well, I
Uh,
agree. I agree with most of what POAs are saying about women because it works. Is basically game theoretical strategies of getting laid, pretty much.
hmm
The root of it is that women are worth the effort, and that's why I
yeah,
disagree
yeah,
with it.
yeah.
yeah,
And you know what I think about PUAs and what I disagree with it. See, they're taking they're taking a pimp game
they're taking,
and
yeah,
and they're modifying it. But what I say they're doing is they're strip mining. You know, in other words, it doesn't make to me it doesn't make sense to go out and sleep with 1,000 women. It doesn't make sense because
right,
you can learn from 10 as well as you can learn from 1,000. You know, game talking to them is fine, but having a relationship with or screwing 1,000 women or making that investment. Okay, you go out, you talk to them, you spend all that time, you spend
Yeah,
all that money to get her in bed just to throw her away. It doesn't make
that's
sense.
a heavy investment. Yeah.
It's a heavy
heavy
investment.
investment in
In other,
yourself too.
instead of being more selective, you know, because when I was dating, when I was young, when I was dating, I knew it was a heavy investment. So that woman had to be worth the investment, and I wasn't gonna. Basically, I never dated a woman that I didn't know. In other words, I never. A one night stand is fine, where you just happens and you have to go sleep with the woman. That's okay, but to actually bring a woman home, I would never spend that kind of money on a woman that I had already had
No,
sex with. That's just me.
no. See, yeah,
Never.
it became, it was an enlightening moment in my life when I found out that knowing myself
Mhm.
very well, I know what I like and
Mhm.
I know what likes me. And once I figured out what liked me,
Mhm.
it was over. It was very select. It was a very select few, and it just I didn't have to do a lot of work. I didn't have to do all the work then, and
No.
it was it became very easy and natural once I don't think they in PUA that they know themselves.
No. What would it, what it, yeah, because you can't because that takes more time, and that's a
That's
lot
the
that's hard a lot
introspection, yeah, that
it
deep
takes a lot of
introspection
hard to
we give
teach.
in MGTOW to do that deep introspection, and once you get familiar with what you are, who you are, what you like, what likes you,
Yeah.
there's no problem with women anymore.
No.
And
Yeah. Yeah. And that comes from that, and that's an older man talking that's been through the game. And I learned, I had you know my mother actually told me, back before when I was a teenager, she said you always pick from the women that like you.
yeah,
So you never, in other words, you never chase a woman that doesn't like you. In other words, you would, the key is to, like Joe was saying, key is to recognize the woman that likes
That
you,
likes you,
and
yeah. It's a
that's where you put your
diversity thing
investment in.
too.
Yeah,
There's a
yeah,
lot
Yep.
about diversity. They're not looking. The easiest way to sort a woman out, I always thought in my life, and it took me a long time to figure out, is w- women or girls when they're being raised by their father, they don't hate what their father is. They hate what he isn't.
mm-hmm,
And once you figure out what her father isn't, and
mm-hmm,
you become that what he isn't,
mm-hmm,
you've got her.
yeah,
You've got her. And don't
yeah,
be him. Because the biggest mistake I see with PUAs is they try to compete with the father.
mm-hmm.
That's the worst thing you can do.
Well, PUAs teach a shotgun approach. I'm gonna teach you a general approach, and it's basically like telemarketing.
Yeah.
I'm basically a friend of mine back in the 70s, back in the late 70s. He taught me the game because his theory was he was gonna only talk to 7s, 8s, and 9s, and he was gonna talk to at least 100 women a month. He was gonna do 100 approaches a month. He said so he approached 100 approaches a month. And he figured he said this is the way it works out. He said I approach 100 with a basic line. Um, he said half of them are gonna listen, 10 are gonna stop and hear my approach. 3, 5 are going to give me a
Yeah.
chance, and I'm going to have sex with 2 or 3. So
That's
basically,
law of large numbers.
there's a lot of, but the thing is,
Numbers,
that was his game, and I heard Dante Nero say exactly the same thing. He said you got to make 3 to 5 approaches a day. If you figure that out, that's about 100 and 150 approaches a month, and the numbers actually work out. And if you do it, if you perfect the game and you're consistent, it's like going to the NBA and taking jump shots. You got to shoot 300 to 400 jump shots a day. If you do that, you'll be a good jump shot shooter. If you make 100 150 approaches a month, you're going to be comfortable and relax when making your approach. And if you do that, you're going to get those 2 or 3 women a month that you want. And if you add it all up at the end of the year, you're going to have between 25 and 50 women that you've actually bedded a year, which is a considerable number. And I've seen him knock them down. I mean, he was good at it. I mean, he would knock them down. He was so good, he could make his approach, and his hit rate was like 10%, which is huge when you consider how many women he was talking to. You betting 10 women a month, and they're all good looking. They're 7s and above. You're batting. You're swinging way above your level, and he was nothing to look at. But his approach was so smooth, he could just do it, and that's what PUAs basically do the same thing. But it takes a lot of time, investment in time, not necessarily money, but in time. But if you start to do that, what you need to start doing is recognizing,
refining your
refining your
recognize
skills,
that
but
one.
recognizing, walking into a room and
Right.
recognizing the women that actually want you. So
Yeah, that's what I do.
You do.
That's what
Yeah.
I learned at 40 or something. 40,
Right.
It was the best years of my life. 40
Right.
to it was God. I went through so many. And you just walk into a room and I could just
Spotter. Yeah.
that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I know it likes me.
Yeah.
It's
just whether you like her or not. That's the whole problem.
Yeah,
It's in
it's
you
whether I
decide.
can get along.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
Whether
because
you like her.
women, I think most women, even though they're into you, you'll never know it because they're never going to approach you. I mean,
Well, you
they may
learn to
look
recognize.
at you every. How so? You look at them, and they look back at you.
Well, okay, okay. It's 2 things. It's one is recognizing it visually. Recognizing it visually, recognizing it verbally, and sometimes you get so in tune you can feel her vibe. You walk in the room, you look at her, she looks at you. And Joe can verify this.
You stand next to her and you got that thing going. You can feel it.
Yeah, because I've experienced love at first sight 6 times. When I was 15, and for a long-term relationship, that's what I look for. If I look at her, she look at me, and I feel that vibe, I know, and it's whether I want to invest in her or not. And every time that I've done it, it's always been a long-term relationship, and it with very little work. In other words, you don't have to do any work because you already know. She already wants you. So the thing is, you don't
Yeah.
you don't even need game. She wants you already. All you have to do is have enough competence not to screw it up. And that's when you become really skilled at hunting. I mean, this is off the Mgtow path, but I'm saying this is for younger guys that might be listening. That's where you want to get to. You want to get to the mastery of it, and then after you get the mastery of picking her out, you want to get the mastery of retaining that woman as a resource. You know, and once you find her, you don't want to just toss her out like PUAs. PUAs, I want to bang her for 2 or 3 times, and I want to toss her aside and go get me another one. That's a waste of time. That's a waste of money. You want every woman you interact with. If you're going to do this, I'm not suggesting that you do it because basically it's a dead end path.
That's what I teach my son and younger guys, that hypergamy goes both ways here.
Yes.
And I want the women that he's dating to bring something to the table.
Exactly.
And you know, that's the way I used to do it. And man, if you can get a skidoo out of this thing, fucking A, bring it home.
Yeah.
You know?
You know what?
A skidoo. Yeah. In other words, a skidoo is what is it? The motorized ski. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And that's well, Joe. That's another game on top of game. In other words,
macking. You talking about macking?
No, not necessarily macking. In other words, using female hypergamy. In other words, if he's a young, good-looking guy.
Yeah.
And he's going to be, you know, if I was a young, good-looking guy and I had the mindset that I have
himself.
now, knows himself, I would not date younger women. I would date a good-looking woman in her 30s because she has resources that she can give me. I'm going to bring the resources to me.
You're going to pick
so
Joe can bring something to the table too.
So Joe is teaching him old man's game. So this is the way after the knowledge that you acquire because you went through the wanting hot women, the sexual phase, the desire phase. You went through the love phase, and then you go through the money phase. And at the end of the day, if an old man could be young again, he wouldn't do it the same way. I'm not looking for sex. I'm not looking for love. I'm looking for resources. He's reversing the game because that's the way an older man would think. Because at the end of the day, it's what you can acquire. Because if you have sex. And once you have enough of it, it's the worth of sex actually goes down. The worth of the companionship goes down because they're female. Okay, and you have enough of them. Okay, they're all talking the same thing. They're all basically alike. I mean, you have some better than others, but they're all basically alike. Female companionship is female companionship. So the thing is, what's the next step? What else does she have to bring to the table that's going to enhance your life? And that's old man's game. That's the difference between a young man and Joe. That's what Joe's teaching his son. If you're gonna do this, son, if you're gonna go out and have sex and deal with women, do it right. That's pimp game. Bring something.
Get a cougar that has a tube side.
Well,
money.
Well, but use a condom. But yeah. But the thing is,
you have to do that. You can get the woman that you desire, the woman that, and there's a lot of low self-esteem girls out there.
Nonsense.
They all think they're ugly. And once you lay a little of that attention on him and stuff and everything, you work your game, and he gets shows me his new tennis shoes all the time. We went to the mall and bitch is buying him tennis shoes.
Maybe for 5, 6. Here's the thing though, like from a game theory standpoint, like 4s, 5s, and 6s, yes. Mm-hmm. But men want the 8s, 9s, and 10s. And 8s, 9s, and 10s are not going to do that.
I'm an 8, 9, or 10 that thinks she's a 6.
Well, yeah.
Those are rare, though.
No. Well, the thing is, if you use the game properly, because, like I say, the girl I was engaged to, she was considered a 9. Okay. The girl I had my children by, she was considered an 8. Okay. The couple of girls I had after her, they were considered 7s and 8s. Okay, and the thing is, the women that like you exist from 1 to 10. Right. And you have to learn how to pick from the women that like you. That's number one. Learning how to recognize it is the second thing. If a woman is into you, it doesn't matter whether she's a 1 or she's a 10. The female mind works the same way. Right. You don't have a different mind in a 1 than you do as a 10. The 10 has basically a gorgeous looking woman has more opportunities because of how gorgeous she is, rather than the 1. But the thing is, the 1 and the 10 think the same. So the thing is, if you recognize a woman that's into you, that's drawn to you, and who you are, no matter what you are, um, it doesn't. She doesn't. She's not thinking she's a 10. You know,
Right.
I'll tell you this: keeping a 10, keeping an 8, 9, and 10 is a lot harder than keeping a 1
Oh
for
yeah.
for
Once they
a
figure
long
out
Yeah,
term
that,
because she
then
got a rotation of guys just waiting, just
Well,
waiting.
well, it's not a rotation. You're in competition for a rare commodity.
It's the
You're
same difference,
constant.
right?
No. You're in constant competition with a rare commodity. It's not a rotation of guys. She's not choosing them because she doesn't like them. She likes you. But the thing is, if another guy's, if you know, it's just like water dripping. If enough water drips on that stone, it's going to break. And she has more water dripping on her, so eventually one of those guys is going to get to her. So holding her is a lot harder. But getting her is not any different than getting a 1 if she's into you. And you learn how to select and you learn the game. If you learn the game, learn who you are, and you learn to recognize who likes you, then you don't have to do any work. The 10's going to come to you because she's drawn to you. And she's going to be with you until somebody else can overcome what you put on her. So the thing is, there's learning who she is, learning how to select for her, and learning to get her, and then the rest is just retention. That's where the rest of the stuff comes in. Learning how to have sex with her, learning how to talk to her, learning how to manage her emotions, all that kind of stuff, so you can retain her. Because because the problem I had with my fiance and the mother of my children was not them being with me. The problem I had was being challenged constantly by other guys because they're
right.
attracted to her, and they're not gonna just because she's with you, you know. I had to threaten to beat up a couple guys. I said, look, she's not interested in you. Stop talking to her because she belongs to me. So why don't you back off and go someplace else? And they like to run through there because they're attracted to the way she looks like. They're not attracted, they're not thinking about that she's not into them. They're not listening to them. That's what they want and they go after. So it's a lot. It's like having a Mercedes in the ghetto. Okay, it's not, you've already acquired it. It's already yours, but how do you keep it? And that's the issue with the 8, 9, and 10s. That's why for blue pill guys that want to get married, I would say if 8, 9s, and 10s are cool to date, but if you're thinking about getting married or thinking of having a long-term relationship, it's better to get a 6 or 7
Yeah.
because they're gonna cause you less trouble.
Yeah,
Huh?
the hypergamy ladder is a ladder too.
Yeah.
You start off at a certain age, at a certain thing. You take a step up, you get that raise in pay, you
Yeah.
get a step
Yeah.
up, but your ladder ends at a certain point,
Right.
and that's when she's good. It's inevitable that her motor doesn't stop running at that point. She's
Exactly.
looking for that next step of hypergamy.
Right.
She's looking for the next guy. If your ladder ends, you better get used to that idea in life. Most
Yeah.
men never get used to that idea.
Yeah.
Right.
And,
Yeah. It has an expiration date,
yeah,
especially.
yeah,
Yeah.
you have an expiration date
Yeah.
on you, no matter what you
It-
think and how bad you think you are, and how tough or how good looking or how alpha male you think you are. You have an expiration
Have an
date.
expiration date. You're gonna step on that landmine. Some guy somewhere is gonna say something that's gonna get her.
Yeah,
And
that's just the
and
way
the
it
odds
That's
are
why
a
I
lot
say
more likely
that's
than 8, 9, and 10.
that's
Yeah,
why I say
move
don't
along
play
at
that
that
game in
point.
this country.
Yeah, you gotta be
Yeah. Well,
prepared to.
the thing is, if you go out the country and okay, and the scale exists everywhere. So in other words,
Of course.
a Brazilian 10 is a lot higher than an American 10. But a 10
Absolutely.
but a 10 is a 10. And even if she's Brazilian, you go out the country and you marry, and say you get married, say you're 31, you get married, you find your girl and she's a 10, she's a Brazilian 10. Yeah, she's a Brazilian 10, but the thing is, she's got a hell of a lot more options. She's got a hell of a lot more
Hell of a
guys
lot more.
offering her stuff, and it's going to be hard to maintain that relationship. And and trust me and believe, you're going to have to hear about all the other offers she gets
But I
because
wouldn't. Yeah. Well, I wouldn't get married in any country. But
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
even in Brazil, you're competing. Most of your competition is going to be the local men, which is no competition.
Well, the thing is, and plus, a Brazilian 5 is like an American 7. So an average girl in
Yeah.
Brazil is an American
Yeah.
is 7. So if you get a Brazilian 6, she's probably an American 8, and that makes you happy. So basically, you can kind of downgrade a little bit and still be happy. Relatively downgrade a little bit and still be happy. And then if you use your American advantage, then you can pull an 8 with no problem.
Right.
Yeah.
And
You
you're
can pull
right.
a 10 one. You can pull a 10 with no problem.
Yeah,
It's
but
just-
but a 10 is a 10 all over the world.
yes, but a 10 in Brazil is not as difficult as a 10 in America.
But the thing is, a 10 is going to attract a Brazilian millionaire. So
Yeah, and some of those
she,
things.
they're on a
But-
different, they're on a
but-
different
It's
scale.
unrealistic.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree with
That's
that.
why
But
I say know yourself, because
Yeah.
your 10 may be not what some other guy's 10 is.
Yeah.
A Brazilian 10, I already know I can't acquire a Brazilian 10.
Not in
It's just-
America, no.
It's impossible. But that's not what my cognitive my cognitive that image of a perfect woman is.
Right.
My 10 may be your 6.
Right.
right.
Well, yeah, and the thing is, me having had them, I tell this story to my family all the time. My first girlfriend in high school, she had a great body. She was really dark. She had a great body. She was like 42. Was she 42? I would say back then it would be a triple D. She was, she had a little bitty waist. She only weighed like 125 pounds, but she had 42 double Ds, triple Ds.
Triple D's.
But her face, she was a 4, right?
Okay.
She wasn't very attractive in the face. But the thing is, she was so attracted to me, she was so into me, that she would have done anything I wanted.
Right.
And I wanted something better. I didn't want a 4. I wanted, I wanted 7, I wanted 8, 6, 7, 8, and 9. But when I got older, I got to be about 40, 45, and I've gone through all the 8s, the 7, 8s, and 9s and stuff like that. And I realized the best woman for me was that 4. Because that best woman would have been by my side, no thick or thin. She'd have done anything I wanted to please me, and for my life to be happy, that 4 was what I needed. So no matter how much better look than my fiance was, light years ahead of her in the way she looked. But the thing is, the attitudes I had to put up with compared to that 4, I said if I had to do it all over again, I'd have got that 4 and I'd have been happy. And that's what you have to realize. It's not. You have to sometimes get past the looks. If you got to go through the 8, 9s, and 10s, you quickly realize that 3 months is just like after you buy a new car. No matter how fancy that car is, how nice that car is, no matter how much it costs, 6 months later after you paying the notes, that car looks to you like a Toyota because you're used to it. That's the same thing with a 10. Because I had a girlfriend 20 years ago after I broke up with the mother of my child. She was 5'10". She looked like a model. She had red, she had reddish blonde hair. She had hazel eyes. She was gorgeous. In fact, she moved to Vegas and became a stripper for a while. But she was absolutely gorgeous. But the thing is, after about 6 months, her eyes looked brown. She looked regular to me. Because the new car smell actually wore off, and then you have to deal with the woman.
Right.
So
that may not be a woman you want to deal with.
Deal with it on long term, like my
Every time
fiance.
she opens up her mouth, she irritates you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, she did. She was a good woman. She had a good personality, and all that. She was beautiful. But the thing is, after the beauty wears off, you have to deal with the basic woman. And unfortunately for me, she was a sweet person. Like my fiance was absolutely stunningly gorgeous. She was stunning. She wasn't quite a 10 because she was a little older, but she was absolutely stunning. And the thing is, after a year and a half, I left her because her attitude was so bad. The new car smell wore off. So it didn't matter about sex. It didn't matter that when I walked into a room, I tell you, when I walked into a room with her on my arm, the women kind of backed off. They wouldn't even approach me. They kind of backed off because she was that stunning. It's funny to see you walk into a room with your girl on your arm, and all the women just shy away from you because they can't compete. That's a funny feeling. But the thing is, after the new car smell wears off, you have the basic woman. And that's something that it takes it takes wisdom to acquire that, because you have to get your fill of hot women, you know. And once you get your fill of hot women, you realize you need a woman that's basic. You look at the billionaires. Most of the billionaires women, the majority of them don't have a 10. She looks more like a 6 or 7. She's not a 10. You look at Bill Gates, look at Melinda Gates.
Yeah.
She's not a 10. You look at Zuckerberg.
Well,
He's
to
very
be
10.
fair, Bill Gates put Miranda through a lot. He was
Yeah.
after about SAT scores. He wanted a smart woman.
He wanted a smart woman.
Yeah.
You look at Zuckerberg. He wanted a certain kind of woman. It didn't matter what she looked like. The same thing with the Zuckerberg's woman.
Yeah.
She's not a supermodel. He could
Well,
afford
she's
any
very
supermodel that he wanted. But it's not what she looks like. It's it's what fits him and what's going to make him happy. And I would say that to any blue pill guy that wants to be blue pill.
It's
If you're
that
going to
other-
go down,
It's that other 24 hours a day or
Yeah.
23 hours a day that you have
Yeah.
to live with her.
yeah, because it's like whatever your favorite Joe says it, whatever your favorite meal a day favorite meal is, if you have to eat it 3 times a day, you're going to get tired of it. It doesn't matter how good it is to you. You cannot eat it 3 times a day. And
I think-
the same. Go ahead.
I think men just do a cost benefit analysis in their head. At least my thought process was, if you get with a 8, 9, or 10, you're gonna have to deal with a bitch pretty much. As to where a 4, 5, 6, she may be homely looking, but she's gonna have a great attitude because she doesn't have a line of men around the building trying to get in her pants.
It's hard. It's harder. It's harder to find a 8, 9, and 10 that has a good attitude because she gets so much attention.
Exactly.
But the thing is, the key is to maybe Joe probably can tell you because he probably agree with me. The key is to 8, 9, and 10 is for her to choose you. If she chooses you, then you don't have nearly the problem with her because she has chosen you. You never choose an 8, 9, or 10. You always have the 8, 9, or 10 choose you because every woman that I had that was the 8 or above, she always chose me. And trust me, all of them 20 years later still love me. We're not together because we can't get along, but they still love me. Even my fiance, 15 years later, she called me. She was still attracted to me because she chose me, whatever her reasons for choosing me were. And that is the key. Because a lot of guys want to run after the 8, 9, and 10, and they're doing it backwards. If you run after the 8, 9, and 10, you're going to get broken down. If that 8, 9, or 10 chooses you, then it's a different story. Then she's not a bitch to you because she wants to be with you. That's the key. What do you say about that, Joe?
Yeah, that's about right. I mean, it's the strangest thing which one's going to choose you sometimes. It's all personal desire and personal needs and personal wants. That's all individual to the individual person, and especially with women. I've had 8s, 9s, 10s walk up, and don't be shocked if one does.
Right.
You just know yourself and know. A certain type of woman has always liked me.
Right.
It was hard to pin on first, but I noticed okay, she's sort of demure. She's sort of she's usually around this color, and she's slim, and she keeps her head like this and that. And once I realized that, man, that's what I was going for right there in that crowd. I wasn't screwing around with all the rest, and I noticed them were the ones who were seeking me out too.
Yeah.
And
you start to tune into. Well, I say tuning into your prey. A good hunter tunes into tune into your prey.
It was much easier then,
a good hunter lets the prey come to him rather than vice versa.
Right.
You heard about this movement about black men going to countries in South America to meet quote unquote better quality women, right?
Yeah.
Do you think
who's
that
the guy from Venezuela that used to be a Mgtow? You remember him?
Oh no, I don't think so. I don't.
Yeah, he left. He left America, moved to Venezuela,
because the system is different.
Right.
That's why they're more agreeable because the system is different. They haven't been. They're still a little bit more colonial. So the system the system hasn't caught up with them. You never know. In 20 years, it could be the same thing in
Right.
Brazil than it is as it is in the United States, but the system is different. So there's an advantage. There's a monetary advantage and there's a systemic advantage because
Right.
feminism and modern Western culture hasn't caught up with them yet. It's culturally.
Right.
It's on its way, but it hasn't caught up with them. So yeah, you have a better chance and a better advantage if you go to Latin America and stay there. Once you bring them here, you're bringing them into the American system, and they're going to change. So that's why you say you never bring them back.
Right.
It's mostly, well, in those areas, mostly Catholic, and
Yeah.
women just act like the old-fashioned Catholic girls used
Right.
to. It's like they're not going to violate certain things because it's in their code. Here they come here and they see, okay, I don't have to be with this guy. Uncle Daddy Sam's going to take care of me.
Right.
I can do whatever the fuck I want.
Yeah. Turfling and Monkey just put up a video about that with the women coming from Syria.
Yeah.
And the guy paying for his wife and his family to come into Syria.
Divorced. Yeah.
And they're divorcing them as soon as they hit the ground.
Yep.
Yeah, they got stipulations. You go on one of those pages, those lawyer pages for bringing a woman into this country and getting married, and you listen to those women talk. They know all the domestic violence is the silver bullet in there.
Mm-hmm.
They get into this country, they get into a house, they get in, and then they call the police, 911. He hit me. They get automatic citizenship.
Wow.
Yep.
It's automatic citizenship after that. He goes to jail. She gets his house. Automatic citizenship. And these women know that. Mm-hmm. That's a very dangerous game that you're playing if you think you're going to bring a woman in from Taiwan or something and don't think that she knows the system. Because the first lawyer she talks to is going to teach her the fucking system.
Yeah. And that
little friends that she make in their new home.
And that's why I tell a lot of women that come that disparage Mgtow, men disparage Mgtow. They think, well, Mgtow hate women. No, Mgtow hate the system that allows women to do what they do.
Oh, right, yeah.
The women are immaterial. If you get rid of the system, the women will go back to the way they were. And Mgtows know that.
A traditional system.
Yeah, a traditional system. And Mgtow are not. A lot of Mgtow are not.
They're not going back either.
Well, they're not. They think Mgtow are anti-women, and it's not that we're anti-women. We're anti the system that allows the feminist system that allows women to do what they do. Yeah, because if you change, if you go back 50 years and you change the system to the way it was, there probably wouldn't be any Mgtows. For the most part.
Well, my thing, I wouldn't consider myself anti-woman, whatever that means.
No.
But if the government was destroyed tomorrow, like you as the man, you still have to carry the woman on your back, no matter what system you're in.
Yeah.
I mean, whether we're talking about 60 years ago or today, men are still going to be carrying the load for women and children. That's just the way it is.
But it was a tolerable system. It was a fairer system that you could
if you decide to carry that load.
Well, if you decide to carry that load. So in other words, your risks were a lot more minimalized than they are now. But the thing is, the system has gotten so out of whack that you would be an idiot to actually enter into it.
Yeah, you don't have a decision whether you're going to carry that load. You will. Or you will go to jail. That's what they're telling you now, and that's where we talk about the slavery of it all. And it's no, you will carry that load, or you will go to jail.
Yeah,
and I'll go Galt.
Yeah,
I mean, but even back then, even when there's no risk, let's say hypothetically, there's no risk at all. You still have to work yourself into an early grave to support your family, and men were expected to feel proud to be a quote unquote real man to provide and protect.
Well, the thing is, back then there were checks and balances. So if you did decide to enter into that system, and you did decide to have a family, even if you worked yourself to the bone or to death or whatever.
At least
at least you got basically a fair shot at having a family, having kids, and whatnot. And a lot of guys want that. If it were fair, a lot of guys want that, even though you're working
on your accord. You agreed to that as long as it wasn't going to leave you into that other system.
Right.
I never agreed to to that other system. I agreed to the system where I worked hard, built my wealth, take care of my family,
Right.
enjoy all those perks and everything from that, and then somewhere down the line I was going to retire and die.
Right.
But that's not going to happen.
Yeah, the thing is, with the system now is with that it's so out of whack, man. Is that
Oh, shit.
well, it's batshit crazy now. So the thing
Yeah.
is, and that's what Mgtow was saying. It said you're insane to enter into this system. You're insane. In fact, it's getting to the point where you're insane in dealing with American women anyway. Because if this this rape culture progresses the way it is, man, you're taking a risk just sleeping with a woman.
Oh yeah, dude. We the guys our age, me and Eli, and we got to experience it. We got to watch the things change, and we might be the last generation of men that have this knowledge that watched it change right in front of us. So I seen what it was like. I watched my wife change. I watched her attitude. I watched society change in front of my face, and then it let me out at 42 years old. Like, what the fuck happened there?
Mm-hmm.
And then we get blamed like, why did you go into that, Joe? Didn't you know this? No, I didn't know this.
No,
That
it
was
didn't
the thing.
exist.
There was no Mgtow back then. There was no men's rights that were telling me these things.
And the funny thing is that didn't you know when you went in because the contract that I signed
Yeah.
or I entered into when I did this,
Yeah.
20 years later you nullified the whole contract. In other
Yeah,
words,
they nullified the whole contract, but they're talking about this other contract that they put in place of it.
yeah. This is not what I signed. This is, in other words, it's like
not the contract I
it's
signed.
like buying a Toyota, and then the fifth year when you're getting ready to pay it off, you said no, we changed the contract. This Toyota was $20,000 when you bought it, but guess what? Now it's $100, and now you owe us $80,000. And you said, wait a minute, no, this car was $20,000 when I bought it. That's what I signed for. No, we changed the contract.
That's why I say don't sign any contract.
So,
Well,
yeah.
well,
And
now
that's
it's
a
not
metaphysical contract.
It's a
That's a
metaphysical
contract they put
contract.
in 1972.
Yeah.
But what they did, as soon as you copulate with a woman now, there's a metaphysical contract. If you have a child now,
Yeah.
that's it.
Yeah.
You've signed it.
You signed it, yeah. Basically, yeah. Well, once she has that child, they're gonna find a responsible party. And now they say now just like living with a woman.
Yeah,
It
now
could
even
be,
living with a woman for a
Yeah.
series, you can lose, funding and God, marry just even you don't even have to have kids now to lose everything. You just look at this what I put up on the board earlier in this thing with Steve Levine.
Mhm.
Did you see that long list of demands she had? That's a single woman making. She has beauty demands, $1,900 a month.
Right.
She got pet care demands and all sorts of weird frickin' things that normal people wouldn't even think about. And
She's just another woman that wants to be taken care of by a man.
yeah, she's just that's the entitlement of it all. She has no plans of working or doing any work. She just wants to be taken care of, and Uncle Sam's going to give her that.
How is this woman different than the woman of the 40s and 50s? That's my question.
Well, she's not. It's not the
not
woman that's different. It's just the system that supports it and allows this stuff to go on is different. The woman would always do this. The thing is that the environment, the
Right.
social environment that they're surrounded by, that allows them to do it, lets them run buck wild.
So
Women are always the same.
So could we say with confidence that women, regardless of time period, has always been the same
Yes.
until
Yes.
until they have a way of screwing men over, and then they get to be whoever they
What-
really want to be.
Yeah, that's what Mgtow says. Women,
Okay.
it's not the women that's the problem. It's the environment that the society is set up is the problem, and that's what we've been saying that consistently.
I would say hypergamy is the problem, but the government gives women a way to exercise that hypergamy.
The thing is, it's always been controlled. That's why you had arranged marriages going back 60,000 years. They didn't leave it up to the woman. This is your husband. You guys are going to stay together. You guys are going to have kids, and that's the way it is. You don't have a way out. This is what it is. This is your life.
But that was hypergamy too. But it just didn't come from the woman itself. It just came from her parents.
The thing is, it came from the whole society. It's not just the parents. The parents didn't have the whole village had a say in who you marry.
Right.
Even now in Africa, in the village life, You don't go to the parents, you go to the elders. The elders look at you, they look at what you have, and they basically pick your wife. And then they will go to the parents and say, okay, we found a suitable mate for your girl. And
Now
she's
isn't isn't that depending on who the man is, what his status is, and what his potential is?
it's forced assortative mating. They don't. In other words, if a woman is a great beauty and she's in great demand, he's gonna the guy the guy that links her that goes to marry her has to have a certain status and have a certain amount of wealth to get her. In
Now
other
how does
words,
that now how does that not sound like hypergamy?
it's not. Well, the thing is, it's not
Yeah,
hypergamy.
traditionalized hypergamy. Yeah.
The thing is, that's the way society works. It's the same thing for a man. A man doesn't, if you're a high status guy, you don't want a grotesque woman, do you?
Right.
What you want is you want something that's relative to your status. So what they do is they look at your personality, they look at your status and everything going on, and they pair you with a woman that's suitable for who you are and what you do. In other words, that's out of your hands. You don't get to pick her; they pick her for you.
I agree with everything that you're saying. I'm just saying that when the looks wear off, and they will wear off,
You're
the
stuck.
man are still the man is
stuck.
still getting less than what the woman is getting.
Okay, because I'm gonna post this because I posted it in my Ibmore channel. Okay, it's a fair trade because
What?
well, listen to me. Listen to
Okay, go
me.
ahead.
Okay, what a man wants is what? They want youth and beauty, right? So a woman's most valuable years is between puberty with
17 and
no no
23.
no 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 14 her most valuable years if it depending on how long you live is between 14 and 32. Those are her most valuable years. A man's most valuable years, especially in a modern society, in a conservative society, an old society, was between the ages of 21 and 41. Okay, but nowadays, because of our complex society, say a person like you're just entering into your prime earning years, right?
Correct.
Okay, you're 31. When you were in your 20s, you might have gone to school. You might have started off on a job. You were learning
Bro,
basically.
broke as
You were
fuck.
you were learning your trade, right?
Right.
So your prime earning years, if you look at it statistically, are between 35 and basically 55 or 60, right?
Okay. Right.
Okay, what woman wants is resources, is wealth and resources, right? For the most
Correct.
part, that's what a man brings, right? And
Correct.
your prime resource years are between 35 and 55.
Okay.
What you want is youth and beauty.
Right.
Her prime years for youth, beauty, and fertility is between the ages of 14 and 32. Okay,
Okay.
so basically, you cut off 4 years of that because of the age of consent laws. Basically, her years, her prime years are between 18 and 32, which is a short window. So the thing is, for you to match what you bring to the table and what she brings to the table, you would have to get a woman that's like 18 years old at your age,
Yeah.
Right.
because her prime and your prime are matching, and that's the problem that that's the problem that's going on with the debate between Sierra and Russell Wilson, right? Because Russell Wilson is in his prime earning years, but in Sierra's prime, because she's 30 years old,
Is at the
uh,
end.
is close to the end. So her prime and his prime are mismatched. He's not getting full value for what he brings to the table because he's in his prime earning years and he's 26 and he's a football player and there's no telling what he could be as a businessman. So his prime could be even longer than that. But the thing is, even if you look at it now, say if we took Russell Wilson out of the equation and Sierra who's 30 and you're 31, okay? You haven't he have yet she would if she was just a good looking woman as she is and she wasn't famous and she hooked up with you and you guys are both 31 years old, she's cheating you. Why is she cheating you? Because she's at the end of her prime
Yeah.
and you're just entering yours. So
Yeah.
if you
Correct.
hook up, so basically she's gone through a whole bunch of other guys that she's given her prime away to for whatever, for money, for dates, or for whatever she's given it away to. And now at the end of her prime, she wants to jump ship and she wants to piggyback onto your prime. She didn't give you, if it was the village model, um, you wouldn't have been in your prime. You would have got her before your prime and in her prime. In other words, she'd have given you her prime years from 18 to 32, right? And
Correct.
then on the other, to balance out the scale, you'd have stayed married to her, and basically she'd have enjoyed your financial prime until she's retired, and that would have been a balanced trade. You got the best of her, she gets the best of you. That's fair.
I
But the thing is,
agree. I agree with everything you said, but
he said what?
I don't think Russell Wilson's contract is comparable to any woman's beauty that has ever existed or will exist.
Yeah.
Well, that's all relative. I'm not saying. I'm just saying.
I don't think $50,000 a year is. I don't think a woman's attractiveness is worth $50,000 a year either.
Well, the thing is our diamonds are just rock. It's the values that we put on them.
Yes.
And Sierra and Russell Wilson are different. I use that as an example, but I know why Russell Wilson is dating Sierra and proposed to her. It has much more to do with his image. Okay, he needs a highly he needs a 10 to be on his arm, because that promotes his brand and his image. So he shows up at the White House.
He could. You know how many women he could choose from Hollywood?
Yeah, but but the thing is, Sierra has a certain market. Okay, regardless of what
she had a market.
No, wait, let me hear me out.
Go ahead.
Hear me out. Hear me out. Sierra already has a brand. She has a brand with a certain market, and the thing is, with her brand, she brings a certain market of black women to the table, a certain brand of white women to the table that could be single moms, or could be women that are 30 years old and coming out of their prime. That brings those people who didn't even know who Russell Wilson was.
No, she hasn't had a hit in 12 years.
It doesn't. The thing is, she has a brand. Michael Jordan hasn't played basketball in almost 20 years, but he has a brand. He makes more money now than he did when he was playing, because he has a brand.
Compare Sierra to Michael Jordan is not fair.
Oh, no, it's relative. It's relative. What I'm saying is, she still has a name. She still has a brand. They still know her name. Still carries weight as a brand, and her beauty, because she looks like a supermodel when she's dressed up, she still carries weight. And the thing is, the controversy that she generates keeps his name relative. And the thing is, his endorsements have actually gone double since he started dating her.
I think that his name has made her relevant again.
True.
Yeah.
True.
Because
But the thing
Russell Wilson is. I mean, he's Russell Wilson. I mean.
Yeah, but the thing is, he's Russell Wilson to people that know football. But the majority of women in America have no idea what Russell Wilson did before Sierra dated him.
And most people under 24 don't know who the hell Sierra is. People that's my age and your age know who Sierra is.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's not Sierra just herself. It's the name that she carries, who she dated, her story, and the controversy. It's Kim Kardashian. In other words, the controversy that they promote by being in the limelight, and the beefs that are going back and forth, keep her relative. Keep him relative. So now, I've heard it more than a few times. Women say, "I didn't know Russell Wilson from a can of paint until Sierra, the Sierra controversy came about." So basically, he's introducing his name and his brand to a whole class of people, and his market share has doubled as far as endorsement. He used to be like he had dropped from when he won a Super Bowl to like number 7 or 8 as far as endorsements in jerseys, right? After Sierra, he's back up to number 1, and he hasn't won a Super Bowl in 2 years. But the thing is, it's publicity and it's marketing. It's marketing 101. So I understand why he did it.
I think he really cares about her, because, as you know, that he insisted on no prenup because of negative energy.
He's not married yet, so we don't know. He
said no prenup.
That's what he says now, but he hasn't married her yet. It doesn't matter what you say about no prenup until you actually get married. Joe can tell you that.
Yeah, the prenups get thrown out anyway.
Yeah, well, rich people get ironclad. There was a rich guy that did get his prenup thrown out. He was a $100 million guy. He did get his prenup thrown out in New York.
Man, I was looking at this hag that when he was young. God, He had low self-esteem then.
Who's that?
Russell Wilson.
Not really, because he married his high school girlfriend because he was an all-state football player.
Was that the one with the number 12 on there right up at the top?
Yeah, the white chick.
Yeah,
The white chick, yeah.
And then look at that one in the middle, back over. She looks like 50 years old.
I feel bad for him because I see that he's headed towards a cliff.
He might be,
No
but
one can talk him off of it.
I won't believe it until I see him actually walk down the aisle and sign that contract. When you sign the contract, when he signs that contract, I'll believe it. And if half of me doesn't even believe they'll get married.
You see that ring Sierra was sporting? Did you see that big ass ring?
That's all show.
You think that man ain't serious?
It doesn't matter because you're gonna make more money than the ring costs. She's already making more money than the ring costs.
Wasn't that a demand that she had?
Huh?
She can't demand shit from him because he has a higher status than her. What's she gonna do? She has a kid.
He's got 4 more just like her already. But that's the controversy. Russell Wilson has made 11 or 12 million. He made $11 million off of Sierra last year. It's in endorsements.
Yeah.
It all went to that ring. That ring is fat.
And he's number one. He's number one as far as football players and endorsements now, just because of the Sierra controversy. So the longer this goes on, longer the controversy goes on, the more money he's going to make. Tiger Woods on his, he gave he signed a prenup with his wife, and she was supposed to get $70 million. But Nike and Sony and a few other people told Tiger give her 100 so she keeps her mouth shut because you're gonna make more than that in endorsements in the next 10 years. So it's worth it to you to give her the $100 million to keep her mouth shut. And Tiger Woods made 10 times that much in the next 7 or 8 years. So it doesn't matter. Tiger Woods because
7 8 years since that.
It's been
God damn, really?
Yeah, it's been 7 or 8 years since she hit him with the golf club.
Because Tiger hasn't won shit since then.
No,
he ain't won a damn thing.
And he's still the leading money earner in golf.
Wasn't he approaching like $1 billion before that happened?
Yeah, he was worth $1 billion before that.
His career took a hit after that too. He was never the same golfer.
No, he was never the same golfer. But the thing is, he's still earning money. He doesn't even need to play golf to earn money anymore.
Yo, he's gonna make money.
His brand and his
brand,
Wilson brand. The golf clubs and
Nike and all the others.
I thought Nike canceled after that.
No.
I was looking at one the other day at the mall. It was like $365. I was like,
no. Nike. He's second to Michael Jordan. No.
I know they canceled that video game.
Yeah.
That EA game. Yeah.
They still had to pay him.
Was that the one her hitting him with the golf club?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was right here in Orlando. Yeah.
Yeah. No, on that level, then it's about brand, it's about marketing, it's about cost.
So you really think this is for show?
I do, and there's another guy. There's another guy that on YouTube from New York that talked about it. He said word on the street. I don't know how credible it is that Russell Wilson's not straight.
Oh yeah, you got to figure every time he gets his picture, every time one of those pictures hit the cover of TMZ, or the New York Press or everything, he makes $50,000 to $100,000.
Yeah,
I just never seen a ring that fat in my entire life. I'm like,
if you don't, the thing is, you don't even know how real it is.
It could be fake. It could very well be fake.
Yeah.
But Sierra was cheesing from cheek to cheek.
Of course,
got one over, and she didn't deserve to beat up.
The thing is, it enhances her brand by being with him.
Exactly.
Yeah. What's that old that Britney Spears when she was going through all her shit and somebody said that bitch is crazy and I said crazy like a fox because every time her picture ends up on that paper, she makes $150,000.
Yeah.
That girl's pulling in the buck. She don't care. They keep her name negative or positive. As long as the press is picking it up, they're paying them.
Yeah,
right.
It's free brand recognition, and Russell Wilson is getting free brand. It's good. I predict that the next year you're going to see a whole lot of women, black and white, wearing number 3 jerseys from the Seattle Seahawks. Russell Wilson.
Oh
and
yeah,
that's
they
just
already had
more
that
sales.
commercial on with the girl running down with her boyfriend to the, and she got the number 3 jersey, the blue
Yeah,
number 3 jersey
yeah.
on. He made money off of that too.
Yes, yes. What I'm saying is, like Jonah, this is crazy like a fox. If I was a black guy, if I was Russell Wilson, and
Uh-huh.
and she caused this kind of controversy, it's just gonna make me money. So why wouldn't I do it? It makes
Oh yeah, I'd
sense.
be like, go out there and do this today because and
Yeah,
show a little leg and show up
yeah,
with this guy, my cousin here, and then they'll say you're cheating, and then that'll hit the news, and I'll make $1 million.
yeah. You're on the beach proposing to your girl, and it's a perfect photo shot. Now,
Yeah,
how do you get a perfect photo shot? And you just propose to her with this ring on. That's
that's
publicity.
planned.
That's
Yeah,
planned. You know.
I understand that, but you don't need like I don't know. I think he's for real because of the ring.
I
If
don't.
it's
I mean,
real, that ring costs
it it,
millions.
how
it
big is
does.
that ring? Do I got to look this
It
up?
said
There's a
16.
video. Yeah, there's a video. There's a video. That ring is
They
fucking
said 16
fat.
carats. Yeah, 16 carats was
You could
the.
see
16 carats?
the
Yeah,
surrounding was dark, and you could see the ring clear as day.
yeah,
That's how fat it was.
yeah. It's a big ring, but I'm saying is the thing is, when it comes to marketing, it's illusion, and the only person that knows whether it's real or not is the jeweler Russell Wilson and Sierra.
I agree with
And
that.
Oh yeah,
and
that is a huge ring. Look at the size of that fucking thing.
yeah, yeah.
You sound like someone
I
who just
mean,
called a fish.
and people have been talking about that ring for 3 weeks. It's been all over the news. It's been in every paper. It's been all over all the talk shows. They've been talking about the size of the ring, and then his ex-wife comes out and shows her ring
Oh
and says
yeah,
it's
yeah.
bigger. And then
Heck,
and
like
then
talking shit.
yeah, then Future comes out and said the ring doesn't matter. So basically, they're getting free publicity in the gossip columns all over. You go to the newspaper, you see
Yeah.
Sierra's ring in the supermarket.
See, I thought
So
I heard that story out of the Russell Wilson brand before with the ex-wife in the ring because it's the
yeah,
same story, isn't it?
yeah, uh, yeah.
No, the ex-wife said
My ring is bigger than hers.
her ring's bigger, and then Russell Wilson went out and got her another ring,
Oh
a
yeah.
bigger one.
See, it's just a little game he's
Yes,
playing.
again.
That's
He,
not the ring that you're showing. That's
Hmm.
not it.
that's not the one.
There's
Oh my
one
God.
bigger than that.
Oh, he
That's
went
the
out to get
second
a
class
bigger
ring.
ring. Huh? Okay, more
I'm like,
publicity.
this dude got her 2 rings. It
Yeah,
could be for publicity. I think that
publicity.
dude's for
Yeah.
real.
Oh yeah. I mean, if you think about it, what are we talking about? We're talking about it. We could care less.
Right.
Listen, women dig that stuff.
Oh
They're
yeah.
going to turn on
Oh
a show.
man.
They want to
Oh
see the
oh
ring. They
oh
want
man.
a fake one just like it.
Okay. I did a video. I called this the Hood Rat Cinderella story.
Yeah.
You've been chasing bad boys and thugs since
Yeah.
you were 16 years old,
Yep.
and you have a child out of wedlock by a thug rapper that has 4 other children out of wedlock, and then you get swooped up by this nice guy who's on top of his game, white knight. You're doing the right thing. You put a big ring on her finger. You're gonna marry her. That's a Cinderella story. Yeah,
Now
that
these
sells.
now these hoes in the project's gonna have hope
Oh
again.
yeah, they have hope.
Yeah.
Of course.
You know what scares me about this? You look at
What?
Russell Wilson. He's no gem of a man. Looks wise.
Mhm. Oh, the Joe in the black community, Russell Wilson would be top.
Yeah.
In
He
other
would be
words,
top.
Yeah.
if he walked into an all black club, all the rest of the guys you might as well fall back because number one, his skin color, and number two,
Okay.
and even more than that, black women are crazy, fanatic about hair. If a man's he could be ugly, but
If
if
you
he's
got
got
good
wavy
hair.
hair, if he's
Oh
got
yeah.
if he's got wavy hair, then that is a rarity in the black community. And black women, there's 2 things that black women will.
Black chicks still think like that? I thought that was a '90s
Oh,
thing.
you know what? You know what? I'm going to tell you. I got 3 grandbabies, right? 3 grandsons, and my daughters, my parents, and their mother, and the whole family, all the women talk about the grade of hair that each child has.
Hmm.
My grandson. My grandson has 1 grade of hair. It's curly, but it's saying it's not wavy. Okay, and then my son, he married he married a girl that she's biracial. Okay, and so he's got another kind of gray hair, and then I have my last grandson by my baby daughter. My her mother has wavy and curly hair. They come from they come from Alabama, southern Alabama, and they're mixed with Native American. So they have, even though they're dark, they have really wavy and curly hair. And my last grandson, he's got that kind of hair, and even so they grade each child's hair. Who has better grade of hair than the next child? Which, and no, Joe, see, white people don't really do that.
Yeah, I've never heard of.
No,
No,
the
I
hair
know about it because
hair is hair.
I had a black girlfriend at one time, and she's like, "Oh, look at your hair; it's like curly."
Yes,
It's like,
yes,
I was
yes.
like, "Get your hands out of my hair! I'm gonna cut it
Basically,
off."
yeah. It's to even to white women, it's just hair. If
It's
if
just
white
hair
women
for
have
'em. I never,
all they
my
want
wife,
hair, all
my
they want
wife
hair is
never ran her
manageable.
fingers through my hair.
No,
She could care less.
no,
She wanted me
no.
to cut it off.
Black women. There's two things black women are obsessed with: is eyes and hair, and
I agree with that. Yep.
and everything else is secondary. And Russell Wilson, because of because he's part Native American and he's got that wavy hair. From the time he was little in the black community to the time till now, he could walk in any black club and he could pull the top grade woman because of his hair.
Okay. Yeah, he looks
Without,
to
he
have
could be
like a
broke. He could be
Hawaiian or Samoan.
no, he's Native American.
He's Native American.
He's Native American. I don't know what tribe he's from. You can look at his father. You can tell his father is I don't know what percentage of Native American he is, but I don't know what tribe but he's part Native American. They didn't say what tribe he's from, but he's mixed with that, and he's got that. He could be the biggest nerd, but he walks in with that copper skin and that wavy hair.
Oh, yeah.
And women will be attracted to him no matter what. Prince has that kind of hair, and he's only 5'3", and women look at him and they're attracted to him, even though he's only 5'2". And you know how women feel about height, but there's exceptions to every rule.
But Prince had status though.
Even before he had status, I've seen guys. I went to school with guys that look like Prince, and they could be like 5'2". And they'll be, and black women will just go for him,
Now, did they look like Prince before Prince or after Prince? Because that makes a difference.
No, I mean the Prince looks pretty much the same as he did when he was a kid. And I've met guys that were short and that looked like him, and the women were always all over him. Then they'd be like 5'4", 5'3", and they walk past the guys that were 6 feet and 6'2". And they go right to that little guy. And then Russell Wilson, I looked at him and they said, well, he's a nerd. He couldn't get any women. No, that's not true. If he go in the black community all day long,
he would have had a lot of babies by now.
Yeah. If he was loose, and he wouldn't have to have a dime. So
no,
no.
Yeah.
Now for the Caucasian girlfriend that he had, he had to have status. He was all-state quarterback, and she followed him from the time he was 15, and. In fact, she changed colleges to go to the college where he went to. I think it was Wisconsin, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
He won the Rose Bowl with Wisconsin, so he's been a top tier quarterback, and you know about that, Joe. If you're a top tier athlete, you got women. I don't care what you look like. You're a top tier quarterback.
My cousin, he screwed up so bad, and I hate to tell it on air, but he's like he was the starting wide receiver at Iowa State, and he met a baby mama, had twins, ended his career. He's like, oh God, she dragged him down. It was like a 30-year-old woman, and it's like, two little babies in college going, as a football career, probably would have made the NFL, and gone.
Yeah, it happens. Yeah, it happens to a lot of guys.
He had to bust that.
The women are predatorial.
Yeah, they are who they are. Well, they were hoping he would go to the NFL. They were trying to lock him in.
Yep.
Yeah,
and he didn't. He did. He probably left her.
Yeah, I was looking at Prince here. There's that hair, that curly hair there.
Yeah. I mean, the white guys look at us. He's only 5'3". Yeah, white guys are like, he's only 5'2".
He's only
What's the
5'3".
attraction? Yeah, yeah. What's the attraction? If he was a big strapping guy, they could understand. But you're only 5'3", and
He
what's the
dresses
deal
up
with the
purple.
hair?
He has hair, and he plays the guitar.
Yeah. So it's, so they think, oh, in the white community, yeah, he's got to have status because he's only 5'3". But in black community, that hair goes a
That
long
is
way.
status. That hair is status.
Yeah, yeah, and it's hard, it's hard to explain it, because we grew up with it, and
That's
so it's
Yeah.
and when you to explain it to another race, it's like we don't get it.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
There's certain criteria in the white race. It's usually generally taller.
yeah.
And the
Blue eyes, I think
blue eyes, that
yeah,
small nose,
yeah.
It's like, yeah, it is the
Yeah,
same thing with
yeah. And
it's just different.
if you got that high cheekbones and stuff like that, which is not common in white communities. So if you got the high cheekbones like the models have, like black guys,
Yeah,
high cheekbones don't mean that much because most black people have high cheekbones. But in the Caucasian race, it's kind of a rarity. So if you got blue eyes, you're tall, you got blue eyes, you got those high cheekbones, man.
oh
Yeah, you can pull them all day long because
So-
it's a little rarity.
My buddy was a Cleveland cop. He was 6'7", blue eyes, blonde hair. He had that Aryan look. I
Hmm.
mean, I used to just walk behind him because girls would fall off of him.
Hmm. Yeah, you pick up the leftovers, huh?
Yeah, I just pick up the leftovers. They're fine.
So now,
You get-
do you think black women went for the hair thing because to give their daughters more hair or just straighter hair?
okay.
It's genetics
okay.
paying out the
Okay,
genetic code.
Yeah, well, the thing is, you got to understand the way women operate. And they've said this in a lot of red pill articles. I was just reading that from the Rational Male. Okay, a woman's imperative is about her offspring, and she's got to give her offspring whatever advantage, the best advantage she can to survive in whatever environment that she's in.
Right.
So, in other words, if she's in an environment that's dominated by Western Europeans, and Western European, the model of beauty in Western Europeans is blonde hair, blue eyes, and a certain grade of hair. That's what she's going to aspire to, not for herself, but to her
For her children.
offspring,
Yeah,
her
it's
children, her
about
offspring.
diversity.
Yeah,
It's about,
and she's going to internalize. She's going to internalize that model of beauty, because if she has a child, that looks like that has those particular features, because the perfect child would be a blend of, say, an Aryan, which is blonde hair, blue eyes, and with the cheekbones and the body structure of a black man. And you see a lot of that now. So in other words, if you get the physicality of a black man, and you get the blonde hair, blue eyes, and the hair grade of a white man, then you have basically the perfect person. So that particular, they become supermodels, they become actors, they become all kinds of things.
This is why I always say when she's looking at her father, she's looking at what's wrong with her
Right.
father. You become what her father isn't. You're providing diversity. That's
Right.
why it's an XX and an XY. Men
Right.
already have diversity. Now, when you prove that you have that diversity to her,
Yeah.
you got it already.
Yeah.
It's yours.
Yeah, because as far as looks, men are just parts. Because even
Yes.
even the mother of my children, she says okay, he's 6 feet tall, he's got high cheekbones, okay, he's got a body structure. Her things that said I wanted, because she told me, she said I wanted my babies to have your legs and your butt and
Right.
your cheekbones. So in other words, I'm just parts to her. So
Right.
she
Is
wanted
that
her
so?
children to have that. Yeah.
My ex used to say that to me. She wanted my legs because I have I have strong legs, and that's
Mhm.
so attractive to women. And she says I picked. She thought she picked me. I picked her, but she said this. I wanted them big, strong legs, and she was picking out parts, and I felt like a machine or something.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, that's. I mean, it's more complex, but yeah, but black women. That's the reason that they look good. They like, and it's the same way if you go to Latin America because they have the same thing. They want. It's not so much the hair. The Latin Americans want light brown eyes or blue eyes
Right.
or green eyes because that is uh, a status symbol in their culture.
Oh
They don't really
God,
care
yes.
about the hair, but they
Yeah,
care
those
about the eyes.
supermodels always have the green eyes or
Blue eyes
the
or the
blue
yeah,
eyes,
or
and that.
very very light brown. Yeah,
Yeah, we were just looking into that last week. I was looking into that
yeah,
funny thing that happens with the eyes, and so that's attractive. That's
yeah,
like that's
yeah. Whereas in the Asian culture, it's height. You know, Asians like tall people because it's rare, and
right
so
because
height.
that's what her father wasn't.
Yeah, yeah. Well, the thing is, it's whatever standard that they go by, and so what
Right.
black women pick the standard.
Yeah, they're
So
looking to fix that whatever's genetically
right,
broken, and
broken. Yeah, for their offspring. Yeah, yeah, and that's why. So it's not particular to black women. That's just particular to what black women choose because this is where they're domiciled. If there was someplace else, they would choose something else.
hmm
You know,
Hmm.
and white women are the same way. If they were if you put them in a different society, they would choose a husband that reflects what the status in that society.
right, yeah,
So that's the short answer.
yeah,
Hmm.
just be that.
Yeah. Yeah. If you're that, then she's going to choose you because you have that. And then if you have that, and you have as far as look at that, and you have resources,
Right,
then that's a bonus. And
that's a
if you have
bonus.
status on top of that, then ding ding ding, you're an alpha.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, you're the quote unquote ideal man. That's and
And
that's
that's the PUA game is the suit and that's the way I used to do it when I played the game. A suit, tie. I'd
yeah.
go to the end of the bar. I wouldn't order a drink. I would order a cup of coffee. I'd start reading the paper
Hmm.
because I was everything every one of those other guys weren't.
Right. And you're going to pick that woman that was attracted to that.
I didn't even have
That
to do no work. I just let them come to
exactly.
me.
Exactly. And that is the pimp game. In other words, you it's not to choose, it's to be chosen.
It's to be chosen.
And the
Yeah.
PUAs have it backwards. PUAs
You
want to
guys
choose.
backwards. They want to choose. They think it's about choosing. You're never going to play a woman. You're not going to play a woman for nothing.
No.
That's a mistake.
Yeah.
You let them choose. They're hooked.
They're hooks, exactly.
And
And that's how a pimp can get a beautiful woman to earn him $100,000 a year because she chooses to be with him and
she
be in his
chooses
lifestyle,
that. Right.
and everything else and then he makes her pay for being with him.
Right. Yeah.
And that's the ideal. That is the ideal flipping of the game. If you're gonna,
If I could
if you
teach that to every young man,
yes,
just what to look for, what to provide, and you don't have to provide a lot. Just
yeah,
a general look of and she becomes an equal partner at that point, and
yeah,
she's bringing something to the game.
exactly. And that's worldwide. That is the hardest game to teach you, and you have to learn it with experience,
Yeah,
and you
yeah, I
have to
didn't know that
practice.
until I was like 40.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I got it
Oh
one
yeah.
day. It's
Yeah.
so easy.
I had really really good teachers when I was young, when I was in my teens and 20s, and my partner Billy, God bless him, he taught me the game. So I've been that way. He said you talk to them, you approach, but you let them choose. You always
Yeah.
let them choose, and
Oh,
they
yeah.
and I was always approaching. You had to prove if I was going to keep you, you had to prove why you wanted to be with me.
Right.
Why are you
Yeah.
with me? Now my question: why are you with me? Why are you with me? Why are you with me?
Yeah.
You know, and in a family, a man's game, and this is what I teach. A man's game. You do not provide for that woman. You provide for your offspring,
Offspring.
and
Right.
you give that woman resources so that she can provide for your offspring and your nest, because you're building a nest for your offspring, and
Right.
she's there to facilitate the running of your house and your nest so that your
And
offspring would do well. So you're not giving her anything. She has a job to do. And in the old days, before that, if she wasn't doing her job, you kick her to the curb. and you get another one to come in and do the job that you need. And that's the way
Now,
they were because it was too serious. Nowadays,
no, they don't have to bake bread or do any of that stuff.
no, no.
Yeah.
Sex, you know, you're trading for sex. I think that's that's what I don't like about PUAs. I don't like about
Yeah,
the
it's
millennial
demeaning.
generation. You're
It tells
trading your
me
resources for sex, and it doesn't make sense.
it tells me they have no self-esteem, and self-esteem is the biggest part of anything
Right.
in the game.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
hold myself valuable. Yeah, I may not
Yes.
look valuable to the next guy ever, but what I think about myself
Yes.
is I'm valuable.
Yes. And that's hard to teach. You are more you have to come in. The guys that pull more women, the guys that do the best and pull more women, they come in thinking that's why they're trying to give you the alpha mindset. You know, and
Well,
that's
yeah,
really
you
the key to
show up
alpha
with
mindset.
one stinky woman in your life, and that may ruin your whole dating career for fucking 5 years.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because you just told all the women and everything around you that you don't hold yourself in high
And high
self-esteem.
esteem. Yeah.
High esteem.
And that's the whole thing. You have to think that you have to think that believe and think that you're more valuable than that woman that you,
Mhm.
and that's what they teach. You have to approach and project that you're more valuable than her, because if she thinks that you're more valuable than you are, then she's gonna give you a hard time.
I agree with
Okay.
that.
And that's the mindset, and what Joe was saying, selecting that woman that holds you as valuable. And if she doesn't
Yeah,
hold you as valuable,
right.
because one time I was working, and this girl that she was attracted to me, right? So she asked me, she says, "What do you bring to the table?" And I surprised her with my answer. And I said, and I told her, I said, it doesn't matter, because the people that are with me know why I'm valuable to them, and the people that I'm not valuable to don't matter.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah,
walked
and
away.
that's what man, it's so MGTOW. I want all these guys to feel good about themselves at one point. Is these guys come in so beat up sometimes, and they don't feel good. They don't feel like they're worth anything. Man, I
Hmm.
want to give that back to every one of these guys where they feel so good about themselves, and they walk out there, their heads held high. I walk through
Yeah,
my town with my head held high. I don't look at the ground. I project myself. I think very highly of myself, and that's where it makes no more shaming, no more of that garbage.
yeah,
Hold your head up, man. you
yeah.
know, and be proud of what you are. Whatever you are, be proud of that.
Be proud of that. Yeah, yeah.
And
And if
that,
you're not proud of it, work till you are proud of yourself.
yeah,
Yeah.
you can take testosterone, you can work out, you can change anything about yourself.
Yeah. So when you walk into
Stand
any environment,
way.
I'm more valuable to myself than anybody else, and either the woman's going to be with me for who I am and what I bring to the table, or she's not. And if she doesn't, so be it.
Yeah, you walk through a bar, a store, a grocery store, or even a handy Andes, and you got that sway and that confidence.
Yeah,
That is
it,
attractive.
it's attractive. Yeah, and it takes work. It takes
Takes
work, and it
self,
mental and
yeah,
physical work and
mental.
self
It's
confidence. Yeah.
100% inside of you. Don't, man, these guys, I feel so, because I used to be there. I was that beat up cat at one time.
Hmm.
I had to learn how to love myself again because
Yeah.
the whole world was telling me I was worthless.
Right. Yeah, and that's what in the world, especially this society, teaches that women are more valuable than you are, and it's
Right.
not true. Men are always more valuable than women.
Yeah.
Women are valuable for one thing to society, one thing only, because they hold the key to reproduction and the propagation of the society.
Yeah,
Other than that, the men they're there to produce more men, basically.
yeah,
That's what the women are there for. They're there to produce more men. Back in the agricultural society, the women
yes.
didn't do hard work, but her job was to produce more hands, more labor to actually make this
From
society go
from
and farm.
from the earliest science that we learn about our chromosomes, XX and XY, you can look and see a man is an XY. He's already been provided with diversity. An XX is a failed SY. They're
Yeah,
looking for that diversity. They're
yeah,
looking for men are already complete. Think of yourself as being complete. That chromosome is smaller because it carries less information because less information is needed,
hmm
not because there's more. If that chromosome was bigger, you would just be a woman. You'd just be a
Yeah.
failed woman. Women are failed men
Yeah.
in a genetic scheme. So when you start looking at it like that, yeah, things start making a lot more sense to you.
I'm stealing that.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, folks, it's Easter and I gotta go. I gotta
Yeah.
go entertain the grandkids.
How long has it been?
You know, yeah, I've been on
5 hours?
God.
I
Yeah, we
know I've been
started
on
at
for 3.
noon, 5 hours.
And
Yeah.
me and Joe get to talking,
It
and we
was,
could talk for a long
oh,
time.
yeah, yeah. I love having you on, Eli. We can do those 12 hours someday.
Yeah, well, because Joe's been around the block. He's got a lot of information and a lot of life stories. I got been around the block. I got a lot of information and life stories, and and we love having young guys come in and just ask us questions. Because 9 times out of 10 we know the answer because we've
Right.
been through it, and we can definitely tell you what not to do if we can't tell you what to do.
Yeah, I don't practice it anymore because I see, I don't want to have a
Yeah.
child at 70 years old.
Oh God, no! Please no, no. You know what?
My
What?
buddy's going on that road.
You know what? Joe? At this stage of the game, it's not that I don't want sex. It's the point that going through the hassle of
Going
finding a
through the
woman,
hassle.
going through the
It's a
hassle of
grind.
the hassle of maintaining a woman for the little bit that I need. I said, you know what? That's why I said 4 or 5 years ago. I said, you know what?
Yeah,
I don't need more crazy bras. I don't need more bras waking me up out of my sleep. So I got to go do something.
right.
Maintaining the girlfriends. I said, you know what? My last girlfriend said, you know what? I tried it, and I can't do this anymore. And I haven't had a
Yeah.
girlfriend since.
I don't want sex. I want a ski-doo now. I want a fucking ski-doo.
Dealing with women is a grind.
Well, it's maintenance. It's maintenance. It's dealing with a woman is like maintaining a sports car. You love the car, you like how fast it goes, but the thing is, you're constantly working on the goddamn thing, and
But
that's what we.
But your sports cars will turn into a Pinto over time, though, and that's the problem.
Oh, yeah, they get depreciation values.
Yeah, well, even regardless of that, because if it's different being in this stage of life, so like where me and Joe are, because if we want to stick to our age bracket, we're like outnumbered 10-1 as far as single men. In other words, if you're in your late 40s and in your 50s, you have way more women chasing you and approaching you than you can actually than you would want, because you don't desire that many women in the first place. You don't want to
Right.
maintain a whole bunch of women in the second place. And most of the women, a lot of guys are either gone or dead, and
Right.
or they're already married and they're already taken. So find a single guy, especially in our age bracket, is rare. So you're outnumbered like 10-1. So we
Do
basically.
Do men in their 40s want women in their 40s?
Yes. Well, it depends on how they
Oh,
look.
yeah.
And
Well, 39, I never dated, when I was 40, 42, I never dated under 38.
yeah.
Because
You
women in
have
their
a range.
40s, because women in their 40s, menopause is right around the corner.
Well, you already had your kids, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter about menopause. And if she only has sex once a month, you just get you 4. It doesn't matter. You just get you 4. You just keep 4 women in a rotation. They don't care at 40. But the thing is, you have a range, and my range was always +5 and -10. So any woman within that range was fine. So the thing is, you could date a woman your age, or you could date 10 years younger.
How old are you?
Me, I am 56.
56, I'm
Yeah, you sound like you in your late 30s.
I'll be
Yeah.
54 this year.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
and the thing is, as and you'll notice this, you're actually at 31, you're actually at a perfect age, because if you
Oh, God.
because you can go +or -10. So
Yeah.
you can get a woman in her 40s that still is held together, that looks good, or you can go down to get a woman that's 21.
You
So
want to
you're
be
actually.
single. At 42 to 48, you want to be single.
Yes.
Because you are never going to do as good with girls. Between 42 and 48, it's just something magic that happens to men.
Yeah, because the game flips,
Yeah.
because they desire you more than you desire them.
Mm.
So you basically basically after 35 you start to be in control.
Yeah,
So
I just talked to John the other too. John was like, "Oh yeah, between 40 and 42, 42 and 48 was like the prime years."
It depends. And the thing is, by the time you get to 40, 42, you don't want a 20-year-old woman in her 20s anyway because she's too much
Right.
trouble.
They look like
Right.
children at that age.
Yeah, they
It's
do.
like creepy. It's creepy. I want a demure woman that's a little sturdy.
Yeah,
You know, now.
if you're 42, you want a woman that's 30, 30 between 35 and 40. If you're 42, and then and you can go up a little, 5 years older, which is like 47, because once you get to 50, if you're not 50, you don't want a 50-year-old woman. So you can go
Yeah,
up to
no.
like
Nobody wants.
so nobody wants a 50-year-old woman.
Some of them are.
Unless
rather
it's Halle Berry.
50.
Unless it's
Yeah,
Halle
it's a-
Berry.
Nah,
It's
you
a
don't want
rarity
no.
when
Yeah.
they're rather stunning at 50.
You wouldn't smash Halle Berry at 50? If she's 50?
Because I'm 50, yes, I would. But if
Oh,
you're
okay.
if you're 35, you don't want a 50-year-old woman.
No, of course.
Holly's from
You-
my
you-
neighborhood.
Yeah.
She grew up in Oakwood. My buddy actually rode the bus with her to school. I was like, Tommy, what's that like, riding the bus with Halle Berry to school?
Yeah, it was no big deal because she wasn't Halle Berry then.
Exactly.
She wasn't Halle Berry then.
Right.
And she's just like any other good-looking girl.
Yeah, and she was.
But yeah, but you're Mgtow. But saying if you're actually between, but like you're just entering your prime, and man, when you hit when you hit 35, it's gonna be so easy.
Oh,
And for the next 10 years, it's gonna be so because you got the game.
Oh,
Yeah, you're
God,
gonna have the
being a
game.
Mgtow?
You're gonna have the game figured out, man. You're gonna have your hunting. You're gonna have your hunting acumen down, man. You're gonna know exactly what chick to hit, how to hit her, how to keep her if you want to keep her, how to get rid of her, man. You're gonna have it down. The only thing you want to do is not have kids. You don't have kids and don't get married.
No.
Be calling
If
you to borrow
you don't-
money because you have so much money.
If you don't have kids, if because in your 20s you're still figuring it out. But man, if you don't have kids and you're not married and you're in your 30s, man, from 30 to 45, you're gonna have a ball. You will have an absolute ball, and you're gonna have so many women. It's gonna be ridiculous. If women are what you want, and having sex with women is what you want to do, if you don't have kids, you don't get married, man, because you're gonna have the game figured out. And they're gonna just fall at your feet because especially if you want a woman in her 20s, man, you can go down and run your game on a woman that's 23 and she's gonna melt. And if you have sex with her and you know what to do and she's never had an experience, man, the only problem I'm gonna tell you because you're 31, I'm gonna tell you what to do and what not to do. Okay. Normally between 31 and 35, you're getting your sex game figured out. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
You got your. In other words, in your 20s, you're still figuring out. But when you hit 30, you hit them 30s, like close to the mid 30s, you got it figured out.
Yeah.
You know
When
exactly what to do.
Bigger wasn't it?
Yeah. You know when to hit her. You know how to hit her. You know how to talk to her, and you know how to capture and keep her captivated. Because in my 30s, that was my problem. I had it figured out. I knew how to hit them. I knew how to keep them. I knew what to say to them. And the only problem is they're gonna follow you home, especially in their 20s. You will not be able. You're not gonna be able to get rid of them because you're gonna provide something that the guys her age can't provide, and she's gonna want that, and she's gonna follow you. She's worse than a puppy, like a cat.
Yeah.
She's gonna keep sitting on your doorstep.
Oh yeah,
and
you can creep around your doorstep, be yelling stuff. Why ain't you calling me?
She's gonna go through your phone. She's gonna call you up, come pick me. So that's the only. If you like women in their 20s, that's the only thing to be wary of.
If you like extreme jealousy and craziness.
Yeah, and they don't have to be crazy. They can be normal. But the thing is that the things that you're gonna provide them with is gonna be something that they can't find in their own age bracket, and they're gonna follow you, dude. So the thing is, if you like women in their 20s, be very, very careful about how you approach them and how you keep them. If you don't want to keep them, then you can't keep her over a couple of weeks. You got to push her aside and send her on, because if you do that, you keep her around, she's gonna be hard to get rid of. And then that's when them pregnancy scares are gonna come in and all that other drama that you're gonna bring. When I hit
it bareback now.
When I hit my mid 30s, I stopped dating women that were in their 20s because it was too big of a headache, because they're gonna bring a lot of drama. and because they haven't got themselves figured out. And once and you got your you got your mat game down, you got your establishment game down, you got your sex game down, and that's something that 20-year-old women, especially 20, 25 and below, they can't handle that. They cannot handle that, and you're gonna do something to them, and you're gonna bring a lot of drama to your life. So if I were your age and I was dating, that's what I would be careful of. I would date them, but at 25 and below, you got to be really, really careful. If you're not gonna keep her around for long term, and if you're gonna keep her around for long term, she's gonna want to have babies, and that's another thing you're gonna have to be careful of. So the thing, them 20-year-olds, them 20 to 25, you got to handle them with kid gloves, and you can't keep them around long. Otherwise, you're gonna have problems.
Yeah, they're gonna bring some drama.
So unless she's a 10 and you're gonna marry her and you're gonna be with her for however long, you can't keep her around long. So that's the only thing about dating down into a younger age. She's gonna look better. She's gonna do more for you. She's gonna be a lot more malleable. But the thing is, that's the problem that you're gonna have.
Yeah.
That's the only advice that I would give you. And Joe just co-signed it because he's been through it. Anyway, folks, I got to jump off and I got to go chase the grandkids around.
Close this up about now, and
yeah.
And we've been 5 hours. That's a lot.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, Traversable. Thank you for having me, man. I appreciate it.
Thanks for coming in. And if anytime you want to come in, it's great.
All right, Gnostic, man. I appreciate your comments, man. This is Mgtow Universe, by the way. I don't know what is showing them.
Okay, that's you. Okay.
Yeah, that's a Mgtow Universe. It's
I don't know what icon. Is it still showing the Jordan icon?
Yeah, you got the Jordan with Kathy on it.
Yeah, you got to put up some more content, man. Your content.
Yeah, I know, man. I'm really lazy. I know, man. I got to put up some more videos.
I'm gonna put up later on my Ibmore video I did about Sierra and Russell Wilson, and where I'm using some charts to talk about the alpha fucks and beta bucks, but on the mating strategy and why they pick men the way they pick them. So I'm gonna put that up later on. It's kind of long. It's like a 35-minute video, so I don't know if y'all want to sit through it, but I'll put it up.
Okay. I like long videos, man.
Yeah, I pull out a lot of charts and I put a lot of diagrams and I go really deep into it. So I'm gonna put that up later for you guys. So look for that.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Okay,
all right, you guys.
All right. All right, Traversable, man.
Okay, you take care. With
all
that,
right.
I'm gonna stop this broadcast, and you guys, and let me give some shout outs to the guys in the thanks Chris and Chris Ra and Cyber Samurai and Joey. Joey was a trooper today. He did a lot of comments. King of all men's, hey messenger, Mgtow Oracle, Mural, I can't pronounce that. That's a jumble of letters. Ray 000753. Thanks a lot for showing up. Zooish, Veritech Ace like always, and Zeta X like always, and to all the regulars that show up every week. Thanks for showing up, and I think this will pretty much close it out today. And you guys have a happy Easter. Hey, Heartburn, if you got something going today on Easter, it's cool. Most of us single guys, we just sit around and just kind of have a few beers and enjoy it, watch a movie. That's what I'm gonna do. Order a movie on Amazon if they have a good one, and have a great day and enjoy my life stress free. You guys take care.